Welcome back to the Overnight Show on AO Radio. Now, of course, the players are the stars of the show here at the Australian Open, but there are thousands of people working behind the scenes to keep the wheels turning. Angus Delaney caught up with some of these people who work in jobs you probably never expected to see at a tennis tournament. First up, Angus chats with Deepika, the seamstress and tailor at the AO.
Deepika, thank you for joining me on AO Radio. A lot of people might not have heard the Australian Open has their own seamstress. Can you kind of tell me what your job is all about?
All right, so I'm a contractor for Australian Open. So what we do is we do the whole uniform. This is how we start. So we do the hospitality, ball kits, and even umpires. We start in November, we do fittings with Ralph Lauren, and then we alter all the uniforms before January. And then during the Australian Open, we sit on site for players, and we do the sponsors' logos for them. And as they come with the matches, just before matches, they come to us and we just put the sponsor logos. We sew the patches on, and some of them are iron-ons.
Players, do they come in a lot? A lot of people looking to do kind of last-minute changes?
A lot. Actually, this is what it is. It's always last minute, actually. Before every match, they get the sponsors, before maybe half an hour or 45 minutes, and they come to us with the 6 or 7 tops. Okay, can we put the sponsor logos they're playing in, next 1 hour? So, and it changes every year. This year, I would say it was a bit busier than the last year. I will say it's always last minute.
And other than just sewing on the patches and adding those sponsor things, are there other things that players are asked to do?
Yes, a lot. So we actually take in dresses for female players, and sometimes skirts we need to shorten the length. And then for male players, definitely T-shirts, we do the length shortening, and sometimes the sleeve shortening as well, according to the requirements.
And are there any players that have ever had some sort of outside the box or some different requests over the years?
Oh, yes. I myself love to do tricky jobs. So we get hats sometimes. This year, I got a hat and there was embroidery at the front of the hat, and they wanted to actually unpick the embroidery so they can use the hat. So it was a bit of an exercise for me. So we actually unpicked the whole hat and then put another panel on the hat to hide the embroidery. Or sometime, this year, I got another player who actually had the batches already on the T-shirts, and it was iron on, and he wanted us to take them off. It's a hard job. It's actually impossible. So I watched some YouTube videos to see how I can actually help him. So yeah, it took us 3 hours to take those batches off and put the new ones on, because the match was tomorrow. So yeah, we do tricky jobs as well.
How many kind of players do you think come through here every day?
Look, start of the event, we get at least 20 every day. And then as the day goes, every day it gets less and less, because how the main draw, and then then it's a quarterfinal, semifinal, we get two players a day end of the week, but usually 10 to 20 players every day.
Definitely interesting to get a peek behind the scenes of the AO there. I continue my journey through the unseen and hidden jobs here at the tournament, chatting with Mariam, one of the player hairdressers. Mariam, thank you for joining me on AO Radio, and you're one of the barbers here at Melbourne Park. Could you tell me a little bit about your job and kind of whose hair you cut and what kind of people like to come in here?
Our job is to look after all the players and coaches come through Australian Open, and we have from high profile, low profile, doesn't matter, all just same to us. So we try to do our best. We are the best, I'd love to think. Cut and do a lovely haircut for them. Some of them come before match, some of them come after match, some of them, all different. Sometimes some of them come 3 times during the time they're here, because they love the service and they love how Australian Open provide these services for them every year. So yeah, they all we try to make this Islam as happy as we can. Yeah, as you know, they come most of them just after Christmas, New Year. So we just try to make them feel special with help of course, Australian Open.
Lovely. And I wonder, how many kind of players do you think have come through so far? We're in the second week of the Australian Open now. How many haircuts do you think you've done, or you and the team have done?
Me and my team almost just in men's department done about 220 people. coaches and players around the world.
So that's a lot of haircutting just for the men's side as well. Do you do kind of a lot of the same style, or do some people do you get a lot of different styles here?
We get lots of different, but lots of them, as a joke, they say they want Australian mullet. And they say, of course, no, don't give me Australian mullet. And I said, what's with mullet? And last year they said, what's with the skin fade? This year there's like the mullet is big for them, and they just, I love them, but not for me. Yes, but usually just tidy up, or just sometimes proper haircut. Some of them didn't have a chance because even the previous tournament, and it was Christmas, New Year, some of them just saved me, please help me. I didn't have a haircut for 3 months. Can you do something for me? Yes. Or make me beautiful, more younger, things like that. They're all really nice people, to be honest. Yeah.
Do players like to come in just to kind of feel good before playing a match? Do you think that's part of it?
Definitely, yes. Some of them a bit superstitious. They don't want a haircut at all. But some of them, and especially because we're on the TV, they would love to look happier, more confidence because they go on TV, so this looks really good. Actually, I was want to see one of my coaches right now, and he looked really good. Actually, I cut his hair yesterday. So at least make him happy. They say, I'm going on TV, so can you do something? So I look at it. Sometimes some of them just come for style and dry or something like that too because they're on TV. Just help the confidence, I guess.
We're now in the second week, so has things been a lot quieter for you? And what's the kind of end of the tournament like for you?
It's not as quiet, but because lots of them left, and some of them they just maybe they're a bit sad because they lost and they have to leave because they say Melbourne is one of most prominent, most comfortable, and they just all love Craig Tiley, which is the head of the Australian Open. They said they have a best service for them and they're looking after them here, but they're sad they're leaving, but they have to go. So they come get the haircut to spruce out and look sharp for the next adventure, whatever it is.
Great, Mime. Thank you for joining me on AO Radio.
Gee, it's another world here at Melbourne Park. Quite amazing the amount of people that it takes to put this tournament together. This is the overnight show. Now, we've had the men's doubles final with an Aussie pair featuring, as was the same last year with Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis getting the win. One of the most effective doubles players, however, is Max Purcell, who picked up a Wimbledon doubles title in 2022. Angus caught up with Max to talk about his pivot to playing singles.
You were playing doubles today, but singles is something that you pointed to as a bit of a priority this year. What kind of prompted your switch from being mainly a doubles-focused player to kind of shifting towards singles?
To be honest, I've always been a singles-focused player. It was just hard last year with the scheduling on the Challenger Tour up until a point of getting enough singles matches on the surfaces that I wanted to play on. Mostly through Europe on clay was what it was offering. And I was like, it's not the schedule I want to play. So I was kind of just like milking the money on the doubles side as much as I could until I felt like there was a schedule that I wanted to play singles with. For the most part, the hardcourt events, the Challenger events has opened up. And yeah, just doubles isn't as fulfilling as singles. And I feel like I got a lot more to give in singles. And I mean, I used to think that it was really hard to kind of push on in doubles and get to that high ranking, but then last year I did it twice in 2 of the slams to get my ranking high enough, so I'm like, I can probably do this again later on, so I'll just use doubles as a bit more fun at the moment and keep the focus on singles.
Have you felt a bit typecast as a doubles player sometimes, maybe in this last year, by outside people?
Yeah, probably outside people a little bit. To be understood, I guess. Not many people win double slams who aren't top 100 singles and think they're still a singles player, so it's relatively warranted, I think. But I think for the people that are inside the tennis world know that I'm just pretty good at doubles, but I'm still a singles player.
And you said it wasn't as fulfilling as you'd hoped, but you did win Wimbledon. That surely must have brought you some sort of fulfillment.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's one of the reasons why doubles is definitely on the back burners now. Like, I feel like I've done enough in doubles to, one, prove myself and to be happy with in a doubles career. But I've won some big singles matches, and I feel just as good after them, but better for longer as well. So it's kind of just like doubles is hit and miss. You could go out there and play really, really well and still lose. Whereas usually when you play really well in singles, you'll win, and vice versa. Play shit, you'll lose. So in doubles, it's just too much up in the air.
But was it tough at all for you to kind of stop that partnership? You and Matt Ebden had done some really great things together. Did you feel like you were kind of leaving that behind?
No, not really. I don't know how much longer Matt's going to play for anyway, so it's not like he's 24 looking to play for the next 10 years, you know, like it was always going to fizzle out at some point, and better off now, I think, so he can try and play his last 3 years with the same partner rather than play for 2 years and having to struggle with his last year. But, you know, I'm pretty comfortable with a lot of people on the doubles court. Tomo's been great. He listens a lot. He does everything he can. And, yeah, as long as I gel with the person, it's fine.
Yeah, wonderful. So you are playing with with Jordan Thompson as well as doing singles. You know, you're focusing on singles, but you're still playing doubles here at the AO. How much of your training off the court is doubles and how much is singles?
So basically no doubles training now. Tomo and I did a little bit of a sharpening up session yesterday. But for the most part, it was like 35, 40 minutes of single stuff and then a couple of moving spots at the net. So really only a touch on doubles, and I was going to do some more single stuff later, but all the courts got booked up. So I don't feel like I need to train too much for doubles. It's more instinct. It's serving, returning good spots, and then just following the ball at the net. It's not that much work. I think people overcomplicate it a lot with too much thinking, too much tactics. I think it's too much of a fast-paced sport compared to singles. You just need to react. So I don't think there's much training. Works well for me with doubles.
And on the singles court, do you have any goals or any tournaments that you've kind of circled in your calendar this year where you really want to show up?
I got a ranking goal. I want to finish top 100, which would be great. I want to start next year main draw here rather than having to qualify. And I'd like to... I think I'm pretty much in qualifying anyway for Wimbledon, but I'd like to try and, if not get direct into main draw there, but get through to the main draw there. That's a big tournament for me.
Great, Max. Thanks for joining us on AO Radio.
I'm Elisa Mertens and you're listening to AO Radio.
Rolling through the overnight show, this is AO Radio. Candy Reid, well, she hasn't taken the foot off the gas as the tournament winds down. Candy is out and about talking to many people, including the 2006 runner-up here at Melbourne Park, Marcos Baghdatis.
It's lovely to see you. We're here at the Australian Open where you've been playing a little exhibition doubles. How's it going?
It's going well. Played a few matches already. Just enjoying being back at at the slams and playing some tennis. Missed it a bit, missed the crowd, missed the Grand Slam atmosphere, and it's nice to be able to come back and enjoy some tennis with some friends.
You had a lot of success here, didn't you? A final in 2006 where you lost to one Roger Federer. What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I remember that. Every time I come to Australia, I always say that. I mean, it's like I had a Grand Slam at home, let's say, with the crowd, and I had my best moments on a tennis court here in this Grand Slam, and just always a pleasure being back. And what I remember about the whole week, only of good emotions, and remember in the final that I had my chance. I was a break and a set up. A set and a breakup against Roger, but couldn't go till the end.
Did you have, after you lost that, did you sort of think, oh, I wish I'd done this, or I wish I'd done that?
Yeah, there was only one thing. It wasn't, it was the more mentally. I think I started thinking too much. I started, my mind just slipped and started looking at the future. I started seeing that where I was. I got out of my, let's say, bubble where you're not thinking, and I started thinking a bit too much about the future and didn't stay in the present, and gave the chance to Roger to take the opportunity. And when you give a small chance to guys like Roger, he takes it and he starts playing better and he feels it, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you were such a fan favourite as well. As you said, you sort of felt home from home. You won the Australian Open Boys as well. What did the crowd bring to your tennis?
It brought energy, enthusiasm, especially positive energy and love, just love on the court. Just so excited to play every match and, just enjoyed every moment of it, and that's why we play this sport as, this sport especially. I always loved playing in front of people, in front of crowds, because I always had a good interaction with the crowd, and always, I felt that I had fun whenever I was on a tennis court with people. So yeah, it was just an amazing, moments of my life were here with this amazing crowd. And
yeah, you were such a showman, weren't you? It just seemed when you got a crowd that the best of you came out.
Yeah, because I loved it. I loved playing, competing, and especially in front of any big stadiums with lots of people. And like I said, it wasn't like I was showing off, but it was just my personality. You know, I love people. I love, you know, interacting with people. I love talking to people and hearing their stories. And, you know, and I was that kind of person on the court too, you know, in a way. You know, every match was, you know, interacting with other people and telling my story, and that was it. Yeah.
Did you love the whole life? Because it is tough traveling and all the different countries you're going to, but some people really make the most of it.
I cannot say I loved it all the time. You know, it's not all the time very bright when you're traveling so much and being alone on tour. You know, just you're away from your friends, family, and you know, and sometimes, you know, you feel like lonely, and it's pretty tough, especially when you do it for 16, 17 years. It's not only ups, you know, there is a lot of downs, and but, you know, it's part of life, it's part of the journey, and I absolutely enjoyed every moment of it, because, you know, you learn so much, and you become the person that I became, the person who I am today because of all these experiences, and I have what I have because of all these experiences and all these moments. So, you know, yeah, I loved every moment of it.
And you retired in 2019, and you now have a wife who's a former tennis player and 3 children. Is that right?
Yeah. And yeah, we're just, you know, enjoying that now, and enjoying being a dad, being a husband, and trying to do my best in that job now. And yeah, just blessed and grateful that I'm able to, you know, have the life I have today with a beautiful family.
Some people find it hard to transition from such a structured life where there's so much discipline to then retiring, where you've sort of got your days, they're very much your own. Did you have trouble with that?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough moments for everybody lately. You know, I retired 2019, and then COVID hit the year after. So it was kind of a transition that kind of was made alone. I had no choice about it. So, you know, with the lockdowns and all that, it was okay for me, kind of, because I spent time with my family, I spent time with my kids. There was no other things to do, any other commitments. It was just them and us. And unfortunately, this was the way with COVID, and I actually enjoyed time with them, and got to know my wife a bit more. But yeah, and just happy we you know, we're figuring it out, and we're together, and, you know, I mean, we're enjoying every moment of it, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Your wife, Carolina Sprem, of course. And what does the future hold?
Unknown, you know, future is unknown. We live in the
That's
present.
True.
We try to enjoy every moment, you know. We try not to plan too much ahead, because a lot of things can change. Especially we learned that lesson with COVID, and we try to live, you know, every moment, every day, and try to take as much as pleasure out of every day and out of every moment with the family. And of course, we are starting an academy soon in Cyprus, a local tennis club, which we will try to work with the local kids and try to, you know, improve a bit the level in Cyprus. And why not, you know, help kids achieve their dreams, which is maybe being professional tennis players in the future.
Yeah, you really put Cyprus on the map. Have you seen tennis change since you started?
A lot of more kids, more people play tennis, definitely. You know, more clubs, more academies, more everything. It's getting more and more, and yeah, that's yeah, it did change. There is so many more people playing.
That's lovely to hear. You've definitely made an impact, I think, on everybody who watched you. Marcus Baghdatis, thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're listening to AO Radio Overnight, with the best bits of today's play and a recap of all the action at the Australian Open. Live coverage from Rod Laver Arena resumes in 2 hours.
Don't miss a shot with Australian Tennis Magazine. Now in its 47th year, the much-loved print publication includes feature stories, detailed tournaments, reports, rankings and stats, as well as posters and souvenir pictures. Published 6 times a year, our February-March issue has a full coverage of the AO, keeping players, coaches, parents and fans up to date. Get it delivered anywhere in the world. Visit tennismag.com.au to subscribe or order a copy.
It's party time at Melbourne Park's brand new beach bar. The Northern Precinct has been transformed into a vibrant beach club, complete with private cabanas, palm trees and a double-storey bar with a DJ booth. Charcoal Fish, a sustainable Sydney restaurant, is serving up seafood treats, while the first ever AO Spritz bar offers a delicious range of cocktails and mocktails. Enjoy the best of the tennis and the best of the summer at the AO this year.
The action-packed AO Tennis Club is the place to get active and have fun. The brand new area features cardio tennis, pop tennis and padel, as well as totem tennis and table tennis. There are also come and try sessions, and you can even get racket advice at the innovative Tennis Lab. Find the AO Tennis Club at Garden Square.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
I'm Christian Garin. I'm listening AO Radio.
Welcome to the Overnight Show on AO Radio with Jeff Field. Hot, sultry and uncomfortable. That's pretty much how I would describe the conditions here at Melbourne Park. Although having said that, it did cool down quite a lot as the day wore on. Women's Finals Day. Highlights later in the show. But first, let's go to Kate and her guests. It's the Twilight Show.
Good evening and welcome to the Twilight Show. It's day 13 at the Australian Open. My name's Kate Kearns. I'm your host tonight. And this evening I'm joined once again by Eleanor Crooks from Press Association UK. Welcome,
Hi,
Eleanor. Nice to have you back. And Andre Buchko, who's a sports journalist. Andre, welcome. It's your first time on the Twilight Show.
Good evening and well pronounced.
Did I do okay? Because I'm not known for my pronunciations, I have to say. We spoke earlier in the tournament on the importance of junior development programs in developing not only talent but participation in the sport of tennis. Like the Hot Shots program that they have here at the Australian Open, which is a fabulous program. But what do these programs look like in countries where they don't have a Grand Slam event? And you were talking, Andre, just a little earlier around that money is so important in some of these countries and about where the kids go. So not so much about programs, but does it come down to the almighty dollar?
It's absolutely right. Yeah, dollars and the traditions, I would say. As you know, before Czech and Slovak Republic, they were together in Czechoslovakia. There is a famous Czechoslovakian school. You can name Navratilova, Lendl, Mandlikova, Sukova. You can go on with Korda, by the way. But so the school is very popular, and because our kids, they have a very big talent whenever they hold a stick, I have to say. So ice hockey and tennis, these are one of the most popular sports along with soccer, football. And if you can remember the player called Jaroslav Drobny, who was playing for Czechoslovakia, ice hockey and tennis, he achieved something it will be never ever repeated. He was a world champion in ice hockey with Czechoslovakia, and he was a Wimbledon winner. I don't think we get that in the future.
I can't think of anyone else that's achieved such diversity in their sporting career.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, so ice hockey world champion and the Wimbledon champion. And the other question is that he played later for Egypt for reasons that he had to migrate because of communism. But, you know, these schools and traditions, they are very important, and the money. So it's not much the system. It's how you find these players, how you approach, how you give them conditions and help, how you support them. Because many times the parents who are not very rich, they just can't support and they can't travel and can't pay that.
So what does that actually look like then in some of these Eastern Bloc countries?
Well, it depends on hunger, on how the children are hungry to give up and sacrifice everything and just go for drill and throw everything to tennis. It's very hard in men's tennis. It's a little bit easier competition in the women's tennis. That's why you see so many coming from there, because men's tennis worldwide is now in so many countries. But it's about how they are raised in the club, what kind of coaches they get, what are the traditions in these countries, and how much the parents help you. So you had the same with Cibulkova, Hantuchova from our country, if I have to name it. They had very good parents and supporting them. And then the national tennis centers in each country, if they support the children and give them the help, then they have produce. If not, look at Romania. If, for example, they had some great players in the past, like Nastase, Tiriac, Ružići, but then it's lack of money, and then the parents go out. You have Andreescu, who is the Grand Slam winner from Romania, but representing Canada. And then you have Raducanu, who is British, again from Romania, because it's not a very rich country, representing Britain, but it's like a Romanian school. So that's why she's unique.
Yeah, I mean, I just think everybody looks in amazement at the Czechs, don't they? And just this amazing production line. I mean, particularly of female talent, but now maybe men as well, you know. So it's incredible, isn't it? And I think every richer country would look at them and kind of wonder how they do it, because certainly in Britain, you know, we spend millions and millions of pounds every year trying to produce players, and we certainly haven't got the strength in depth that the Czechs has, and that does seem to be more of a system. You know, they all come through the Czech system, don't they, rather than going out to other countries.
I give you a great example. You may remember the name Richard Krajicek.
Certainly do.
Of course.
And again, son of Czechoslovakian sports people. Parents were handball players from Prague and Pilsner, but he was born in Rotterdam, representing Holland. And when he won Wimbledon 1996 against the Maliway Washington in the final, I approached him. He did an interview, and he said, you know, Andre, is this. In Holland, when you get players to top 20, good life, good money, and travel, they're happy, but they don't sacrifice a lot, and they don't do more grill. They don't work hard to get there, and I really, really wanted to win the Wimbledon title. So he beat Sampras there, who was unbeatable in Wimbledon, and he took it to the title, and he explained that what is it? It's the tradition, love of sport, and great talent in tennis in Czechoslovakia.
So is there a difference in terms of sort of the juniors and just how determined they are from countries where, you know, in Australia, there's a lot of opportunity to do other things with your life, different sports and different ways to make a living. Can you actually say that? Are the kids in, say, Eastern European countries, are they more determined to find a way to be champions?
It looks like, yeah.
And then when I say that, I mean, that's a really general sort of comment to make. It's, you know, obviously you look at individuals and that's not the case, but just generally speaking.
Yes, especially these days with social media, with iPhones, with all this entertainment around, but also with the courts. Because when I spoke to Miloslav Mečír, when he was raised and he played, they could play on the courts till evening, till the dark. Now, these days, the courts are fully booked per hour. You know, 1 hour this child, 1 hour this parents, they booked, everybody wants to play. So you can't just take a court and play till darkness. But it was easier before. These days, the schedule is tough. The child's interests are different. The parents, some of them, they are not that rich to support. So it's a lot of factors coming into that. But also it depends on technique and the coaches. So as I mentioned, what is amazing about the Czech and Slovak tennis school is that they do have a lot of shots and a lot of strategy different to the normal school. They do a lot of improvisation, chip and charge, come to the net and do slice. And so they are quite, you could see even with Korda, Sebastian Korda. He's American, but he doesn't play the typical American style. He plays what his father used to play. Radek Stepanek is his coach. So he surprised here quite a lot of players and used his style.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting as well to see if the same dynamics kind of carry on, because we've seen now the number of Americans, women and men, it's just incredible, isn't it? And obviously you would have had that in the past, but then it dropped off, and now they've put a real effort into their player production, and it's showing off, isn't it? I mean, what is it, 10 American men are going to be in the top 50 come Monday, and I imagine the women are probably very similar. I mean, that's incredible numbers. So maybe the traditional powers, are they going to come back, having seen the Eastern Europeans kind of come along and steal their thunder in some ways? So I think that's maybe fascinating over the next sort of 10, 20 years or something, to see whether those dynamics stay.
I'm interested in this, the difference in tennis styles from countries, American style of playing, European style of playing, and Novak Djokovic actually mentioned that in one of his press conferences earlier this week. I hadn't actually taken too much notice of that, because you sort of, when I look at tennis, I tend not to look at the countries. I tend just to look at the players and just how they're playing and what that looks like, and not think that that's influenced because of where they've grown up and, where their coach has grown up. But apparently it does.
Yes, absolutely. But you can't specify exactly the style, but you can see the main weapons. If you look at the Asian tennis, the legs and the run. And you remember Michael Chang, he could return every ball. You see Nishikori's way of play, because Chang coached Nishikori. And look at the Asian girls as well. So that's the legs. Then you see the Spanish style. It's they raced on clay, so they have this power tennis similar to Nadal's and Alcaraz. That's what you see. Americans, they have big serve. They coached to have big serve, double-handed. Not many players today use one-handed backhand. And the Czechoslovakian school is full of combination and tricks, and they use a brain, to surprise the opponent. So you can see some differences.
The Australian style used to be obviously big serve and volley. What is it now?
Yeah, Australia is difficult, isn't it? I think you have a whole range of different players, to be honest. I don't think maybe the same with Britain. It would have been as well, sort of the big serve, come to the net, and we have players that still do that, but we have a lot of players that don't as well. So I think maybe Australia and Britain don't quite fit into the mold, but I think the American definitely. I would think if you see an American on the draw sheet, you're thinking big serve, big forehand, to me anyway. So and obviously like Italians and French, you expect the sort of the flair players, the nice touch, and maybe not the grinding that you see from the Spaniards. So I think definitely there is still a truism to it, although maybe not quite to the same degree as they used to be.
And there is one unique style called Nick Kyrgios style. And obviously...
please explain what that is.
Well, that is very close to serve and volley, to the old Australian style with a huge serve. But, he can hit the winner from any side, anywhere from the court. And if he's concentrated and he's there, he's very dangerous, tough to beat. So Nick is a treasure to Australian tennis with his style. And if he gets some children as an icon following, it could be a great future, because he actually inspires a lot of kids. So it's not bad. And I hope he will get back well and he will be healthy back to produce some great tennis.
I'm Kim Birrell, and you're listening to AO Radio.
You're listening to the Overnight Show on AO Radio. Time now to go straight to the horse's mouth. Let's hear from the man who is the head honcho of the Australian Open. Candy Reid had a chat with the boss, who's been in charge since 2006.
Craig Tiley, CEO of Tennis Australia, very welcome to AO Radio. Thanks for talking with us.
It's good to be here to have a chat.
And we're in your office, and you've got a huge fish bowl, firstly, of gummy worms and chocolates. Yeah. And I happened to see Ash Barty sneaking in while you weren't here earlier. How many people would you say come into the office daily during the Australian Open?
I think we fill that about 20 times a day. So it's a lot everyone does. The players' kids, the guests' kids come in, and there's not many players that don't go in for a little bit of a candy every day. it's just an added benefit. People see it through the window and it looks inviting.
And you're very open, aren't you? It's very much an open door policy here.
It is. The door's not on. We take the door off. We did this. We've been doing this forever, really. Whether it be in the old place or this place, is we've, forever had an open door policy and an open approach to the event and to access. And I'm a big believer in anyone should be able to ask any question any time. And I have a role of being an ultimate decision maker in it. And this is the role of which person's in this role. And often historically, people in these roles have been, have not been in a position where it's open and available.
Well, that's true. Yeah. It's 10:30 on the second Friday here at the Australian Open, and we're done with tennis for the night. This is early for you, isn't it?
It's actually a really early night, which is nice. But we don't mind the late ones either as well, because you often get 2 matches at night, and in normal circumstances we're having a men's and women's match now following. And I think this is what happens when you sometimes have one match. It can go, I think there was 2 hours, 20 minutes in 3 sets, but it was a good match. And we've had some long semi-finals as well. We've had 4 or 5 hour semi-finals. So it just always depends.
And we had a very late night, didn't we, or an early morning, if you consider it. There were quite a few of us left after Andy Murray won that amazing match at 4:05 a.m. So how much sleep do you get during the fortnight?
Well, I think that, we've a couple times we've had, in the last 15 years, twice we've had a match finish past 3, or 3 times a match finish past 3. 2 on the stadium courts and 1 on the outside courts, and that'll happen. So I think that was nearly a 6-hour match that's played, and I think it's obviously the team doesn't get much sleep when you finish that late, but it's kind of like that every night, because even if you have a match that finishes 1 in the morning, then by the time you've packed everything up and dealt with the players leaving and that, it's 2 or 2:30, and then you get back at 3:30, and then you back up again the next day. So but it goes like that for 3 weeks, and then at the end of the 3 weeks you regroup and get some rest and back to proper exercise. And
how long does it take you to regroup?
Too long, or longer, I should say. But look, everyone's in the same boat. But it does. It's we where the players will have maybe 1 or 2 late nights, and obviously they're out there physically competing. It's tough. The staff that run the event have it for, we had the pre-events, the United Cup, the qualifying week, the 2 main weeks here. So they've been 5 weeks on this journey of pretty intense time.
Now, you're a hard guy to get an interview with, mostly because you're always chatting to someone, you're out on court, you're very, very involved, aren't you? How much do you need to delegate and have people do other things for you so you can really concentrate on your job?
Yeah, I think we've got a team that knows what they do, and I think I like to lead by being really accessible, and I'm sure sometimes people think, oh, you get too involved in it, but it's the role. The role ultimately is to ensure that the players are getting what they need and what they want, and that the event is running smoothly. And we've got leaders in each of the areas that do a great job, and they know what they need to do, and then ultimately, when there's a player-related issue or question, it comes directly up to me right away. So I'm not a believer in people going through layers. Players, I'm talking about primarily going through layers to try and get an answer, or try and get a position, because it just becomes frustrating. So that means it'll have a different level of intensity, because there's a large number of stakeholders to be accountable for, but I think that's worked well for us, and it's a pretty flat, organizational model when it comes to delivering on the event. But I'm a believer in a very flat structure when it comes to running events, and in real time being able to be very agile.
And I'm sure you've learned much over the years. Can you remember in 2013 when you first took the post in your first Australian Open? You must have been very green, a lot of learning to do.
Oh, I think you learn every year. Even this year. So every year we do a debrief of the event. After COVID, it was very tough years, and did a debrief. What can you do differently? What can you do better? You celebrate what you did well. You identify what you can improve on, and you get the team to be mobilized to improve on those things. And this was a year post-COVID. It's the first time we've actually come back to a normal event, where we haven't had COVID restrictions and travel restrictions, and And it's been difficult for the team, a lot of new people, because during COVID we had a high turnover, which most experienced, and so you make mistakes and you learn from them, and people know that I view a mistake as or an issue as a learning opportunity, not as an opportunity to point a finger or to make it difficult for someone, but it's a learning opportunity. As an organization, if you can keep learning as an individual, if you can keep learning, then I think you can be able to deliver a better product. There were many areas this year we did really well, and many areas that we can continue to improve. And we'll go through a debrief over the next couple of weeks and figure out what it is. I mean, one of the areas I know the players want feedback is on the schedule, and really interestingly, what's really important in all this stuff is the data and the points, the number of points, the time that a point takes in tennis over the last 5 years is only increased 0.2 seconds year on year. So most players think points are lasting longer, but actually the data is indicating that the points are not lasting longer. So it's 0.2 seconds, and then so when we've looked at the time, that it takes for for length of matches, there's a number of factors, and so it's not the points, because that's the evidence, but it's probably the time between the points. And since we introduced the shot clock or the serve clock, players are realizing they can take the time, and the officials are only starting the clock when someone's ready to either return or to serve, and as a result there's lots of evidence that, and then also in COVID having to pick up, go back and pick up your towels. And that has also created extra time. So we're seeing extra time not being so much during the point, but we're seeing extra time being between points.
So how will that affect the schedule, do you think, in the years to come?
Well, I think I would like to start opening up the question is, why don't we have no lets?
I like that.
Why do we still have lets? We really old-fashioned having lets. So let's just cut to the chase. I was part of the group in college tennis 20 years ago that got rid of lets, and took the players 2 days to get used to it, and then it was fine. We still have this warming up with your opponent, which is kind of interesting. Probably the only sport we have a bit of a warm up with your opponent. Does that take time? I think we've got to be more vigilant around the serve clock, and look at that again. It's 25 seconds. Well, how about 20 seconds? Maybe bring some time back.
Especially if it's an ace or a return miss or something like that.
Maybe that, and to really have a look at that. I've always been intrigued about looking at, we over here, we've trialled fast four as a format. We've trialled one serve as a format, and I do believe in Grand Slams, 3 out of 5 sets is the uniqueness of the matches, and 2 out of 3 in the women. I think there's a lot of uniqueness to that. I'm not a believer of that you play a certain number of sets at the beginning of the tournament and then increase the number of sets at the end of the tournament. I think that defeats the purpose of the battle from the beginning, and underdogs having an opportunity to have a go. So I think we need to look at the format. But for me, simple things is, we know taking the lets out will save some time. We know being more reviewing how we administer the shot clock. Is there a more creative way to manage the towels now with COVID? You have big courts, big stadium courts that have much larger backdrops and or distances at the back of the court. So let's bring this back out and have the conversation. Let's have the conversation. But again, the data will tell you the length of the points aren't increasing.
Yes.
It's marginal, 0.2 seconds year on year, which is nothing. But what is increasing is the time between the points. Now, whether that's recovery time, a lot of players will say because the points are longer, they need more time to recover. But the data is showing the points are not longer, and therefore is the recovery time as a result of the shot clock? I don't know. Picking up the tail? I don't know. TV time? I don't know. These are all things we need to look at. I think that can shorten the match. It's also important to understand the actual schedule that's set in each country, and it can be a bit different. In Australia, for example, showing sport live before 7 o'clock you simply cannot do, because 6 to 7 is the news hour. And you don't go in the news hour. You get nothing on TV if you go in the news hour. And then, of course, we have a day session. So your day session finishes at 5 or 6. So there's a lot of things that that are going to be considered in it. But interestingly, I've just pulled out the last 5 years of the schedule and looked at the average time of how late we finish compared to each year, and there's not much difference.
Really?
Well, it does feel a lot longer, because we had a couple of late nights.
Yes.
And there were some longer matches early, but we also had heat and rain, which contributed to those really tough scheduling period.
And of course, you have to deal with that. Luckily, you have 3 covered courts, which certainly helps, which you haven't had in the future. before the tournament begins, how much preparation is there? When do you start preparing for the next Australian Open?
We did already last year, so we started a lot of the work leading into the event proceeding, and now we'll go. Our strategy, our plan and strategy now is that everyone will take the next 4 days to pack up the site until Thursday. Then from Friday this week until the following week, everyone gets that entire 6 working days. It ends up being about 12 days off, 11 days off, and then we come back and we go right into our strategy planning, and we then get our operational plan in place up until April the 7th. And on April the 7th, we shut the business down for 2 weeks.
Okay.
And everyone takes a break. That's our Christmas, because we don't get the Christmas period because we're planning with events. So those 2 weeks it's shut down, and then we come back and we start the operational delivery of the event for the next year.
When I've spoken to tournament directors at 250 events, which are much lower down, the astonishing thing, I think, is the amount of towels and the amount of water bottles that are used. Can you give me some idea about how many towels and water bottles you go through?
It's thousands. I don't have the exact number, but there's a lot more. These are very sought-after towels. So most players will grab all the towels they can get their hands on, put in their bag. Many throw it at the stand. So, we're any given time we walk with 8 towels onto the court, and then if you think those will go, and you have 60 matches a day, and you can quickly do the math. And 8's the minimum. Sometimes it's 12. Sometimes it's 16. So towels go very, very quickly. They're a hot commodity, and water bottles similarly too is we've had as part of our sustainability strategy is hitting our carbon zero targets here in the future years, but part of it has also been the recycling of any form of waste, and so we've spent a lot of money and on that as well. But those numbers will come out after the event, but it's going to be in the thousands.
Well, Craig, it's been absolutely fascinating to talk to you. I wish you all the very best, and hopefully you will get a little bit of rest after the 2023 Australian Open.
Sorry, I'm glad we finally got to speak, because running these events is not that easy.
No, thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. Go and get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Benjamin Bonzi, and you're listening to AO Radio.
This is the Overnight Show. Jeff Field with you. Time now to listen in to the Roundtable Conversation with John Hoovenars and guests from the AO podcast.
It was a battle worthy of a championship match, and a deserving winner held the trophy aloft at the end of the day. Joining me at the round table today to dissect Sabalenka's win are commentator Jill Krabis and gig analyst Simon Ray. And Jill, it started with a double fault for Sabalenka and sort of heart in your mouth moments at times throughout that match, but she was a deserving winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was a very high quality match from both. We knew there weren't going to be a lot of long points. They both hit with such power and pace off the ground. So we knew there were going to be a lot of long rallies. It was going to come down to the motions. I was thinking, okay, we know Rybakina has that Wimbledon title, so she has a little bit more experience of coming through. But Sabalenka has been through so much. She's been to a few semifinals and Grand Slams. She showed in those semifinals in the past that she got overwhelmed by the pressure. She even admitted it. So today, that's why there were so many emotions at the end. She was able to get through, and it was just great to see. I think I know it was a little bit of a tense last game, but she held her nerve so well. I think what really impressed me was that she kept taking her time, and her team in the box was getting very animated. They were showing a lot of fire and passion, but she just kept so focused. She didn't look up a few times and just stayed on her side of the court, and I thought she did a phenomenal job mentally.
Wow, what a final. I thought from a level perspective in terms of ball striking and weapons and the entertainment or the battle that was on display, I thought it was as good a final as I can recall seeing at the Australian Open. I thought it was an outstanding final, outstanding contest. And I think, as we mentioned last night, John, in previewing the match, I think it's kind of justice for Aryna Sabalenka, and what a competitor and what a mentally tough, resilient, determined performance it's been, not just tonight, but if you put it in rewind and look back 12 months and then play that journey out across the corresponding 12-month period, and it comes to that kind of crowning glory moment tonight. And I think that's really, really richly deserved for an athlete to grab a hold of the moment like that.
Now, there's a documentary in the making, isn't it? The Sabalenka story over the past 12 months. Take us a little bit more through the emotional journey of the match for Aryna Sabalenka. She dropped that first set, and early stages of the second could very easily have relinquished a break, and it could have been over before we knew it. But to her credit, things went a different way.
Yeah, just watching both of them, the way their demeanor was on the court, I thought they handled themselves very well. There were a few back and forths, a lot of tense moments. As you mentioned, the beginning of the second set was pretty tight. And I think, those emotions are so hard to just get through moment to moment. It's not just about that last point coming through the end. It's about learning how to manage them throughout the entire match. And that's not easy to do because you can feel so many ups and downs throughout a match that goes either way. So it is really tough, but that's why I think it was so great to see their demeanor, and both of them had great positive energy. There were a couple moments Rybakina looked like she got a little bit flustered, but rebounded well. And that's what the best players do. They're able to let it go. And that's what Sabalenka did phenomenally today, that maybe she wasn't able to do as well in the past. She let the emotions get the better of her, and today she managed them so well. But I think that goes back to practicing that, being able to put yourself in those situations and learning how to practice and manage it. And I thought she did that really, really well.
Looking ahead now to day 14 and the men's final, Novak Djokovic on the verge of extending his record of currently 9 Australian Open titles. Standing in his way, Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's a 13th career meeting between the pair, Jill, but the last 9 have gone the way of the Serb.
Yeah, so Djokovic obviously is the favorite. I do think that Tsitsipas has the game to beat him. Now, I know this is Novak's court, pretty much, but there's always a first. And obviously Djokovic is favored in this matchup, but I feel like Tsitsipas has been playing very, very well. It's the most, I would say, authoritative that I've seen him, in command out there. He's not getting those slight moments of emotions that overtake him sometimes. I think he's looked, I guess, similar to Sabalenka, who's really kind of honed in a little bit. And I feel that way about Tsitsipas as well. There were moments, against Khachanov where he was trying to close it out in the third set and couldn't, got a little tight. Understandably, that happens a lot. That can happen, of course. Yep. But I think it's going to be the same situation for him about being able to handle the moment, being able to break through, because I definitely feel like he has the game to beat Djokovic.
I really like it from Jill, and I had a feeling, John, that you were going to pose the question. So I think we're all thinking we likely know the outcome, and we're all in a position right now where we've got to say Djokovic goes in as the overwhelming favourite. So the conversation shifts really quickly to what does Tsitsipas need to do to give himself a chance. So I'll go through a few things that are kind of front of mind in me. He has to be able to go with Novak early. So, the moment and the nerves and a Grand Slam final and the tension, and you've heard Jill talk about it tonight a lot with the women's final, and it's no different tomorrow night with the men's final. Handling the moment's massive. Once Novak gets to a fast start, so that notion of breaking early, we know he goes on to win 96% of his sets across the last couple of years. So that's trouble. If he's breaking you early, you're not chasing him down.
Yeah.
And then he gets a set in the bank, and he's even harder to track down in set 2, 3, 4 and beyond.
Read Tommy Paul in the semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. So Tsitsipas has got to be able to go with them early. In terms of the Tsitsipas service game, I think it's an underrated part of the Tsitsipas game. And when I'm having a look at the numbers or the data, if you like, one thing that I really do like, because I'm trying to pick out patterns here with Tsitsipas, it's really hard to do. The variety on the Tsitsipas service game, I had a coach earlier in the week say to me, where does he love to serve the first point of his service game? Just look at the first point of all of his service games across the last 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. No discernible pattern. So that's smart, right? That's someone that knows every opponent in the world's doing the homework and looking for a pattern. And do you like that one, or you prefer that one in this scoreline, or this is your favorite one on breakpoint down? There's no real pattern there. And he's got capability. He's got a bomb to all spots on the court. So he's got to have a great serving night out. I think he can be effective when he serves wide to Novak. So I think he's got to be prepared to serve wide, take Novak off the court. We know how well Novak returns. And then he's got to take risks. So he's got to take, I think, educated, calculated, considered risks. When he gets a look at a forehand on third ball, he's got to be prepared to really do some damage with it, is what I believe. And then I think there's the physical component. So Tsitsipas, there's not many that can go with Novak physically, but I think Tsitsipas has won. So if you have a look at the numbers so far from a physical perspective across the event, Tsitsipas is putting in more sprints per match than Novak, more high-intensity changes of direction than Novak. So he's got to do two things. He's got to pack his running shoes and be prepared to keep those numbers up there, Tsitsipas. And then he's got to make it physical for Novak as well. So he's got to bring his weapons to the table and ask some serious questions of Novak, not for 3 sets, but for 4 and 5. I think those are the things that I think of when I think of previewing tomorrow night's match.
Jill, what about in the brain, in the mind, the psyche of these players? Novak has been solid as steel across the last 3 or 4 matches, but Tsitsipas has said he's up for the fight. He wants to play the best in the world.
Yeah, I think he's ready. And obviously they played each other at Roland Garros, and Tsitsipas had a match point in that final. So I think that goes to show you that he has the brains to do it. And I think he has the brains to do it here, even though Djokovic is great on this court, is great at the Australian Open. And I mean, Tsitsipas, he's going to be ready. He's going to know what he has to do. I mean, I agree with Simon. I also feel like you might see Tsitsipas trying to come forward a little bit more. I think you're right. He's going to be back on that backhand, and he's been hitting that return with some good depth, which is going to be important against Djokovic. But he's going to have to reposition himself, look to come forward, try and close some points off at the net, which he's been fantastic at, and he's been doing it more and more often this tournament, which is great to see because he has the capability of doing it. But I think he looks strong in the mind. He just has to know that it's going to be a long match. He has to be willing to stay in the fight for really long periods of time. But I think he's proven that he can do it with that Roland Garros final. Okay, it slipped away from him, but he got to the position, and that's the important. So he knows he can get there.
As we always do, we like to finish with a prediction. So a surname and a scoreline, if you so dare.
With my heart or my head?
I think I'm looking for
They're
head.
different. They're different.
Let's get your
my
head.
head. Oh, I think it's going to be Djokovic.
I think it's Djokovic, but I'm with Jill. I think Tsitsipas can make this really competitive.
All will be revealed on a massive day 14 when it gets underway. Men's final day here at the Australian Open. Jill, Simon, thank you for joining me on the round table.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
I'm Elisa Mertens, and you're listening to AO Radio.
Welcome back to the overnight show on AO Radio. Now, of course, the players are the stars of the show here at the Australian Open, but there are thousands of people working behind the scenes to keep the wheels turning. Angus Delaney caught up with some of these people who work in jobs you probably never expected to see at a tennis tournament. First up, Angus chats with Deepika, the seamstress and tailor at the AO.
Deepika, thank you for joining me on AO Radio. A lot of people might not have heard the Australian Open has their own seamstress. Can you kind of tell me what your job is all about?
All right, so I'm a contractor for Australian Open. So what we do is we do the whole uniform, this is how we start. So we do the hospitality, ball kids, and even umpires. We start in November, we do fittings with Ralph Lauren, and then we alter all the uniforms before January. And then during the Australian Open, we sit on site for players, and we do the sponsors' logos for them. And as they come with the matches, just before matches, they come to us and we just put the sponsor logos. We sew the patches on, and some of them are iron-ons.
Players, do they come in a lot? A lot of people looking to do kind of last-minute changes?
A lot. Actually, this is what it is. It's always last minute, actually. Before every match, they get the sponsors, before maybe half an hour or 45 minutes, and they come to us with the 6 or 7 tops. Okay, can we put the sponsor logos they're playing in, next 1 hour? So, and it changes every year. This year, I would say it was a bit busier than the last year. I will say, it's always last minute.
And other than just sewing on the patches and adding those sponsor things, are there other things that players ask to do?
Yes, a lot. So we actually take in dresses for female players, and sometimes skirts. We need to shorten the length. And then for male players, definitely T-shirts, we do the length shortening, and sometimes the sleeve shortening as well, according to the requirements.
And are there any players that have ever had some sort of outside the box or some different requests over the years?
Oh, yes. I myself love to do tricky jobs. So we get hats sometimes. This year, I got a hat and there was embroidery at the front of the hat, and they wanted to actually unpick the embroidery so they can use the hat. So it was a bit of an exercise for me. So we actually unpicked the whole hat and then put another panel on the hat to hide the embroidery. Or sometime, this year, I got another player who actually had the batches already on on the t-shirts, and it was iron on, and he wanted us to take them off. It's a hard job. Like it's actually impossible. So I watched some YouTube videos to see how I can actually help him. So yeah, it took us 3 hours to take those wedges off and put the new ones on, because the match was like tomorrow. So yeah, we do tricky jobs as well.
How many kind of players do you think come through here every day?
Look, start of the event, we get at least 20 every day. And then as the day goes, like every day gets like less and less, because you know how the main draw, and then then it's a quarterfinal, semifinal, we get like two players a day end of the week, but usually 10 to 20 players every day.
Definitely interesting to get a peek behind the scenes of the AO there. I continue my journey through the unseen and hidden jobs here at the tournament, chatting with Mariam, one of the player hairdressers. Mariam, thank you for joining me on AO Radio, and you're one of the barbers here at Melbourne Park. Could you tell me a little bit about your job and kind of whose hair you cut and what kind of people like to come in here?
Our job is to look after all the players and coaches come through Australian Open, and we have from high profile, low profile, doesn't matter, all just same to us. So we try to do our best. We are the best, I'd love to think. Cut everyone, yeah, and do a lovely haircut for them. Some of them come before match, some of them come after match, some of them, like all different. Sometimes some of them come 3 times during the time they're here, because they love the service and they love how Australian Open provide these services for them like every year. So yeah, they're all like, we try to make this Islam as happy as we can. Yeah, as you know, they come most of them just after Christmas, New Year. So we just try to make them feel special with help of course, Australian Open.
Lovely. And I wonder, how many kind of players do you think have come through so far? We're in the second week of the Australian Open now. How many haircuts do you think you've done, or you and the team have done?
Me and my team almost just in men's department done about 220 people, coaches and players around the world.
So that's a lot of haircutting just for the men's side as well. Do you do kind of a lot of the same style, or do some people do you get a lot of different styles here?
We get lots of different, but lots of them, as a joke, they say they want Australian mullet. And they say, of course, no, don't give me Australian mullet. And I said, what's with mullet? And last year they said, what's with the skin fade? This year there's like the mullet is big for them, and they just, I love them, but not for me, yes. But usually just tidy up, or just sometimes proper haircut. Some of them didn't have a chance, because even the previous tournament, and it was Christmas, New Year, some of them just saved me, please help me. I didn't have a haircut for 3 months. Can you do something for me? Yes. Or make me beautiful, more younger, things like that. They're all really nice people, be honest. Yeah.
Do players like to come in just to kind of feel good before playing a match? Do you think that's part of it?
Definitely, yes. Some of them a bit superstitious. They don't want a haircut at all. But some of them, and especially because we're on the TV, they would love to look happier, more confidence, because they go on TV, so this looks really good. Actually, I want to see one of my coaches right now, and he looked really good, actually. I cut his hair yesterday.
Thank you.
So at least make him happy. They say, I'm going on TV, so can you do something? So I look at it. Sometimes some of them just come for style and dry or something like that too, because they're on TV. Just help the confidence, I guess.
We're now in the second week, so has things been a lot quieter for you? And what's the kind of end of the tournament like for you?
It's not as quiet, but because lots of them left, and some of them, like, they just maybe they're a bit sad because they lost and they have to leave, because they say Melbourne is one of most prominent, most comfortable, and they just all love Tiley, which is the head of the Australian Open. They say they have a best service for them, and they're looking after them here, but they're sad they're leaving, but they have to go, so they come get the haircut to spruce out and look sharp for the next adventure, whatever it is.
Great, Mime. Thank you for joining me on AO Radio.
Gee, it's another world here at Melbourne Park. Quite amazing the amount of people that it takes to put this tournament together. This is the overnight show. Now, we've had the men's doubles final with an Aussie pair featuring, as was the same last year, with Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis getting the win. One of the most effective doubles players, however, is Max Purcell, who picked up a Wimbledon doubles title in 2022. Angus caught up with Max to talk about his pivot to playing singles.
You were playing doubles today, but singles is something that you pointed to as a bit of a priority this year. What kind of prompted your switch from being mainly a doubles-focused player to kind of shifting towards singles?
To be honest, I've always been a singles-focused player. It was just hard last year with the scheduling on the Challenger Tour up until a point of getting enough singles matches on the surfaces that I wanted to play on. Mostly through Europe on clay was what it was offering. And I was like, it's not the schedule I want to play. So I was kind of just like milking the money on the doubles side as much as I could until I felt like there was a schedule that I wanted to play singles with. For the most part, the hardcourt events, the Challenger events has opened up. And yeah, just doubles isn't as fulfilling as singles. And I feel like I got a lot more to give in singles. And I mean, I used to think that it was really hard to kind of push on in doubles and get to that high ranking. But then last year I did it twice in 2 of the slams to get my ranking high enough. So I'm like, I can probably do this again later on. So I'll just use doubles as a bit more fun at the moment and keep the focus on singles.
Have you felt a bit typecast as a doubles player sometimes, maybe in this last year, by outside people?
Yeah, probably outside people a little bit. To be understood, I guess. Not many people win double slams who aren't top 100 singles and think they're still a singles player, so it's relatively warranted, I think. But I think for the people that are inside the tennis world know that I'm just pretty good at doubles, but I'm still a singles player.
And you said it wasn't as fulfilling as you'd hoped, but you did win Wimbledon. That surely must have brought you some sort of fulfillment.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that's one of the reasons why doubles is definitely on the back burners now. Like, I feel like I've done enough in doubles to, one, prove myself and to be happy with in a doubles career. But I've won some big singles matches and I feel just as good after them, but better for longer as well. So it's kind of just like doubles is hit and miss. You can go out there and play really, really well and still lose. Whereas usually when you play really well in singles, you'll win, and vice versa. Play shit, you'll lose. So in doubles, it's just too much up in the air.
But was it tough at all for you to kind of stop that partnership? You and Matt Ebden had done some really great things together. Did you feel like you were kind of leaving that behind?
No, not really. I don't know how much longer Matt's going to play for anyway. So it's not like he's 24 looking to play for the next 10 years. Like, it was always going to fizzle out at some point. And better off now, I think, so he can try and play his last 3 years with the same partner rather than play for 2 years and having to struggle with his last year. But I'm pretty comfortable with a lot of people on the doubles court. Tomo's been great. He listens a lot. He does everything he can. And as long as I gel with the person, it's fine.
Yeah, wonderful. So you are playing with Jordan Thompson as well as doing singles. You're focusing on singles, but you're still playing doubles here at the AO. How much of your training off the court is doubles and how much is singles?
So basically no doubles training now. Tomo and I did a little bit of a sharpening up session yesterday. But for the most part, it was like 35, 40 minutes of single stuff and then a couple of moving spots at the net. So really only a touch on doubles, and I was going to do some more single stuff later, but all the courts got booked up. So I don't feel like I need to train too much for doubles. It's more instinct. It's serving, returning good spots, and then just following the ball at the net. It's not that much work. I think people overcomplicate it a lot with too much thinking, too much tactics. I think it's too much of a fast-paced sport compared to singles. You just need to react. So I don't think there's much training. Works well for me with doubles.
And on the singles court, do you have any goals or any tournaments that you've kind of circled in your calendar this year where you really want to show up?
I got a ranking goal. I want to finish top 100, which would be great. I want to start next year main draw here rather than having to qualify. And I'd like to... I think I'm pretty much in qualifying anyway for Wimbledon, but I'd like to try and, if not get direct into main draw there, but get through to the main draw there. That's a big tournament for me.
Great, Max. Thanks for joining us on AO Radio.
Hi, it's John Pearce here. You're listening to AO Radio.
Rolling through the overnight show, this is AO Radio. Candy Reid, well, she hasn't taken the foot off the gas as the tournament winds down. Candy is out and about talking to many people, including the 2006 runner-up here at Melbourne Park, Marcos Baghdatis.
It's lovely to see you. We're here at the Australian Open where you've been playing a little exhibition doubles. How's it going?
It's going well. Played a few matches already. Just enjoying being back at the slams and playing some tennis. Missed it a bit, missed the crowd, missed the Grand Slam atmosphere, and it's nice to be able to come back and enjoy some tennis with some friends.
You had a lot of success here, didn't you? A final in 2006 where you lost to one Roger Federer. What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I remember that. Every time I come to Australia, I always say that. I mean, it's like I had a Grand Slam at home, let's say, with the crowd, and I had my best moments on a tennis court here in this Grand Slam, and just always a pleasure being back and what I remember about the whole week only of good emotions, you know, and remember in the final that, you know, I had my chance. I was a break and a set up. A set and a breakup against Roger, but you know, couldn't go till the end.
Did you have, after you lost that, did you sort of think, oh, I wish I'd done this, or I wish I'd done that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was only one thing. It wasn't, you know, it was the more mentally. I think I started thinking too much. I started, you know, my mind just slipped and started looking at the future. You know, I started seeing that where I was. You know, I got out of my, let's say, bubble where you're not thinking, and I started thinking a bit too much about the future and didn't stay in the present, and, you know, gave the chance to Roger to, you know, take the opportunity. And when you give a small chance to guys like Roger, you know, he takes it and he starts playing better and he feels it, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you were such a fan favourite as well. As you said, you sort of felt home from home. You won the Australian Open Boys as well. What did the crowd bring to your tennis?
It brought energy, enthusiasm, especially positive energy and love, you know, just love on the court, just so excited to play every match, and yeah, just enjoyed every moment of it, you know, and that's why we play this sport as, you know, this sport especially, you know, I always loved playing in front of people, in front of crowds, because I always had a good interaction with the crowd, and always, you know, I felt that I had fun whenever I was on a tennis court with people. So yeah, it was just an amazing, you know, moments of my life were here with this amazing crowd. And
yeah, you were such a showman, weren't you? It just seemed when you got a crowd that the best of you came out.
Yeah, because I loved it. I loved playing, competing, and especially in front of, you know, any big stadiums with lots of people. And like I said, it wasn't like I was showing off, but it was just my personality. You know, I love people. I love, you know, interacting with people. I love talking to people and hearing their stories. And, you know, and I was that kind of person on the court too, you know, in a way. You know, every match was, you know, interacting with other people and telling my story, and that was it. Yeah.
Did you love the whole life? Because it is tough traveling and all the different countries you're going to, but some people really make the most of it.
I cannot say I loved it all the time. You know, it's not all the time very bright when you're traveling so much and being alone on tour. You know, just you're away from your friends, family, and you know, and sometimes, you know, you feel like lonely, and it's pretty tough, especially when you do it for 16, 17 years. It's not only ups, you know, there is a lot of downs, and but, you know, it's part of life, it's part of the journey, and I absolutely enjoyed every moment of it, because, you know, you learn so much, and you become the person that I became, the person who I am today because of all these experiences, and I have what I have because of all these experiences and all these moments. So, you know, yeah, I loved every moment of it.
And you retired in 2019, and you now have a wife who's a former tennis player and 3 children. Is that right?
Yeah. And yeah, we're just, you know, enjoying that now, and enjoying being a dad, being a husband, and trying to do my best in that job now, and yeah, just blessed and grateful that I'm able to, you know, have the life I have today with a beautiful family.
Some people find it hard to transition from such a structured life where there's so much discipline to then retiring, where you've sort of got your days, they're very much your own. Did you have trouble with that?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough moments for everybody lately. You know, I retired 2019, and then COVID hit the year after. So it was kind of a transition that kind of was made alone. I had no choice about it. So, you know, with the lockdowns and all that, it was okay for me, kind of, because I spent time with my family, I spent time with my kids. There was no other things to do, any other commitments. It was just them and us. And unfortunately, this was the way with COVID, and I actually enjoyed time with them, and got to know my wife a bit more. But yeah, and just happy we you know, we're figuring it out, and we're together, and, you know, I mean, we're enjoying every moment of it, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Your wife, Carolina Sprem, of course. And what does the future hold?
Unknown, you know, future is unknown. we live in the
That's
present.
True.
We try to enjoy every moment, you know. we try not to plan too much ahead because a lot of things can change. Especially we learned that lesson with COVID, and we try to live, every moment, every day, and try to take as much as pleasure out of every day and out of every moment with the family. And of course, we are starting an academy soon in Cyprus, a local tennis club, which we will try to work with the local kids and try to, improve a bit the level in Cyprus. And why not, help kids achieve their dreams, which is maybe being professional tennis players in the future.
Yeah, you really put Cyprus on the map. Have you seen tennis change since you started?
A lot of more kids, more people play tennis, definitely. More clubs, more academies, more everything is getting more and more. And that's... it did change. There is so many more people playing.
That's lovely to hear. You've definitely made an impact, I think, on everybody who watched you. Marcus Baghdatis, thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You're listening to AO Radio Overnight, with the best bits of today's play and a recap of all the action at the Australian Open. Live coverage from Rod Laver Arena resumes in 1 hour. Hey, who's listed in the top 50 ranked players?
It's in the program.
Okay, but I really want to know modern tennis history.
Like I said, get with the program.
But I need it all in one place.
Everything a tennis fan needs is in the Australian Open official program.
Oh yeah, the official program at the AO shop on site.
And Australian newsagents or online at australianopenshop.com.
Ever thought about becoming a tennis coach? Turn your passion into a profession and help the next generation of superstars. Enjoy a healthy and active outdoor lifestyle and positively influence keen young players. A Tennis Australia coaching course will make a career out of what you love. Kickstart your coaching journey today by visiting tennis.com.au/coaches.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Hi, this is Alexi Popperin and you're listening to AO Radio.
Welcome to the overnight show on AO Radio with Jeff Field. Hot, sultry and uncomfortable. That's pretty much how I would describe the conditions here at Melbourne Park. Although having said that, it did cool down quite a lot as the day wore on. Women's Finals Day. Highlights later in the show. But first, let's go to Kate and her guests. It's the Twilight Show.
Good evening and welcome to the Twilight Show. It's day 13 at the Australian Open. My name's Kate Kearns. I'm your host tonight. And this evening I'm joined once again by Eleanor Crooks from Press Association UK. Welcome,
Hi,
Eleanor. Nice to have you back. And Andre Bushko, who's a sports journalist. Andre, welcome. It's your first time on the Twilight Show.
Good evening and well pronounced.
Did I do okay? Because I'm not known for my pronunciations, I have to say. We spoke earlier in the tournament on the importance of junior development programs in developing not only talent but participation in the sport of tennis. Like the Hot Shots program that they have here at the Australian Open, which is a fabulous program. But what do these programs look like in countries where they don't have a Grand Slam event? And you were talking, Andre, just a little earlier around that there's money is so important in some of these countries and about where the kids go. So not so much about programs, but does it come down to the almighty dollar?
It's absolutely right. Yeah, dollars and the traditions, I would say. As you know, before Czech and Slovak Republic, they were together in Czechoslovakia. There is a famous Czechoslovakian school. You can name Navratilova, Lendl, Mandlikova, Sukova. You can go on with Korda, by the way. But so the school is very popular, and because our kids, they have a very big talent whenever they hold a stick, I have to say. So ice hockey and tennis, these are one of the most popular sports along with soccer, football. And if you can remember the player called Jaroslav Drobny, who was playing for Czechoslovakia, ice hockey and tennis, he achieved something it will be never ever repeated. He was a world champion in ice hockey with Czechoslovakia, and he was a Wimbledon winner. I don't think we get that in the future.
I can't think of anyone else that's achieved such diversity in their sporting career.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, so ice hockey world champion and the Wimbledon champion. The other question is that he played later for Egypt for reasons that he had to migrate because of communism. But, you know, these schools and traditions, they are very important, and the money. So it's not much the system. It's how you find these players, how you approach, how you give them conditions and help, how you support them, because many times the parents who are not very rich, they just can't support and they can't travel and can't pay that.
So what does that actually look like then in some of these Eastern Bloc countries?
Well, it depends on hunger, on how the children are hungry to give up and sacrifice everything and just go for drill and throw everything to tennis. It's very hard in men's tennis. It's a little bit easier competition in the women's tennis. That's why you see so many coming from there, because men's tennis worldwide is now in so many countries. But it's about how they are raised in the club, what kind of coaches they get, what are the traditions in these countries, and how much the parents help you. So you had the same with Cibulkova, Hantuchova from our country, if I have to name it. They had very good parents and supporting them. And then the national tennis centers in each country, if they support the children and give them the help, then they have produce. If not, look at Romania. If, for example, they had some great players in the past, like Nastase, Tiriac, Ružići, but then it's lack of money, and then the parents go out. You have Andreescu, who is the Grand Slam winner from Romania, but representing Canada. And then you have Raducanu, who is British, again from Romania, because it's not a very rich country, representing Britain, but it's like a Romanian school, so that's why she's unique.
Yeah, I mean, I just think everybody looks in amazement at the Czechs, don't they? And just this amazing production line. I mean, particularly of female talent, but now maybe men as well, you know. So it's incredible, isn't it? And I think every richer country would look at them and kind of wonder how they do it, because certainly in Britain, you know, we spend millions and millions of pounds every year trying to produce players, and we certainly haven't got the strength in depth that the Czechs has, and that does seem to be more of a system. You know, they all come through the Czech system, don't they, rather than going out to other countries.
I give you a great example. You may remember the name Richard Krajicek.
Certainly do.
Of course.
And again, son of Czechoslovakian sports people. Parents were handball players from Prague and Pilsner, but he was born in Rotterdam, representing Holland. And when he won Wimbledon 1996 against the Maliway Washington in the final, I approached him. He did an interview, and he said, you know, Andre, is this. In Holland, when you get players to top 20, good life, good money, and travel, they're happy, but they don't sacrifice a lot, and they don't do more grill. They don't work hard to get there, and I really, really wanted to win the Wimbledon title. So he beat Sampras there, who was unbeatable in Wimbledon, and he took it to the title, and he explained that, what is it? It's the tradition, love of sport, and a great talent in tennis in Czechoslovakia.
So is there a difference in terms of sort of the juniors and just how determined they are from countries where, you know, in Australia, there's a lot of opportunity to do other things with your life, different sports and different ways to make a living. Can you actually say that? Are the kids in, say, Eastern European countries, are they more determined to find a way to be champions?
Looks like. It looks like, yeah.
And then when I say that, I mean, that's a really general sort of comment to make. It's, you know, obviously you look at individuals and that's not the case, but just generally speaking.
Yes, especially these days with social media, with iPhones, with all this entertainment around, but also with the courts. Because when I spoke to Miloslav Mečír, when he was raised and he played, they could play on the courts till evening, till the dark. Now, these days, the courts are fully booked per hour. You know, 1 hour this child, 1 hour this parents, they booked, everybody wants to play. So you can't just take a court and play till darkness. But it was easier before. These days, the schedule is tough. The child's interests are different. The parents, some of them, they are not that rich to support. So it's a lot of factors coming into that. But also it depends on technique and the coaches. So as I mentioned, what is amazing about the Czech and Slovak tennis school is that they do have a lot of shots and a lot of strategy different to the normal school. They do a lot of improvisation, chip and charge, come to the net and do slice. And so they are quite, you could see even with Korda, Sebastian Korda. He's American, but he doesn't play the typical American style. He plays what his father used to play. Radek Štěpánek is his coach. So he surprised here quite a lot of players and used his style.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting as well to see if the same dynamics kind of carry on, because we've seen now the number of Americans, women and men, it's just incredible, isn't it? And obviously you would have had that in the past, but then it dropped off, and now they've put a real effort into their player production, and it's showing off, isn't it? I mean, what is it, 10 American men are going to be in the top 50 come Monday, and I imagine the women are probably very similar. I mean, that's incredible numbers. So maybe the traditional powers, are they going to come back, having seen the Eastern Europeans kind of come along and steal their thunder in some ways? So I think that's maybe fascinating over the next sort of 10, 20 years or something, to see whether those dynamics stay.
I'm interested in this, the difference in tennis styles from countries, American style of playing, European style of playing, and Novak Djokovic actually mentioned that in one of his press conferences earlier this week. I hadn't actually taken too much notice of that, because you sort of, when I look at tennis, I tend not to look at the countries. I tend just to look at the players and just how they're playing and what that looks like, and not think that that's influenced because of where they've grown up and where their coach has grown up. But apparently it does.
Yes, absolutely. But you can't specify exactly the style, but you can see the main weapons. If you look at the Asian tennis, the legs and the run. And you remember Michael Chang, he could return every ball. You see Nishikori's way of play, because Chang coached Nishikori. And look at the Asian girls as well. So that's the legs. Then you see the Spanish style. It's they raced on clay, so they have this power tennis similar to Nadal's and Alcaraz. That's what you see. Americans, they have big serve. They coached to have big serve, double-handed. Not many players today use one-handed backhand. And the Czechoslovakian school is full of combination and tricks, and they use a brain, to surprise the opponent. So you can see some differences.
The Australian style used to be obviously big serve and volley. What is it now?
Yeah, Australia is difficult, isn't it? I think you have a whole range of different players, to be honest. I don't think maybe the same with Britain. It would have been as well, sort of a big serve, come to the net. And yeah, we have players that still do that, but we have a lot of players that don't as well. So I think maybe Australia and Britain don't quite fit into the mold, but I think the American definitely. I would think if you see an American on the draw sheet, you're thinking big serve, big forehand, to me anyway. So yeah, and obviously like Italians and French, you expect the sort of the flair players, the nice touch, and maybe not the grinding that you see from the Spaniards. So yeah, I think definitely there is still a truism to it, although maybe not quite to the same degree as they used to be.
There is one unique style called Nick Kyrgios style. And obviously...
please explain what that is.
Well, that is very close to serve and volley, to the old Australian style with the huge serve. But, he can hit the winner from any side, anywhere from the court. And if he's concentrated and he's there, he's very dangerous, tough to beat. So Nick is a treasure to Australian tennis with his style. And if he gets some children as an icon following, it could be a great future, because he actually inspires a lot of kids. So it's not bad. And I hope he will get back well and he will be healthy back to produce some great tennis.
Hey, this is Benjamin Bonzi, and you're listening to AO Radio.
You're listening to the Overnight Show on AO Radio. Time now to go straight to the horse's mouth. Let's hear from the man who is the head honcho of the Australian Open. Candy Reid had a chat with the boss, who's been in charge since 2006.
Craig Tiley, CEO of Tennis Australia, very welcome to AO Radio. Thanks for talking with us.
It's good to be here to have a chat.
And we're in your office, and you've got a huge fishbowl, firstly, of gummy worms and chocolates. Yeah. And I happened to see Ash Barty sneaking in while you weren't here earlier. How many people would you say come into the office daily during the Australian Open?
I think we fill that about 20 times a day. So it's a lot everyone does. The players' kids, the guests' kids come in, and there's not many players that don't go in for a little bit of a candy every day. So I mean, I think that's it's just an added benefit. People see it through the window and it looks inviting.
And you're very open, aren't you? It's very much an open door policy here.
It is. the door's not on, if we take the door off, we did this. We've been doing this forever, really, whether it be in the old place or this place. Is we've forever had an open door policy and an open approach to the event and to access. And I'm a big believer in anyone should be able to ask any question anytime. And I have a role of being an ultimate decision maker in it, and this is the role of which person's in this role, and often historically, people in these roles have not been in a position where it's open and available.
Well, that's true. Yeah. It's 10:30 on the second Friday here at the Australian Open, and we're done with tennis for the night. This is early for you, isn't it?
It's actually a really early night, which is nice, but we don't mind the late ones either as well, because you often get 2 matches at night, and in normal circumstances we're having a men's and women's match now following, and I think this is what happens when you sometimes have one match. It can go, I think there was 2 hours 20 minutes in 3 sets, but it was a good match, and we've had some long semi-finals as well. We've had 4 or 5 hour semi-finals. So it just always depends.
And we had a very late night, didn't we, or an early morning, if you consider it. There were quite a few of us left after Andy Murray won that amazing match at 4:05 a.m. So how much sleep do you get during the fortnight?
Well, I think that, we've a couple times we've had, in the last 15 years, twice we've had a match finish past 3, or 3 times a match finish past 3. 2 on the stadium courts and 1 on the outside courts, and that'll happen. So I think that was nearly a 6-hour match that's played, and I think it's obviously the team doesn't get much sleep when you finish that late, but it's kind of like that every night, because even if you have a match that finishes 1 in the morning, then by the time you've packed everything up and dealt with the players leaving and that, it's 2 or 2:30, and then you get back at 3:30, and then you back up again the next day. So but it goes like that for 3 weeks, and then at the end of the 3 weeks you regroup and get some rest and back to proper exercise. And
how long does it take you to regroup?
Too long, or longer, I should say. But look, everyone's in the same boat. But it does. It's we where the players will have maybe 1 or 2 late nights, and obviously they're out there physically competing. It's tough. The staff that run the event have it for, we had the pre-events, the United Cup, the qualifying week, the 2 main weeks here. So they've been 5 weeks on this journey of pretty intense time.
Now, you're a hard guy to get an interview with, mostly because you're always chatting to someone. You're out on court. You're very, very involved, aren't you? How much do you need to delegate and have people do other things for you so you can really concentrate on your job?
Yeah, I think we've got a team that knows what they do, and I think I like to lead by being really accessible, and I'm sure sometimes people think, oh, you get too involved in it, but it's the role. The role ultimately is to ensure that the players are getting what they need and what they want, and that the event is running smoothly. And we've got leaders in each of the areas that do a great job, and they know what they need to do, and then ultimately, when there's a player-related issue or question, it comes directly up to me right away. So I'm not a believer in people going through layers. Players, I'm talking about primarily, going through layers to try and get an answer, or try and get a position, because it just becomes frustrating. So that means it'll have a different level of intensity, because there's a large number of stakeholders to be accountable for. But I think that's worked well for us, and it's a pretty flat, organizational model when it comes to delivering on the event. But I'm a believer in a very flat structure when it comes to running events, and in real time being able to be very agile.
And I'm sure you've learned much over the years. Can you remember in 2013 when you first took the post in your first Australian Open? You must have been very green, a lot of learning to do.
Oh, I think you learn every year. Even this year. So every year we do a debrief of the event. After COVID, it was very tough years, and did a debrief. What can you do differently? What can you do better? You celebrate what you did well. You identify what you can improve on, and you get the team to be mobilized to improve on those things. And this was a year post-COVID. It's the first time we've actually come back to a normal event, where we haven't had COVID restrictions and travel restrictions, and it's been difficult for the team. A lot of new people, because during COVID we had a high turnover, which most experienced, and so you make mistakes and you learn from them, and people know that I view a mistake as or an issue as a learning opportunity, not as an opportunity to point a finger or to or to make it difficult for someone, but it's a learning opportunity. As an organization, if you can keep learning as an individual, if you can keep learning, then I think you can be able to deliver a better product. There were many areas this year we did really well, and many areas that we can continue to improve. And we'll go through a debrief over the next couple of weeks and figure out what it is. I mean, one of the areas I know the players want feedback is on the schedule, and really interestingly, what's really important in all this stuff is the data and the points, the number of points, the time that a point takes in tennis over the last 5 years is only increased 0.2 seconds year on year. So most players think points are lasting longer, but actually the data is indicating that the points are not lasting longer. So it's 0.2 seconds. And then, so when we've looked at the time, that it takes for for length of matches, there's a number of factors, and so it's not the points because that's evidence, but it's probably the time between the points. And since we introduced the shot clock or the serve clock, players are realizing they can take the time, and the officials are only starting the clock when someone's ready to either return or to serve, and as a result there's lots of evidence that, and then also in COVID having to pick up, go back and pick up your towels. And that has also created extra time. So we're seeing extra time not being so much during the point, but we're seeing extra time being between points.
So how will that affect the schedule, do you think, in the years to come?
Well, I think I would like to start opening up the question is, why don't we have no lets?
I like that.
Why do we still have lets? We're really old-fashioned having lets. So let's just cut to the chase. I was part of the group in college tennis 20 years ago that got rid of lets and took the players 2 days to get used to it, and then it was fine. We still have this warming up with your opponent, which is kind of interesting. Probably the only sport we have a bit of a warm-up with your opponent. Does that take time? I think we've got to be more vigilant around the serve clock and look at that again. It's 25 seconds. Well, how about 20 secones? Maybe bring some time back.
Especially if it's an ace or a return missed or something like that.
Maybe that, yeah. And to really have a look at that. I've always been intrigued about looking at, we over here, we've trialed fast four as a format. We've trialed one serve as a format, and I do believe in Grand Slams, 3 out of 5 sets is the uniqueness of the matches, and 2 out of 3 in the women. I think there's a lot of uniqueness to that. I'm not a believer of that you play a certain number of sets at the beginning of the tournament and then increase the number of sets at the end of the tournament. I think that defeats the purpose of the battle from the beginning and underdogs having an opportunity to have a go. So I think we need to look at the format. But for me, simple things is we know taking the lets out will save some time. We know being more reviewing how we administer the shot clock. Is there a more creative way to manage the towels now with COVID? You have big courts, big stadium courts that have much larger backdrops or distances at the back of the court. So let's bring this back out and have the conversation. Let's have the conversation. But again, the data will tell you the length of the points aren't increasing.
Yes.
It's marginal, 0.2 seconds year on year, which is nothing. But what is increasing is the time between the points. Now, whether that's recovery time, a lot of players will say because the points are longer, they need more time to recover. But the data is showing the points are not longer, and therefore is the recovery time as a result of the shot clock? I don't know. Picking up the tail? I don't know. TV time? I don't know. These are all things we need to look at. I think that can shorten the match. It's also important to understand the actual schedule that's set in each country, and it can be a bit different. In Australia, for example, showing sport live before 7 o'clock you simply cannot do because 6 to 7 is the news hour. And you don't go in the news hour. You get nothing on TV if you go in the news hour. And then, of course, we have a day session. So your day session finishes at 5 or 6. So there's a lot of things that, that are going to be considered in it. But interestingly, I've just pulled out the last 5 years of the schedule and looked at the average time of how late we finish compared to each year, and there's not much difference.
Really?
Well, it does feel longer because we had a couple of late nights.
Yes.
And there were some longer matches early, but we also had heat and rain, which contributed to those really tough scheduling period.
And of course, you have to deal with that. Luckily, you have 3 covered courts, which certainly helps, which you haven't had in the future. Before the tournament begins, how much preparation is there? When do you start preparing for the next Australian Open?
We did already last year, so we started a lot of the work leading into the event proceeding, And now we'll go. Our strategy, our plan and strategy now is that everyone will take the next 4 days to pack up the site until Thursday. Then from Friday this week until the following week, everyone gets that entire 6 working days. It ends up being about 12 days off, 11 days off, and then we come back and we go right into our strategy planning, and we then get our operational plan in place up until April the 7th. And on April the 7th, we shut the business down for 2 weeks.
Okay.
And everyone takes a break. That's our Christmas, because we don't get the Christmas period, because we're planning with events. So those 2 weeks it's shut down, and then we come back and we start the operational delivery of the event for the next year.
When I've spoken to tournament directors at 250 events, which are much lower down, the astonishing thing, I think, is the amount of towels and the amount of water bottles that are used. Can you give me some idea about how many towels and water bottles you go through?
It's thousands. I don't have the exact number, but there's a lot more. These are very sought after towels. So most players will grab all the towels they can get their hands on, put in their bag. Many throw it at the stand. So, we're any given time we walk with 8 towels onto the court, and then if you think those will go, and you have 60 matches a day, and you can quickly do the math. And 8's the minimum. Sometimes it's 12. Sometimes it's 16. So towels go very, very quickly. They're a hot commodity, and water bottles similarly too. Is we've had as part of our sustainability strategy is hitting our carbon zero targets here in the future years, but part of it has also been the recycling of any form of waste, and so we've spent a lot of money and on that as well. But those numbers will come out after the event, but it's going to be in the thousands.
Well, Craig, it's been absolutely fascinating to talk to you. I wish you all the very best, and hopefully you will get a little bit of rest after the 2023 Australian Open.
Sorry, I'm glad we finally got to speak, because running these events is not that easy.
No, thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. Go and get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Elisa Mertens, and you're listening to AO Radio.
This is the Overnight Show. Jeff Field with you. Time now to listen in to the Roundtable Conversation with John Hoovenars and guests from the AO podcast.
It was a battle worthy of a championship match, and a deserving winner held the trophy aloft at the end of the day. Joining me at the round table today to dissect Sabalenka's win are commentator Jill Krabis and gig analyst Simon Ray. And Jill, it started with a double fault for Sabalenka and sort of heart-in-your-mouth moments at times throughout that match, but she was a deserving winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was a very high-quality match from both. We knew there weren't going to be a lot of long points. They both hit with such power and pace off the ground. So we knew there were going to be a lot of long rallies. It was going to come down to the motions. I was thinking, okay, we know Rybakina has that Wimbledon title, so she has a little bit more experience of coming through. But Sabalenka has been through so much. She's been to a few semifinals and Grand Slams. She showed in those semifinals in the past that she got overwhelmed by the pressure. She even admitted it. So today, that's why there were so many emotions at the end. She was able to get through, and it was just great to see. I think I know it was a little bit of a tense last game, but she held her nerve so well. I think what really impressed me was that she kept taking her time, and her team in the box was getting very animated. They were showing a lot of fire and passion, but she just kept so focused. She didn't look up a few times and just stayed on her side of the court, and I thought she did a phenomenal job mentally.
Wow, what a final. I thought from a level perspective in terms of ball striking and weapons and the entertainment or the battle that was on display, I thought it was as good a final as I can recall seeing at the Australian Open. I thought it was an outstanding final, outstanding contest. And I think, as we mentioned last night, John, in previewing the match, I think it's kind of justice for Aryna Sabalenka, and what a competitor and what a mentally tough, resilient, determined performance it's been, not just tonight, but if you put it in rewind and look back 12 months and then play that journey out across the corresponding 12-month period, and it comes to that kind of crowning glory moment tonight. And I think that's really, really richly deserved for an athlete to grab a hold of the moment like that.
Now, there's a documentary in the making, isn't it? The Sabalenka story over the past 12 months. Take us a little bit more through the emotional journey of the match for Aryna Sabalenka. She dropped that first set, and early stages of the second could very easily have relinquished a break and it could have been over before we knew it. But to her credit, things went a different way.
Yeah, just watching both of them, the way their demeanor was on the court, I thought they handled themselves very well. There were a few back and forths, a lot of tense moments. As you mentioned, the beginning of the second set was pretty tight. And I think, those emotions are so hard to just get through moment to moment. It's not just about that last point coming through the end. It's about learning how to manage them throughout the entire match. And that's not easy to do because you can feel so many ups and downs throughout a match that goes either way. So it is really tough, but that's why I think it was so great to see their demeanor, and both of them had great positive energy. There were a couple moments Rybakina looked like she got a little bit flustered, but rebounded well. And that's what the best players do. They're able to let it go. And that's what Sabalenka did phenomenally today, that maybe she wasn't able to do as well in the past. She let the emotions get the better of her, and today she managed them so well. But I think that goes back to practicing that, being able to put yourself in those situations and learning how to practice and manage it. And I thought she did that really, really well.
Looking ahead now to day 14 and the men's final, Novak Djokovic on the verge of extending his record of currently 9 Australian Open titles. Standing in his way, Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's a 13th career meeting between the pair, Jill, but the last 9 have gone the way of the Serb.
Yeah, so Djokovic obviously is the favorite. I do think that Tsitsipas has the game to beat him. Now, I know this is Novak's court, pretty much, but there's always a first. And obviously Djokovic is favored in this matchup, but I feel like Tsitsipas has been playing very, very well. It's the most, I would say, authoritative that I've seen him, in command out there. He's not getting those slight moments of emotions that overtake him sometimes. I think he's looked, I guess, similar to Sabalenka, who's really kind of honed in a little bit. And I feel that way about Tsitsipas as well. There were moments, against Khachanov where he was trying to close it out in the third set and couldn't, got a little tight. Understandably, that happens a lot. It can happen, of course. Yep. But I think it's going to be the same situation for him about being able to handle the moment, being able to break through, because I definitely feel like he has the game to beat Djokovic.
I really like it from Jill, and I had a feeling, John, that you were going to pose the question. So I think we're all thinking we likely know the outcome, and we're all in a position right now where we've got to say Djokovic goes in as the overwhelming favourite. So the conversation shifts really quickly to what does Tsitsipas need to do to give himself a chance. So I'll go through a few things that are kind of front of mind in me. He has to be able to go with Novak early. So, the moment and the nerves and a Grand Slam final and the tension, and you've heard Jill talk about it tonight a lot with the women's final, and it's no different tomorrow night with the men's final. Handling the moment's massive. Once Novak gets to a fast start, so that notion of breaking early, we know he goes on to win 96% of his sets across the last couple of years. So that's trouble. If he's breaking you early, you're not chasing him down. Yeah. And then he gets a set in the bank, and he's even harder to track down in set 2, 3, 4 and beyond.
Read Tommy Paul in the semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. So Tsitsipas has got to be able to go with them early. In terms of the Tsitsipas service game, I think it's an underrated part of the Tsitsipas game. And when I'm having a look at the numbers or the data, if you like, one thing that I really do like, because I'm trying to pick out patterns here with Tsitsipas, it's really hard to do. The variety on the Tsitsipas service game, I had a coach earlier in the week say to me, where does he love to serve the first point of his service game? Just look at the first point of all of his service games across the last 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. No discernible pattern. So that's smart, right? That's someone that knows every opponent in the world's doing their homework and looking for a pattern, and do you like that one, or you prefer that one in this scoreline, or this is your favorite one on breakpoint down. There's no real pattern there, and he's got capability. He's got a bomb to all spots on the court. So he's got to have a great serving night out. I think he can be effective when he serves wide to Novak. So I think he's got to be prepared to serve wide, take Novak off the court. We know how well Novak returns. And then he's got to take risks. So he's got to take, I think, educated, calculated, considered risks. When he gets a look at a forehand on third ball, he's got to be prepared to really do some damage with it, is what I believe. And then I think there's the physical component. So Tsitsipas, there's not many that can go with Novak physically, but I think Tsitsipas is one. So if you have a look at the numbers so far from a physical perspective across the event, Tsitsipas is putting in more sprints per match than Novak, more high-intensity changes of direction than Novak. So he's got to do two things. He's got to pack his running shoes and be prepared to keep those numbers up there, Tsitsipas. And then he's got to make it physical for Novak as well. So he's got to bring his weapons to the table and ask some serious questions of Novak, not for 3 sets, but for 4 and 5. I think those are the things that I think of when I think of previewing tomorrow night's match.
Jill, what about in the brain, in the mind, the psyche of these players? Novak has been solid as steel across the last 3 or 4 matches, but Tsitsipas has said he's up for the fight. He wants to play the best in the world.
Yeah, I think he's ready. And obviously they played each other at Roland Garros, and Tsitsipas had a match point in that final. So I think that goes to show you that he has the brains to do it. And I think he has the brains to do it here, even though Djokovic is great on this court, is great at the Australian Open. And I mean, Tsitsipas, he's going to be ready. He's going to know what he has to do. I mean, I agree with Simon. I also feel like you might see Tsitsipas trying to come forward a little bit more. I think you're right. He's going to be back on that backhand, and he's been hitting that return with some good depth, which is going to be important against Djokovic. But he's going to have to reposition himself, look to come forward, try and close some points off at the net, which he's been fantastic at, and he's been doing it more and more often this tournament, which is great to see because he has the capability of doing it. But I think he looks strong in the mind. He just has to know that it's going to be a long match. He has to be willing to stay in the fight for really long periods of time. But I think he's proven that he can do it with that Roland Garros final. Okay, it slipped away from him, but he got to the position, and that's important. So he knows he can get there.
As we always do, we like to finish with a prediction. So a surname and a scoreline, if you so dare.
With my heart or my head?
I think I'm looking for
They're
head.
They're different.
Let's get your
my
head.
head. Oh, I think it's going to be Djokovic.
I think it's Djokovic, but I'm with Jill. I think Tsitsipas can make this really competitive.
All will be revealed on a massive day 14 when it gets underway. Men's final day here at the Australian Open. Jill, Simon, thank you for joining me on the round table.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Hi, it's John Pearce here. You're listening to AO Radio.
Welcome back to the overnight show on AO Radio. Now, of course, the players are the stars of the show here at the Australian Open, but there are thousands of people working behind the scenes to keep the wheels turning. Angus Delaney caught up with some of these people who work in jobs you probably never expected to see at a tennis tournament. First up, Angus chats with Deepika, the seamstress, and Taylor at the AO.
Deepika, thank you for joining me on AO Radio. A lot of people might not have heard the Australian Open has their own seamstress. Can you kind of tell me what your job is all about?
All right, so I'm a contractor for Australian Open. So what we do is we do the whole uniform, this is how we start. So we do the hospitality, ball kids, and even umpires. We start in November, we do fittings with Ralph Lauren, and then we alter all the uniforms before January. And then during the Australian Open, we sit on site for players, and we do the sponsors' logos for them. And as they come with the matches, just before matches, they come to us and we just put the sponsor logos. We sew the patches on, and some of them are iron-ons.
Players, do they come in a lot? A lot of people looking to do kind of last-minute changes?
A lot. Actually, this is what it is. It's always last minute, actually. Before every match, they get the sponsors, before maybe half an hour or 45 minutes, and they come to us with the 6 or 7 tops. Okay, can we put the sponsor logos they're playing in, next 1 hour? So, and it changes every year. This year, I would say it was a bit busier than the last year. I will say it's always last minute.
And other than just sewing on the patches and adding those sponsor things, are there other things that players ask to do?
Yes, a lot. So we actually take in dresses for female players, and sometimes skirts. We need to shorten the length. And then for male players, definitely T-shirts, we do the length shortening, and sometimes the sleeve shortening as well, according to the requirements.
And are there any players that have ever had some sort of outside the box or some different requests over the years?
Oh, yes. I myself love to do tricky jobs. So we get hats sometimes. This year, I got a hat and there was embroidery at the front of the hat, and they wanted to actually unpick the embroidery so they can use the hat. So it was a bit of an exercise for me. So we actually unpicked the whole hat and then put another panel on the hat to hide the embroidery. Or sometime, this year, I got another player who actually had the batches already on the t-shirts, and it was iron on. And he wanted us to take them off. It's a hard job. Like it's actually impossible. So I watched some YouTube videos to see how I can actually help him. So yeah, it took us 3 hours to take those badges off and put the new ones on, because the match was like tomorrow. So yeah, we do tricky jobs as well.
How many kind of players do you think come through here every day?
Look, start of the event, we get at least 20 every day. And then as the day goes, like every day gets like less and less, because you know how the main draw, and then then it's a quarterfinal, semifinal, we get like two players a day end of the week, but usually 10 to 20 players every day.
Definitely interesting to get a peek behind the scenes of the AO there. I continue my journey through the unseen and hidden jobs here at the tournament, chatting with Mariam, one of the player hairdressers. Mariam, thank you for joining me on AO Radio, and you're one of the barbers here at Melbourne Park. Could you tell me a little bit about your job and kind of whose hair you cut and what kind of people like to come in here?
Our job is to look after all the players and coaches come through Australian Open, and we have from high profile, low profile, doesn't matter, all just same to us. So we try to do our best. I mean, we are the best, I'd love to think. Cut every, yeah, and do a lovely haircut for them. Some of them come before match, some of them come after match, some of them, like all different. Sometimes some of them come 3 times during the time they're here, because they love the service and they love how Australian Open provide these services for them like every year. So yeah, they're all like, we try to make this Islam as happy as we can. Yeah, as you know, they come most of them just after Christmas, New Year. So we just try to make them feel special with help of course, Australian Open.
Lovely. And I wonder, how many kind of players do you think have come through so far? We're in the second week of the Australian Open now. How many haircuts do you think you've done, or you and the team have done?
Me and my team almost just in men's department done about 220 people, coaches and players around the world.
So that's a lot of haircutting just for the men's side as well. Do you do kind of a lot of the same style, or do some people do you get a lot of different styles here?
We get lots of different, but lots of them, as a joke, they say they want Australian mullet. And they say, of course, no, don't give me Australian mullet. And I said, what's with mullet? And last year they said, what's with the skin fade? This year there's like the mullet is big for them, and they just, I love them, but not for me. Yes, but usually just tidy up, or just sometimes proper haircut. Some of them didn't have a chance, because even the previous tournament, and it was Christmas, New Year, some of them just said me, please help me. I didn't have a haircut for 3 months. Can you do something for me? Yes. Or make me beautiful, more younger, things like that. They're all really nice people, to be honest.
Welcome to AO Radio. Thank you for joining us again ahead of all the action on day 14. I'm Jordan Zock, joined by Steve Pearce. Steve, welcome.
Jordan, good afternoon. What a beautiful day. It's not too sunny, but all is set for a couple of big finals, and the first of which the women's doubles, which we're really looking forward to bringing you on AO Radio this afternoon, and then the big one tonight, Tsitsipas and Djokovic. Can't wait.
Indeed. So we're obviously coming off the back of the women's singles final last night, and this is how we called it on AO Radio.
Off forehand from Sabalenka, anticipated by Rebecca. Dead net court. Sabalenka scrambles across it with the backhand. It's a passing winner from Rebecca. Little bit of a shame there for Sabalenka. The net court forced us to completely reroute, and even in the forecourt, put on the back foot. Hopefully lands the second delivery. No, she's missed it. It's a double fault, and she this time flings her arms up, not in anger, Sabalenka, but in despair at what she's just done. She has gift-wrapped the break back to her opponent after fighting so hard to get back on level terms.
Sabalenka can unload, chooses not to, though, and has to backpedal to the baseline. Then the drop shot from Rebecca is a superb one.
So maybe a little tactical error there from Sabalenka.
Low over the net with the backhand, switching onto the forehand. Sabalenka goes heavily, covered off by Rebecca. Oh, that's too good in the opposite corner, isn't it? Sabalenka at the net, puts away the easy overhead. The crowd is just utterly entranced as Sabalenka serves an ace. Wow. Brilliantly. That's terrific. terrific stuff from Aryna Sabalenka, and she shows her mettle. It might be called a close call, but it was in, and we are going the distance in the women's singles final tonight. Backhand covered off by Rybakina. It's coming at such pace from Sabalenka, but Rybakina's holding firm. Now she gets the shorter ball and attacks it with the backhand. Sabalenka really low, brilliant pick-up from Rybakina. That's the point of the match. Serves onto the backhand of Sabalenka. It was on the half volley. Rybakina did really well, but she's stranded. Puts up a defensive ball. She's still in this. What's the smash like? Yes! She breaks serve. Aryna Sabalenka slams it away. And is that the critical moment of this women's final? Aryna Sabalenka, championship point again for the 4th time. She serves down the middle. The forehand is really good again from Rybakina. She goes cross-court, Rybakina. It's met by Sabalenka. Oh, that's too deep. That's too deep from Rybakina. And Aryna Sabalenka collapses on Rod Laver Arena, shaking with the emotion of having broken through all the serving woes. The anxiety is coming out of her right now. She is the Australian Open champion. She's beaten Elena Rybakina 4-6, 6-3, 6-4 in just under 2.5 hours of high drama on centre court. And now the players embrace. It's her first major title, and what a way to win.
So, Steve, as you called it yourself, it was her first major title.
Yes.
You sat in for the second and third sets of the match.
I did.
Where she came back after dropping the first. How did you see the game?
It was a really good contest. It was pretty tight, and it was actually hard to call. You know, we were looking at this match, Jordan, before the start of proceedings yesterday, and it was pretty hard to split them. To be fair, like there was very little weakness. They both had not vastly dissimilar styles. You know, huge serves, big ground strokes, great pedigree. Obviously, Rybakina had the Wimbledon title, and at that stage, Aryna had never won one of the big ones. But it was interesting. I thought Rybakina settled earlier into the contest. She looked more at home, but Sabalenka is made of some really stern stuff in this tournament, and she has acquired or reacquired the belief in herself. And, you know, she served a number of double faults. I can't remember the exact number now off the top of my head. I think it was 6, maybe one more. And she put herself under a lot of pressure, but where the Aryna Sabalenka of last year and the year before might have crumbled, fallen just short, she managed to redouble and stand firm against Rybakina. I thought Rybakina's serve let her down a bit on the night. Look, and it was high pressure stuff. Both these women go for kind of wham bam tennis, like, you know, first hit. So there were some mistakes, but there was some great shot making as well. It really was, I think, as we called it at the time, a match full of high drama. You never knew quite what was going to happen until Rybakina finally went long there on match point, because I didn't have 100% confidence that Aryna was going to hit the winner to win the title. And look, maybe Rybakina, even if she'd broken there, she would have had to serve to stay in it, and that releases the pressure a bit. Like, it just could have gone either way right up to the final point. And I guess that's all you want in a tennis match, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Especially in a final.
Talking about the serving, I thought especially at the start of the game, I mean, we went through 3 or 4 games for both girls in a flash. They're very strong on their serve, but as you did say, that they did tighten up a little bit. But I think that's something with Sabalenka. Her and her coaches this week have been very frank, talking about how she's made a lot of changes in the past year and almost reinvented her serve, and it's become one of her big strengths now.
That's exactly right. And, you know, and it's not just a mental battle for her, but there was some physical, some biometric changes as well, which has given her more confidence and more belief and more reliability. It's still wobbly. Like, I mean, if she comes to a crunch situation at one of the big tournaments this year and she wobbles and double faults, you know, at a critical point, I don't think anyone's going to be shocked. I think we saw last night that there's still, and, you know, you can see her reaction, but where it used to eat her up and consume her and effectively do in her chances, she was able to throw the wry smile or glance over at her coach's box or whatever it might have been and do what all the very top players need to do, which is put that point aside, put it in history, focus on this one. And that was a big difference last night. You know, she'd got to semis before, but never quite got through to the big dance, as it's called. And she did it last night, and she held firm against a really tough competitor. Great fortnight for Rybakina as well, like really great fortnight. You know, a lot of people in this time zone, I mean, you know what it's like trying to watch the big tournaments during the year. You know, you've got to be pretty dedicated and stay up. And, of course, you know, you and I probably do stay up and watch, you know, as many of the big matches at Roland Garros and Wimbledon as we can. But a lot of people don't, right? So when Rybakina comes in as a bit of an unknown here and people see Wimbledon champion, they're like, really? What happened there? Like, I didn't. Anyway, I think she showed over this fortnight to everybody who wasn't lucky enough to see that run to the Wimbledon title last year why she is such a good player. She's going to jump into the top 10. She should have been there anyway if it hadn't been for the ranking points debacle with Wimbledon and the tours last year. Hopefully that won't be repeated this year. Anyway, we'll see. But she's genuine top player. Great big tick for her. Massive tick, obviously, for Sabalenka. Like, it's fantastic for her. I'm so happy for her. And you could see what it meant to her.
Speaking about that with Rybakina jumping into the top 10, it was mentioned on court as well after the match that this could be really birthing a new rivalry between the two girls and bringing themselves to the forefront of the women's tennis game. Do you think that's something that we're going to see moving forward?
Well, I don't know. I can see some sanitizer and wipes there, but I can't see a crystal ball. That's the problem. Yes, it could be, but who knows? It's so hard to know. You know, for the rivalries to really kick in, you know, whatever it might be, you know, the women's game, you know, you've got to have that consistency. You've got to have the top players delivering not just the consistent wins in the majors, but also getting to finals and semis. And that's been a little bit lacking over the last few years. I mean, you look back over the history of this tournament, for example, like Hingis made 6 finals in a row.
That's
like
a lot.
That. That's consistency. We know Serena's record here. Okay, there were a couple of up and down years, but generally she was always there at the pointy end. Always, as a rule. Steffi Graf. You know, you can go back and see the great players in the game. We did this on the men's side with Jimmy Connors the other night. We were looking at just how many, like he made 31 semi-finals in his career. And he played here twice. Missed about 8 or 9 French Open. So you just, you know, the consistency, that's what you need. So for the great rivalries, very long answer anyway, long-winded, Sabalenka and Rybakina can't just do what they've done here this week, but they've got to do it again in France. They've got to do it again at Wimbledon, and, you know, we'll let them off like 1 or 2. Like, not everyone can deliver it in every tournament, but, you know, that's what we want to see. You want to see those top players up there with Swiatek, you know, whoever it is, Elsa, you know, Caroline Garcia. Can they keep delivering? Can they, you know, because so often people get to the top and then they drift and then they might come back and then they go again. You know, last year, you know, you think Danielle Collins, you think Kenin, you know, and I know there's injuries and I know there's difficulties and there's stuff going on off court, but, you know, at the end of the day, for rivalries, it's got to be consistently. They've got to be going head-to-head deep in tournaments. That's why Djokovic, Federer, Nadal and Murray was so enthralling for that period of time. And you know, Novak's still not done.
And so we'll cast our eyes over to the men's now with the men's final tonight. It is Djokovic going for his 10th Australian Open title.
It is.
Tsitsipas looking to break through and grab his first.
Yes.
A repeat of the 2021 Roland Garros final where some people think that Tsitsipas, you know, should have run away with the victory, but obviously in 5 sets.
That's harsh.
Yeah.
Not many people have run away with victories over Novak over the years. No one's obviously ever done it here, ever. Yes, Tsitsipas was 2 sets up, but Djokovic he's one of the, I mean, you know, whether he's the greatest or one of the greats, whatever, but those guys don't go away. And that's one of the great conversations around tonight is, you know, it's one thing to take a set off Djokovic, it's another thing to take 2, but you've got to take 3 to beat him. That's an enormous challenge. You know, this guy is never beaten. He's like, you know, for mentality, he is like Nadal. You know, Nadal, you know, 12 months ago, he's 2 sets down against Medvedev. Had no right to really be in that final coming off like the injury problems he'd had. But was he beaten? No. Is Tsitsipas beaten at 2 sets to love down tonight? As Stephanie Miles pops her head in the box. She'll be in shortly for this women's doubles final. yes, Tsitsipas, if he goes 2 sets to love down, that's a mountain to climb to him. But Djokovic 2 sets to love down, I don't know. I think there'll be a lot of people in here thinking, no, he's probably still favourite.
So that never say die attitude that you talk about.
Yeah.
And he always, never know if he goes down 2 sets. I think nine out of 10 people would still expect him to win the match. And that's what makes him so great.
I think so. But, what Stefanos brings to the court tonight is an all-court game. Great variety, great consistency, enormous self-belief. He's ready. He's absolutely ready. He's played really well this fortnight. He's very much earned his place in the final, but he comes up against the guy who owns this court. He doesn't lose here. Gets to the semi-finals, he wins every time. Records are there to be broken, I know. That was a conversation I had with Jill last night. But it's a massive challenge for Steph tonight. Like, it's a massive challenge. There's no, right now, Nadal in the final at Roland Garros or Djokovic here, that's the 2 biggest challenges in men's tennis. So he's got one of them. Djokovic actually proved to be a bit hard at Roland Garros for him last year as well. So, but it's got 4 or 5 sets written on it. But you'd be hard pushed to be the person who says the favourite is Tsitsipas.
Absolutely. So right now, just after the pre-show, we've got the women's doubles final.
Yes, we do, which we're looking forward to enormously.
Obviously it's the Czech girls, the number 1 seeds, Krejcikova and Siniakova.
Yes.
Coming up against the Japanese pairing, Aoyama and Shibahara. They knocked off the number 2 seeds American pairing in the semi-final.
They did.
Bit of a surprise to some, but...
Yes, but the Japanese pairing are a very good doubles pairing. And, they were outstanding that day. And it's going to be a good contest. But you're right, in double, it's not the equivalent of a Djokovic situation. But, Krejcikova and Siniakova, my word, they are enormous in the doubles arena. And they may well have won all 4 majors last year if it hadn't been for Barbora coming down with COVID just before the French. So, this is an enormous challenge. It's one thing to beat Goff and Pegula, 2 of the great singles players. Play doubles as well, but we know where their focus is. But these guys are 100% focused. They deliver big titles for fun, and recently, certainly the last couple of years, they've been way and above the rest. So it's a big challenge for the Japanese pairing.
Definitely, and it's, as you said, winning 3 out of 4 slams last year, could have been 4 had it not been for COVID. They're really almost cementing themselves as the most dominant female doubles pairing at the moment on tour.
Oh, I think they're cemented. I think they're cemented as the most dominant. Look, everything's there for challenges. Everything's there to be changed and broken. And Aoyama and Shibahara will, I think, give a very good account of themselves today. It's going to be an interesting contest. But again, Krejcikova, Siniakova, hot favourites.
Absolutely. It's currently 22 degrees in Melbourne, dropping to about 20 for the men's final tonight. Thank you for joining us on the pre-show.
Live around the grounds on 99.7 FM. Coming to you via the internet at ausopen.com. And in the palm of your hand with the official Australian Open smartphone app. Here's all the highlights from the Australian Open.
It's the final day of the Australian Open for 2023. Don't cry. But we're all going to have a small tear here. Stephanie Miles is going to come in alongside me here, Steve Pearce, on Rod Laver Arena for the women's doubles final, which is upcoming here on AO Radio. And then, of course, the big one tonight, which we're really looking forward to bringing you on AO Radio, Stefanos Tsitsipas against Novak Djokovic to decide the men's singles and the final match of this 2023 championships, the year that we've returned to full crowds. COVID's still around. We all know it's still around, but I've found a way to manage it, and full crowds back at Melbourne Park. All players present who are fit and able to be here. It's just the way we like it, and it's delivered us some tremendous matches over the last fortnight, and we've got a couple of really good ones still ahead of us. Firstly, the women's doubles final. Now, Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova, the top seeds, are the top seeds for a reason, because in recent times they don't tend to lose much. It has happened occasionally. They were beaten in the tour finals at the end of last year, but they go in as red-hot favourites this afternoon against Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, the Japanese pairing who saw off Goff and Pegula the other day. Little and large, if you like. Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio, and alongside me is Steph Miles again for the final time, though, this fortnight.
That's it. I mean,
this year.
It feels like a year, but yet it's gone by so quickly, right?
Yes, it has. And February lurks, which shows that we're well on with 2023 as well.
Oh, my God. I was doing some travel planning for Indian Wells in Miami earlier on today, and I'm just like, no, I'm just not ready for another road trip. But that's not even being finished. But that's kind of how it is. It never ends.
It's how it is, isn't it? It's February on Wednesday, and then suddenly Indian Wells is next month.
Yep.
And that's how quickly it all moves along. So, Steph, go on, let's get your thoughts on last night first.
I thought it was pretty interesting. I watched some of it inside the stadium, and I listened to some of it on television, and I thought it was kind of amusing that the commentators were saying, we've never seen such a hard-hitting battle ever, this and that, as though they had never gone through the Williams sisters, Capriati, Celis Davenport era. And I know one of them did because she played against them, but I thought it was sort of a little bit over the top. It was interesting because people have been talking so much about Rybakina's serve.
Yep.
And basically glossing over the fact that Sabalenka has a heck of a serve, and what she has that Rybakina doesn't have is a good second serve. I mean, we're talking normal conditions, no service yips, all of that kind of stuff. What she has is a second serve that goes in the 150s and last night into the 160s. And Rybakina has a kind of a puffball second serve that people don't seem to attack often enough. Well, Sabalenka did.
She did.
Yeah, and she went for it with her own second serve, and she was rewarded. And so it was an interesting, even though it was basically a bang-bang battle, there was a lot to it. And Sabalenka and Rybakina in the first set was just kind of pushing the ball, relatively speaking. Still hitting it with a good pace, obviously. Kind of waiting to see or hoping that Sabalenka would kind of be making all the mistakes and she'd win the points that way. It sort of worked, but not really. And then later on she realized it didn't. She started putting a little more pace on the ball, but by then Sabalenka was absolutely on a roll. And I'll tell you what, it was great to see. We've talked so much about, mental health and problems and so many women having issues and this and that. And Sabalenka is one who seems to have worked things out in a positive direction. And that's the only thing she was missing because, in my view, she's the most talented player out there. Had her as my pick before the tournament. FYI. Yeah.
FYI, and we can go back through the log to check that, but we don't need to. Steph doesn't make that stuff up. She picked her, and Sabalenka won the title. I was saying earlier, though, I still wouldn't be surprised. Like, it's still an issue for her. What I was really impressed with is when she did double fault, and I think there was 6 for the match. Maybe there was one more. I can't remember exactly. But when she did double fault, she was able to give the wry smile, shake it off, put it aside, move to the next point, which is something over the previous 18 months, 2 years, she hadn't been able to do.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the revelation that she had a decent year last year, despite the serve issues, was an eye-opener for her. And the second thing is that because she was being so aggressive and full out on the second serve in the 160s, she had to accept and did accept that she was going to have a few double faults, but understood that on the plus-minus side, there was a much bigger plus to doing that.
Let's hear the players out on court for the women's doubles final.
It's time for the 2023 Australian Open Women's Doubles Final. Would you please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Japan, Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara. And their opponent this afternoon, please welcome from the Czech Republic, Barbara Krejcikova and Katarina Siniakova.
Nice ovations for the 4 players as they walk onto court for this women's doubles final. Defending champions up against the 10th seeds from Japan. It's a really intriguing looking prospect. We'll dial on in this match just shortly, but Steph, we were just talking about last night's match. For Rybakina, though, still a really good fortnight.
Oh, sure, and the best thing about her in this is that if we if some people criticize her lack of emotion after winning, I think that her equanimity, and her good cheer after losing is the flip side of that.
Yeah.
And both of those things, I think, will serve her well. The interesting thing about her is as much pub as she's gotten, as much ink as she's gotten over the last 2 weeks, there are, as I said, the second serve is a weakness in her game. Yes. And so people, spend much more time looking for those weaknesses with someone who has been very successful. And she's a top 10 player now as of Monday.
She is, number 10, yeah.
Yep, and so she's, what's great about this is that these two have emerged, hopefully not temporarily, and it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens on my next road trip or before. When Swiatek comes back in here a little more fragile and those two are full gun. Be great.
Right, let's get the coin toss here. John Blom's at the net, the umpire.
All right. Any questions? Okay, Anna, we have Ken Rosewell or AO. What would you like? Ken Rosewell, over to you. Yeah, it's your choice. Receive. Okay, can we just make a photograph?
So Katerina Siniakova and Barbora Krejcikova win the toss and have chosen to receive. I was certain they were going to serve, but it just shows you what I know. Choosing to receive, and the roof is closed.
It's semi-open. I mean, the last time I looked, it was semi-open.
Goodness
but
gracious.
now it looks closed again.
It looks. We're trying to bend down. Yeah, quite a good picture if someone could take this of us, because we're trying to go as low as possible inside the arena, but the lights are on.
Yeah, because
it looks like a night match.
Yeah, because I looked just before they came out, and it was partially open, but maybe it was on the way to being closed. And you know what? That was my thought today, because it's actually a kind of a gross day. The temperature's not high. The humidity's crazy high.
Yep.
It's buggy. It's humid. And there have been a few raindrops here and there, and I wondered what the threshold would be for the organizers to decide to play with a closed roof. So maybe they're expecting something.
There's very little on the radar.
I couldn't see it, and certainly even when there were a few drops, they weren't enough to even stop play, basically.
Do you think maybe just the prospect of, we just can't have any delays tonight, we can't have this getting delayed and delaying the men's final tonight, starting late enough, let's shut the roof, there's the risk enough, let's do it.
They start this women's doubles final at 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So there's not an issue, especially with the roof. At most, there'd be like a 20-minute delay. It's not going to be a 5-hour match. So, I mean, so on the plus side, they have plenty of margin. On the minus side, if they had it, let's say, at 4:30, they would have a bigger crowd here for it.
They really would. And the men won't, in fairness, the men are scheduled to walk out at 7:30, but they won't strike a ball till nearly 10 to 8 tonight. And however late that goes...
hopefully late, because that means it'll be a
Yeah, I know.
A
Tsitsipas
marathon.
does play quickly, but Novak does not. So, anyway, that's that match, and we will be dialing in on that after this one as we take you through the afternoon and then the Twilight Show and then the big contest tonight, Djokovic and Tsitsipas. But for now, Stephanie Miles, what are you expecting here this afternoon between these two pairings?
Well, I think it's a pretty tough ask to beat the Czechs basically ever. And, the Japanese team are a very interesting team because Shuko Oyama has been around forever. And Shibahara played college. She was a junior doubles finalist at the U.S. Open 6 years ago, I want to say. Yeah. She's an American, basically. She went to UCLA, but then before the Tokyo Olympics, these two teamed up because they wanted to go to the Olympics. Yep. I mean, because Shibahara represents Japan. Now, that turned out to have been postponed a year, but they kept it together, and they won so many titles in 2021, not the one they wanted at the Olympics, but they won so many titles that they've been a really good team. Now, the Czechs have been together absolutely forever.
10 years, isn't it?
10 years, and they just, Krejcikova is a singles-focused player. Siniakova is I think we discussed this when she was playing Coco Gauff, right? First round. She's a very, very credible singles player. So they're not Gauff and Pegula necessarily, but they still, it's just something that they happen to do well. It's something they could be number one in the world at, and it's something that makes them lots of extra cash, especially at Grand Slams. And as you mentioned during the pre-show there, had Krejcikova not come down with COVID right at the beginning of the French Open, they might have had a Grand Slam. At the same time, she was injured. That was when she was literally just coming back from that. So maybe, but the other one that I noticed was they were one slam away from the junior doubles Grand Slam in 2013.
Wow.
And the one that they were missing was here. And so I looked it up and I was like, well, wait a second. Did they lose? What happened? Well, no, it turns out that they played with different partners. Krejcikova played with a Ukrainian that I don't know, Kurashvili, something like that.
Yeah.
I looked it up and I immediately forgot. And Siniakova played with Fiona Farrow, both at the warm-up, the tune-up in Traralgon and this one. And so they, by the time Roland Garros rolled around, they were together. And basically everything they played, they won. Europe Junior Cup, they won, I think, the tune-up for the U.S. Open that's played outside Montreal. They basically kind of ran the table that year. So they are just, I don't think they're close friends. I don't necessarily think they hang out, but they've known each other so long. When you're friends with someone for so long, it doesn't matter how often you call. When you do call, it's like it was 5 minutes ago the last time we had a conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, they know each other extremely well. They get along extremely well.
And they play tennis together very well indeed.
They play at the best in the world level. And as a pair, Siniakova is a little more fussy. She gets a little more ticked off. She gets down a little bit, and Krejcikova is so even-tempered and so calm that I think in that way they balance each other out extremely well also.
Now, the dynamics of the Japanese pairing, one of the big parts of that is the one tall, one short kind of approach here.
I don't think that was deliberate. That was,
but it's true, though, isn't it? Shuko Aoyama, who's a wonderful net player. Of course, you have to be in doubles anyway, but as we'll see, she tends to pounce on anything she can. Siniakova also tremendous at the net. So it's going to be a good contest here, live on AO Radio. Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you. And as we get underway, it's going to be Shibahara to serve from the far end, and she does so. Krejcikova here swinging into a couple of forehands. Shibahara tries the higher ball, taking Krejcikova way back in the court. There's the overhead from Aoyama, and she picks up this half volley quite well, lands in the attempted lob, or it's a long rally to start things off here. Another volley, couple of volleys from Aoyama. Can't put this away yet, Siniakova. She tries 4 times and eventually finds the angle on a really tight forehand. What an exhausting opening point.
Well, I think that if we are to extrapolate from that point, they're going to be picking on Aoyama a lot. They already lobbed her a couple of times. Here's the thing. Here's the secret about tennis. The shorter players have the best overheads. Why? Because they get lobbed the most, so they get the most practice.
They had to
True
learn.
story. Yeah.
They had to learn. She's just 5'1". Aoyama.
Yeah, they were already looking at a lob on that return too. So this is a plan.
Okay. Shibahara. It's love 15, by the way, that first point going the way of Siniakova and Krejcikova. And that's a double from Shibahara. Disappointing into the net here. They'll be a little bit nervous here, coming into a big final at Rod Laver Arena, and also coming up against the giants of the women's doubles game right now.
Oh, I would say so. I think this is their best combination, with Shibahara having the bigger serve and Aoyama being so handy at the net. Another lob.
There's the lob. It's going to be covered off by Shibahara, though, at the back of the court. Krejcikova, and then a really nice intervention from Aoyama on the volley. Doesn't put it away, though. Out of the air here a couple of times from Shibahara, but that was wide. And it's going to be triple break point here. Oh, I think it was wide. Didn't care. Yes, it was. Love 40, triple break point for the top seeds and defending champions.
If I had a bone to pick with the lob strategy, is that once they do sort of back them off the net, they're not taking the net themselves. So it's not a fully fleshed out sort of tactic.
Shibahara serves here. Siniakova with the, well, it was just a high ball, really, and it was slammed away by Aoyama at the net.
Well, they're not all going to be beauties, and that one was not.
No, that one was not. That just sat up, asking to be clubbed away, and it might prove to be a bit of a nerve settler for the Japanese pairing as well. Aoyama very happy to get to put a hole in the court almost. Shibahara then ready to serve. Finds the net.
Aoyama is also very close to the net as well. So what that does is that leaves a lot of spaces to hit in for the Czechs.
Yeah, but that seems to be how they play when you watch some of their previous matches, isn't it? She is on top of the net.
Yep.
That's into the net there, so it'll be a second serve here, still on break point. Bit of a nervy service game from Shibahara here to open things up. Lands this onto the forehand of Krejcikova, onto the forehand again of Krejcikova. Aoyama intervening again with a good volley and opening up Shibahara. The forehand was there for her up the line, but she put it into the net. And to the glee of the Czech pairing, they're pretty happy with proceedings here. They break serve in the opening game.
Well, that forehand down the line was there, but so was the ball down the middle on the lowest part of the net, and that should be, generally speaking, your go-to in doubles.
Incredible reactions there from Siniakova, isn't it? I mean, it's almost a foot away from her, and it comes at her, and she picks up the half volley just like, yeah, of course, no worries.
Yeah, I've done this before.
It's just great touch as well, because it's one thing getting the racket there, the soft hands as well as...
It's like they've done it a few million times in their life, right? Kajillion times.
Gee, we're working you hard today. Steph, I noticed you're on the Twilight show as well.
I am. I hope it doesn't cost me my seat in the stadium for Djokovic Tsitsipas, but we'll see how that goes. I think I'll be okay. I've got the icon on.
There's always a bit of movement. There's always a bit of movement. People come in, people come out, people watch a set, people leave.
Yeah, but you've got so I've got the icon to get me there, but I don't know when I can get there. And then other people have applied, and then it's a very sort of complex operation. But I definitely want to be in there to see this one. No doubt about that.
And there's no doubt about the fact that Krejcikova and Siniakova have taken an early control of this women's doubles final. A break of serve. Let's see what Krejcikova delivers. Receiving was obviously a very good idea off the coin toss, with their slightly, possibly more nervy opponents. Onto the second serve here, but that just caught the net cord on the way through.
You know what I don't see?
Another serve.
The speed gun on the serve. Do you see it, Steve?
No, it doesn't seem to be turned on. Bit strange.
It's just sort of an interesting thing to know.
I'm not sure why.
Technical difficulties.
Possibly. Krejcikova serves. There's the that backhand from Aoyama was just slammed away by Siniakova at the net.
Yeah, she'll have to do a better job on a second serve than that. That's for sure. I mean, Siniakova was kind of in the middle of the court, but not even. I mean, she was sort of in the middle of the service box, really. It went right to her. Yeah.
And Aoyama would know that is not good enough, because in her position, she'd have done exactly the same thing.
Exactly.
Rightio, Krejcikova, 15 love, ready to serve to Shibahara, but finds the net with the first ball. Oh, the speed gun's back.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, just was sleepy.
Yeah, just needed me to sort of do the FYI alert memo.
Maybe they were listening to AO Radio and thought, oh my goodness, we better turn that on. Krejcikova here serving. Shibahara with the forehand up the line. That's perfect. Just use the pace of the serve to guide and redirect that one.
Very, very nice. I mean, that really went right into her wheelhouse. And in the end, she had a lot of court to work with Siniakova right in the middle. And Krejcikova trying to cover that other side. But maybe they got a little bit crossed up on their signals, the Czechs. They left a big, huge gaping hole.
Aoyama then is ready to receive this ball. Krejcikova serves again, finding the net cord. The net cord getting a good old workout in this game.
First serve's not the thing so far in this match.
Negs.
Maybe the net's a little high. You never know.
Could be.
Could be. I'm sure they checked it.
Shibahara, who looks like a giant in comparison, she's just 5'7", so there's not enormous height on the Japanese pairing, and that's an ace from Krejcikova. Down the middle for 35th.
Okay, where are you seeing the speed?
Oh, 176.
Oh, way over there.
Oh. Okay. And behind the umpire's chair, because they've had to... No, well, the umpire's chair is always in the same spot. Maybe they've moved that, have they?
Oh, it's over there. No, that's the clock.
No, that's where 176...
They've removed it. Yeah.
They've moved it.
Okay, it's not me being crazy. Yeah.
No, but it was blank. Oh, that's a great return of serve from Shibahara. Cross-court, Siniakova put out a racket, but couldn't make contact. 30 all, yeah. I don't know if that's actually moved, because you can normally see that, and the net's always in the same... Oh, no, the net's moved and the umpire's chair's moved backwards.
Because of the doubles
Because of the dubs.
Yeah.
And that's why we can't see it there, but we can see it there.
But I've been sitting in this chair for 2 weeks now, and I was like, okay, what's missing? What's different?
It's doubles.
There you go.
There we go. And at the net, Aoyama with the first volley on the backhand, and this is no, it's not quite put away by Shibahara. It is that time by Aoyama, though. This time she puts the short ball, slams it down into the court over the head of Siniakova.
Yeah, much, much better. I don't like that two-handed backhand volley, as anybody who knows me, who has heard me knows, but Aoyama does it very well. If you're gonna do it and upset me, at least be good at it, right?
At least be good. So Krejcikova serving here, facing a break point at 30-40. Shibahara gets this back. It should be dealt with by Krejcikova. She goes middle of the court, well defended by Aoyama on the first occasion. She tries to put up another ball, the Japanese, but it doesn't even get halfway back towards the net. Deuce.
Exactly. Those are two balls that were right down the middle, central. A lot of things happen. You take away the opponent's angle. Sometimes you create confusion about who was going to go chase it. The net's lower. Like I said, when in doubt, down the middle, down the middle, down the middle, and that will win you a lot of tennis matches.
Deuce. This is a big moment here, having broken serve in the opening game. Krejcikova and Siniakova just looking to confirm their dominance here by consolidating for a 2-love lead, but it's not done yet. At deuce, into the net again.
Siniakova was down, crouched down, almost near the center line, going to go somewhere, but that plan went for naught because the first serve didn't go in.
Krejcikova moves a little bit wider in this deuce court to serve. Right onto that double-handed forehand of Aoyama. There it is again, up the line. Krejcikova there covering, getting some decent depth, but that's outstanding from Aoyama on the off forehand. Just stroked that ball away for a winner.
Yeah, the off two-handed forehand. Yeah. Basically, she's two-handed on everything.
Both sides, yeah.
I tell you, she's 35 years old. She has absolutely perfected it. There are a few two-handed forehand Monica Seles leftovers on tour, but not very many.
No, it's not the most popular shot.
It's tough. You need, you need that extra step. You need to be fast.
She's fast. And pretty handy too. All right, Krejcikova here serving again on break point. That was left by Siniakova. Krejcikova from the back of the court. Aoyama interjecting. It was a good play, but not the right angle on the volley. It flew way wide of the court.
You know what happens sometimes, may have happened there, she's sort of laughing, is that basically she was kind of eyeball to eyeball with Siniakova, and she didn't want to hit her in the face because she's a nice person. So she tried to sort of angle it away a little bit further. You could see Siniakova on the replay ducking, like expecting to get it. And as a result, she missed. So the moral of the story there is don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Just go at the court. If they're in the way, well, so be it.
Their problem.
Correct. Deuce. Well, that's what we think anyway. Fair to say that Shuko Aoyama may not agree with us. She might do the same thing next time as well. Just a little bit of a chat between the Czechs. And we're ready to go again. Serving here, Krejcikova. Aoyama, oh, it was there again for her as well. This time on the backhand up the line, but she missed it. And it's a game point for Krejcikova and Siniakova. Do keep your messages coming through. AO Radio at tennis.com.au if you're listening to us maybe in the Czech Republic or in Japan. We would love to hear from you and your thoughts on this doubles contest, but wherever you're listening, we'd love to hear from you as well. Could be the matches last night, the singles or the doubles, or this one, or of course the big match tonight. We will take your thoughts. Steph and Steve, final edition of the Steph and Steve show. Krejcikova here with the forehand. Siniakova, really nice touch at the net with the backhand volley. Beautifully done. And that'll do for the second game. 2-love to the top seeds.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tricky game for them, but they got through it as they most often do. Krejcikova goes to the towel. She's already breaking a sweat. It's already humid outside, so with the roof closed, I'm sure it's even stickier in there than it was. We highly recommend Krejcikova's Fila outfit, mostly yellow with dark blue trim, very, very sharp, very tennis-y.
Do you think it would be good for the crowds and for everyone around the world when the tournament organisers, which this is changing over the years because it used to be, as Aoyama gets ready to serve here at Love 2, so I'll just hold that thought. Aoyama serving here and Krejcikova pulls this well wide of the court. It used to be that if it's like it's an outdoor tournament, so we will play outdoors unless we are forced to shut the roof, in which case it's raining, therefore we'll shut the roof and then we'll play the match out under the roof because that's the rules. And it was thus for many, many years.
That's why this decision's kind of curious, to be honest.
So that's what I'm coming to, right? So, I don't know if you'll go with me on this or not. I never actually 100% know whether you're going to agree with me or not, which is part of the excitement of broadcasting with you. But anyway.
You know, he said that giving me the side eye, just so you all know that he sounds like he was joking, but...
I'm here. There's that double-handed forehand again. Now we're going to switch onto the backhand. She's going toe-to-toe with Siniakova. Cross-court here, the pair. Oh, and then up the line. Nice change. Change up from Siniakova. The lob from Aoyama. Perfect.
Backhand, two-handed backhand lob down the line to the shortest sort of trajectory. That was pretty sweet. And that was oh, you're going to lob me? Well, I got that too.
It was an interesting change-up from Siniakova, but it didn't work for her because it sat up for Aoyama to deliver the lob, and Siniakova was stranded. No one on the baseline. Beautifully done. At 30 love, Aoyama serves, and Krejcikova again missing this with that backhand up the line. So this is a more comfortable service game for the Japanese pairing, and they need it at love 2.
Yeah, it's 136 kilometer an hour first serve, so she needs to really hit her spots with it.
Aoyama's set, serving very wide in the court, as she does to Siniakova, who this time just clubs the backhand up the line for a beautiful winner. 40-15.
Well, that one was 127.
Yeah.
So
okay.
it got what it deserved.
Training drill.
That's right, exactly.
So my point is, when a decision is made to close the roof for whatever reason, shouldn't it flash up on the screen or an announcement made? The tournament organisers have shut the roof because ... as Aoyama sets herself in as a false ball toss. I'll await your pondering response to that in just a moment.
Ponderous response?
Ponderous response. Aoyama finds the net with that first serve, serving at 40-15 here, looking to close out this third game of the women's doubles final. Aoyama serves that looked horrid off the racket, and it was just long in the box, 40-30.
Steve, it's going to shock you, and I'm not just doing a solid because it's the last day, but I 100% agree with you.
There you go.
Fist bump.
Hey, we agree. Beautiful. What a lovely way to close it. It just seems like, someone has made an informed, calculated decision. So why not just share that with the audience as to why? I don't think that happened anyway, unless I missed it. I didn't hear any announcement made. Siniakova going hard with a forehand down the line. Too hard there for Shibahara to control the forehand. She was almost on top of the net, but still found the net. And we're back to deuce and love 2.
Maybe they should do another little graphic that goes 1 to 5 with likelihood of net closing. When it gets to like 3.5, say, okay, we're going to close it. But not tell us what 1 to 5 means, but you say, well, no.
Yeah.
It's 3.5, we're closing it. Yeah. That might work.
At deuce here, Krejcikova, who's missed a number of ground strokes up that side of the court in this game, misses again in the deuce court.
She'd probably do better if it was a better serve. Arguably.
Game point here for Aoyama and Shibahara. Aoyama is serving here. Siniakova goes with a high return. It's going to sit up. There's the double-handed forehand. Not much on this. We're going to see another one here. Going cross-court, going to Krejcikova. Onto the backhand goes Aoyama. Finds the line. Covered off. Oh, and then cross-court. But that's great net coverage from Siniakova.
Yeah, she normally has a two-handed volley as well, but that one she was reaching, and she just put it right down in the hole, in the space that was there, right in the doubles alley, which is what it's for. Yeah, good stuff. It's interesting, you know, they're hitting a lot of these lobs, but they're not falling them into the net, which would be the typical play. So they still end up sort of back at the baseline, then working the point.
Aoyama serves, finds the net. That had 150 on it, so that had a bit more on it, that first serve. But the second serve, you would imagine, will have a bit less.
Ooh.
Oh, and it was a horror. It was actually just closer to the baseline than the service box at 133. So that's obviously a weak part of the Japanese pairings game. But this service game is not lost yet. It's a third double fault for the Japanese pairing, up against none so far for the Czechs. And it's a game point for Krejcikova and Siniakova for a 3-love lead. Aoyama serving here. Siniakova with a big forehand, but she hooked it. And it landed wide and long going up the line. Back to deuce.
The Czechs are being super aggressive, and you can see that they're letting it rip on returns down the line. They've missed a few, but I think that's putting pressure on Aoyama's first serve and her second serve as well, which is, sort of, which is why those double faults were. She was trying to put a little extra that she doesn't have on them.
Aoyama here, serving. It's a fault again.
And she's not very tall, so the trajectory is more challenging for her than it would be for Sabalenka and Rebekina, to say the least.
Yeah.
She's got to really get up there, get the toss high enough.
Serves Lantis onto Krejcikova's backhand. Up goes the high ball, and coming to the net is Aoyama. The lob went up, but Shibahara saw that one coming and managed the first ground stroke and then slams away the winner down the middle.
Big smiles from them, and they did follow their lob up to the net, and they're prepared for another lob to come back, of course, and one did, but that was a much more proactive way to use the lob to gain advantage in the point.
Good put away from Shibahara. Big swing of the racket there on the forehand and the resulting high five. All right, it's a game point here as Aoyama serves. High ball from Siniakova. Shibahara does okay. Then onto the forehand. Aoyama covered off by Krejcikova. Onto Krejcikova's forehand cross court, but that's great net coverage from Shibahara. Puts away the forehand volley, and they are on the board in this women's doubles final. Break of serve still to Krejcikova and Siniakova. They will be serving next at 2-1.
We have listener emails.
Oh, of course. We would absolutely would be fans of these four women listening into this tremendous contest here, the women's doubles final of 2023 at the Australian Open.
Oh, we've got Rob Clement, the Canadian living in Sarawak. He follows me on Twitter.
Nice, Rob.
He gives me his takes every once in a while.
Okay, what's the take?
He's been enjoying listening religiously to AO Radio over the last 2 weeks.
Good.
Wants to ask Steph whether Canadian tennis for the rest of 23. Well, I think we could start talking about that, and the doubles final would be over, and we'd still be talking about it. So hit me up on Twitter, Rob.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
There's interesting times in Canadian tennis. Another bit of a flat tournament for Shapovalov and Auger-Aliassime.
Yeah, all of them really. And again, I mean, Andreescu hung around a bit, and she's playing. She took a wild card into the Wahin tournament in Thailand. It's a 250. She's a #1 seed and wild card, playing Harriet Dart in the first round.
Wow.
So she's sticking around to get a little more tennis. She's got to get things going.
Yeah, she does.
Fernandez has got to get things going.
Yeah.
Felix and Shapovalov are close, but they need to get things going. Auger-Aliassime is headed towards the indoor hard courts that he absolutely loves, so that'll be helpful for him.
It was a particularly underwhelming tournament, I thought, for him. As the 6th seed, and there were big opportunities to go very deep.
He never felt good here. It's funny, when he was a junior and he came here for the only time, it was the same. He said he never got his bearings. Last year was more the exception, I think.
Great return here from Aoyama. Did that just clip the baseline? Siniakova says no, it didn't, but I think it was called in, just clipping the back of the baseline. It was. It's entitled a close call. And that's why there was maybe a 7th of the ball. You can't actually have you can have a 7th.
You could, why not?
7th of the ball in on the line. And of course, the line is in the court. That's pulled wide by Shibahara, though, on the forehand response on that occasion from Siniakova's serve. So 15-all, 2-1. Break of serve, the way of the top seeds, the Czech pairing of Krejcikova and Siniakova.
Both teams are being very aggressive, trying to go down the lines on returns so far. Seeing what the other team is doing at the net, if anything.
Siniakova apologising in English.
Sorry.
Maybe it's for the benefit of the crowd. Onto the forehand she goes. Shibahara with a really awkward-looking volley, a vertical volley at the net. Forehand put it into the net, 30-15.
I think she had a little split-second thought that it might be going out, and then realized, no, I better hit it. But yeah, sorry is a very ubiquitous tennis term in any language, no matter what the native language of the player. Sorry is the thing.
It's just the thing. Whoever's on the other side of the net. Siniakova finds the net over the top of Barbora's head. Luckily for Barbora.
She's tall.
She is tall. Serving here, Siniakova, big from Shibahara, going back cross court. She'll stay on that same angle on the backhand. Siniakova changes it, goes up the line, backhand, winner.
Oh, yeah.
Caught the line.
She likes it. She's smiling. That's a good sign.
It is a good sign.
I don't think she thought she was going to make it. She pulled it right in. And the thing about the way Siniakova hits the ball is that when she hits that backhand, she basically wrenches her neck out of existence, like Hantukova used to do, kind of. And I wonder how she, it doesn't seem to bother her. It's really kind of awkward, but...
It is awkward, but she pelted it, and it was a beautiful winner. Siniakova serves. Aoyama returning, and Siniakova caught with an awkward ball around the baseline again, could only kind of half bunt it out down the line, 40-30.
I've gotten the impression a few times that the Czechs are not quite in sync with their signs, their decision-making, who's going to go where. They're doing the net player near the center line a lot, but they don't quite have the hang of it yet today.
Siniakova ready and serves out wide. Shibahara just with the defensive ball that went up. Krejcikova had one opportunity to put this away and didn't take it. The second one, she still doesn't take it. Great defending from the Japanese pairing. Are they going to be able to hang in here? It lands in. Krejcikova another smash, and this time, only this time, Shibahara's forehand finds the net. That was hard work to get that done, but they did get it done. 3-1 in the first set to the Czechs.
Yeah, so far so good. Neither team is necessarily really lighting it up yet, but I think there's still a feeling out process that's kind of happening. As I said, a lot of down-the-line returns, a lot of sort of looking to see how active the net person on the other side is going to be. And, so they're getting to know each other.
And even under the closed roof, 2 visors and a cap. Only Siniakova.
That's the hair.
With nothing on her head. She has got plenty of hair too.
She does. Maybe she can't find a hat to fit.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But the visors are for more than anything else. They're for like hair tucking purposes. Yeah. Let's be real.
Don't need the front bit then, really. You could just have like the kind of band.
Yeah, or like an Alice band.
Yeah. Go the Seb Corder look.
That's right. It's better than 53 bobby pins.
It's Shibahara serving here, and then Krejcikova had opened up for her on the backhand. The winner was there, but she found the net, trying to go cross-court deep into the corner. Found the net, 30-love.
Funny, do you see Krejcikova's right ankle? It's much thicker than her left, and she's got that one wrapped, too.
Shibahara serving, but just missing her mark.
I don't know if it's swollen or what it is, but it's a big difference. Anyways.
It's got extra strapping around it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Second serve, Shibahara lands this in. That's the backhand that Krejcikova wanted. And on the run, Shibahara could only net, trying to go over the high part of the net. She got it right that time, 30-15.
She didn't leave herself much margin, but she made that. The only shot there for Shibahara was going down the line. I'm not sure Siniakova was quite there, but I think it was slow enough that had she had to make that shot, she would have been there.
Shibahara then, a couple of ball bounces to settle herself here at 30-15 serves. Siniakova just with the high return is going to sit up. What does Shibahara do? She leans into a forehand and right on top of the net. Aoyama didn't have to play the ball. She was in position to, but it found the net before she had to play what would have been an awkward backhand volley. She literally was about a foot from the net. 40-15. Shibahara serving a fault, out wide, going at the forehand of Krejcikova. Ready again, Shibahara here, serves, this time onto the backhand. Great volley from Aoyama. Saw that coming, superb anticipation, clubbed it away. And they hold, still Krejcikova and Siniakova with the break of serve here in the opening set, 3-2.
Gwen from Atlanta checks in, saying she loves the broadcast.
Oh, thanks, Gwen.
We love that you love it, Gwen.
We do. We love that you love, that we love, and we love hearing from you. Lots of love. Lots of love in there. And do keep your messages coming through. So it's aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form. It's 20-4 on a okay Sunday afternoon. Bit muggy outside, as you've heard from Steph.
Buggy.
Bit cloudy, and potentially some rain around, which we are sensing is the reason why the roof is closed on Rod Laver Arena. No delays wanted in this women's doubles final and the subsequent men's singles final. It'll be interesting to see if the conditions are the same, what the decision is on the roof tonight.
I did even put this out on Twitter, so I'm not just kind of pulling this out now, but when I was walking in, and I just noted, just the humidity and the bugginess, that's one thing, that's not a problem. But there were a few raindrops here and there on my trek in from the burbs, and so I said even then that it would be very interesting to see if the organizers would play it super, super extra safe, or if they would just go for it. And if it does end up raining a little bit, like I said, it doesn't take that long to shut the roof and close it down. So I don't know, I feel as you do that it's an outdoor tournament, and generally speaking, this is what they focus on. But then, you have TV, you have this, you have all kinds of stuff. So
no, yeah. I'm sure it's a decision that can be absolutely 100% explained. It would just be sort of nice to hear that explanation if it was available here. Krejcikova, very high ball. Aoyama doing pretty well actually to control that, and then much flatter from the pair. Siniakova just interjecting at the net and winning the point with a beautiful forehand volley.
Yeah, patient from the back of the court from Krejcikova, and Siniakova was sitting there just waiting for that opportunity, and she absolutely drilled that forehand volley.
Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio this afternoon for the women's doubles final. We've played getting on half an hour, and the advantage with the Czech pairing, the number 1 seeds at the moment, as Krejcikova serves a fault at 15-love and 3-2 in the opener. 3 genuine sets and a match tiebreaker if required in the women's doubles at the Australian Open. Interesting change in the doubles in the men's side at Wimbledon recently, in recent days, Steph?
Finally, they are I mean, Wimbledon likes to maximize. I mean, they play out the third set in mixed doubles as well. They play out everything in the juniors. It's completely out of control. It's fine if there's no rain.
Yes.
Like, it's fine, but there's just so much tennis. So they finally decided to reduce the men's doubles to best of 3 sets. Maybe they hope more of the singles players will play. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. But
interesting to see if that was the reasoning. On the double-handed forehand there, Aoyama, but Siniakova saw it coming, and she herself was on top of the net and put away a simple volley for 40-love here, and points for 4-2 in the opener.
The thing is, it really depends on the year. I mean, I remember one year with Canadian guy, Adil Shamazdan is his name. He went out there 4 different days to play his first round doubles. And there are times when the first round, halfway through, gets shortened to best of 3 because there's been so much rain.
I think that's the point, and that was made by a couple of people. If you're gonna be happy to shorten it sometimes, just shorten it and be done with it and make it a genuine. That's great serving from Krejcikova out wide and holds to love for 4-2. And that's what they have done. In fairness, it has taken a while.
Well, they have to decide that it's their own idea before they do it.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, a bit like the roof.
Exactly right. The thing is, I don't think more singles players will play. Maybe a couple will. They don't need the money. They're focused on their singles, but I think it just makes the schedule a little more bearable for the few who do. And again, it's 5 sets of doubles is, it's
testing.
It's a slog. It's also a slog to sit through.
And tradition is a great thing, but times have changed at Wimbledon over the years, and matches are longer now. And so, and the demands, that's a great volley there from Shibahara, and the demands of the top players week in, week out, and the intensity of the tour, it's different to what it was 30, 40 years ago, so, or even 20 years ago.
Well, back when basically the grass was so fast that it was serving a volley, you could play 5 sets of men's doubles in 2.5 hours. That's no longer the case. There's a lot of people staying back on first serve, sometimes on second serve. It takes longer.
It absolutely does. There's a higher ball from Siniakova. It's not a lob because Aoyama was there with the double-handed forehand. It earns them the point as Krejcikova sprays wide and long in the court. 30-love.
I mean, Siniakova did the right thing there. It wasn't quite a lob, but it was an intentional lob. She followed up to the net, but Krejcikova stays back. And when you have one up and one back, that's when there are the most spaces on the court available. So they have to get together on that.
Aoyama here serving. A couple of volleys exchanged at the net until Siniakova pushes just too long over the baseline. And a bit more comfort on serve here for the Japanese pairing, 40-love. Aoyama serves here. Siniakova absolutely lets loose on a forehand, but pulls it a long way wide of the court. Complete mishit. The pair still sort of, neither high 5 nor low 5. We side 5, I think. Is that what that's called? I'm not sure if that means they were a bit nonplussed or it was just the obligatory touching of the hands from the Czechs at the end of that service game. 4-3 they lead with the break of serve in the opening set of this one.
Yeah, too much of that touching of the hand things, right? Like that sort of became a thing, and I'm going to say 10 years ago, but who knows, time flies. that I don't know if it's sports psychologists or coaches or whoever it was decided that in between every point, the partners had to connect somehow.
I don't even do that with my wife.
Well, right, exactly. I mean, right, exactly. Case in point. And so, you know, I'm not sure. Like, it's funny sometimes when one's not ready and the other one is ready, that it looks a little bit ridiculous because it's kind of like a hit and miss. But it's just not necessary. And the funniest part was at the beginning of the pandemic when they were telling people just to touch rackets, not to.
Yes.
And they would remember. Sometimes they would remember to do it, and sometimes they wouldn't do it. And like it's just one of those things that gets done, and then everybody does it because tennis players are relentless copycatters. But I don't think these two need to, do that to connect. However, they're a little bit. Their strategy, their tactics, their positioning is a little bit off today so far. But here's the thing. They're not like a classic doubles pair by any stretch of the imagination. They're not both at the net a lot. They're not whatever. But they're a very good team together.
You'd be glad to know, Steph, they have side-fived already twice before the first point of this game. So there is a lot of touching going on.
Yeah, connected.
Wowza.
Mumbo jumbo, woohoo.
Maybe we should just try and keep a tally if we can. High five, low fives, side fives. Siniakova serving. Shibahara with a couple of big forehands cross court. Siniakova up the line. Nice play from Aoyama getting in with the volley. Now goes back to Siniakova. Oh, and Aoyama with a nice put away. Picked up though by Krejcikova. But Aoyama, who's everywhere right now, finds the forehand volley winner.
Very nice point by them. Very nice doubles point particularly. Now you can see why Aoyama has success in doubles. She's all over the place. It's very tough to sort of take her out of the equation most of the time. She
just imposes herself on the contest at the net, doesn't she? 5'1", but she's everywhere.
Well, that total was 179 for Nadal in a two-set match.
Two-set match? Yeah. Holy moly. You must do a 5-set at one time. You have to do it soon.
No, I think we've moved beyond that issue. Okay. I don't even tweet about it anymore.
15 all and 4-3. Here, Siniakova. Second serve. Aoyama. Onto the forehand she goes on the volley. Pushes it wide, the Japanese.
Yeah, Siniakova won that one on pure MPHs or KPHs on that backhand. Too much for Aoyama.
Aoyama. Decent crowd in, Steph, for this one?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah. Like I said, I wish it would started later and it would be a little bit bigger, but look, we get it, And I think the doubles player gets it too. It's tough for the Aussies last night to have to follow the women's singles final, but that's the right place for it. And because they were Aussies, it turned out very well, of course.
Absolutely. Shibahara with a good backhand there, and it's going to earn her the point because Siniakova has strayed long in response over the baseline. 30 all and 4-3, and they are desperate to press here, the Japanese pairing, and get this back on serve in the opening set. So let's see what the Czechs are made of here this afternoon. The top seeds, they're just being asked a question here. 30 all. Siniakova serves. Aoyama again with the powerful response. Shibahara tried to make the volley, and it left the court open for Krejcikova to put away the forehand volley winner. Had to make that after committing to it, Shibahara, but missed it, left the court gaping.
Yeah, nice play. Krejcikova did not panic with that. She just hit a very calm, textbook forehand volley just right into the open court. There's a tendency to go too hard or too short or too anything, and she just...
Too anything.
Too anything, yeah, and she did nothing. She just did the right thing. The right thing.
Game point here for a 5-3 lead. Siniakova goes wide, almost to the doubles alley to deliver this serve here. Lots of chat, this time in Czech. I think it was in Czech. Siniakova serves, and running around the forehand, wow, Shibahara really unleashed on that, but Krejcikova was on top of the net and put it away right at the feet of Aoyama, and the Czech pairing hold for 5-3.
Yeah, that was a very nice play. I mean, obviously it was a design play that Krejcikova was going to go towards the middle, and the thing is, she waited long enough that Shibahara had no sense that she was going, and so had no chance to go down the line into the vacant spot. So it was perfect timing from her, and those are the little details that make a great doubles player. Doesn't give it away, but has the hands to handle it once she does go.
Rightio, serving to stay in the opening set. Ina Shibahara serves.
Oh!
A fault.
That was a nice return.
It was a nice return from Krejcikova.
Yeah.
But like an offside goal, it never happened.
That's right.
It never happened. Running around onto an awkward-looking forehand, sits up high. Shibahara should... Oh, she doesn't really punish this. She gives Krejcikova another chance, and Siniakova exchange of volleys at the net. Overhead from Shibahara. Second one, still picked up by Siniakova.
Oh,
just
racket.
long. The racket takes a couple of bounces on Rod Laver Arena from Siniakova, but really that was a high-quality point.
She's so funny when she gets annoyed. I mean, by that, I mean, yeah, you wish you would keep her calm, but it's sort of part of her charm. She did everything she could to keep them in that point. And she's so annoyed by the fact that she couldn't make 5 defensive shots that she bounces a racket. We all know that feeling.
Absolutely. Shibahara here serves a fault. Siniakova's
She was going to take it out on that forehand return.
It really was.
Like she bowled it to the net at 100 miles an hour.
15 love 3-5. Shibahara serves again wide. Siniakova goes back on the same angle. Low into the net from Shibahara. 15 all. I was reminded that with the winners that never happened because they didn't land in the first place. There was a football match on this morning and Marcus Rashford scored for Manchester United. FA Cup match against Reading, and the commentator said he becomes the first Manchester United player to ever score in 10 consecutive games. Do you think, well, that's a great thing to have on your thing? Someone may never beat that, and then it was ruled offside, so it never happened.
Restart.
Literally never happened. So he had the record for about 45 seconds.
For the time for the replay,
intervened,
is that
yep,
it?
offside. It wasn't even him who was offside. Anyway, they still won, which is good news if you support Man United. Sorry, Candy. Forehand here from Krejcikova. That's good enough for the point as well because Shibahara dumped a forehand herself into the net. And just rocky moments here now for the Japanese pairing at 15-30 as the Czechs are 2 point from the opening set.
Yeah, the Czechs are crossing, and the person at the player at the baseline is crossing to cover, but they haven't had to make a play, and it's not been a particularly sprightly bit of footwork to get over there. So if the Japanese can make those shots,
yes,
they might get something a little bit awkward. But the ones down the line, they've missed the last 3 or 4 and haven't been able to exploit that.
Shibahara serves. Siniakova with the forehand. That's out. 30 all.
We should mention that Siniakova is dating Thomas Mashak on the love life side, a Czech player who is a few years younger than she is. I fully endorse that, that situation. He was here, main draw.
Endorsed by Stephanie Miles. It's a high return from Krejcikova. Shibahara goes with her own forehand right back at her, and Krejcikova tries to go over the top of Aoyama. She managed that bit, but she didn't dip the ball inside the baseline. And it's 40-30 now to Aoyama and Shibahara, and point for 4-5 to make the Czechs serve it out in the opening set. Shibahara serves. Forehand from Siniakova. Too powerful for Aoyama, who was a foot and a half from the net. And her forehand, awkward-looking forehand volley, found the net. Deuce.
If my memory serves, they played mixed love doubles here last year. And I went out to watch that because it's always fun to see couples interact on the mixed doubles court. So I'll expand on that in a moment.
At deuce, Shibahara serves. Krejcikova with the backhand, too long. From just inside the baseline, tried to take it early. Did, but couldn't control it. And it's a point again for 4-5. Plenty of conversations down the far end between Shuko and Ina. The Japanese women here, and now Shibahara is ready to serve with game points. Siniakova gets a sort of a mishit on the first forehand. Nice volley from Shibahara at the net, found the acute angle, and Krejcikova unable to control her attempted cross-court forehand. And Aoyama and Shibahara do hold. Krejcikova and Siniakova to serve for the opening set at 5-4 in a couple of minutes.
Okay, so they're out there, and it's way out like court 14, 15, somewhere out there. And like I said, so often you'll see even like Petra Kvitova and her coach who are engaged, and after they have a practice, they won't even be like a kiss or anything. Like they'll high five each other like everybody does, and the whole group after practice they high five each other, coaches and teams, and this whole thing sort of happens. And yeah, it's just like basically some random guy. So they're out there, and they're very cute together.
Yeah.
And And, Mashuk was kind of playing the Krejcikova role because his girlfriend was getting very annoyed about various things.
Yeah.
And he was just carrying on and doing his thing or whatever. And then they would, I'm just waiting for them to, for a couple to like kiss on the changeovers while they're sitting in the chair. It doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
It's all business out there. And, but every once in a while you do see couples who play together. I'm remembering Maria Kirilenko when she was going out with Igor Andreev. They played quite a bit.
Yeah,
and Monfils usually played with various, I don't know if he ever played with Svitolina, but all of his other previous tennis playing girlfriends he did.
Yep.
Sabulkova, he had a few. And before he found the right one.
Yep.
And it's always fun, and you wish they would do it more. Like, I'd like to see Katie Bolter and Alex de Minaur play mix. I mean, I'd like to see Shapovalov and his girlfriend Miriam Bjorklund. Like, I would like to see them all just do it, or just have a tournament where there was just like love doubles. That'd be great.
Just put a little bit too much pressure on the relationship.
Well, that's it. Well, that's how you know. That's how you know, right? That's a big test.
Okay.
Yeah, my husband's a rugby player. We don't have that issue.
Easy for you then. You don't have to play the mixed tournaments.
That's right.
Krejcikova and Siniakova having a bit of a discussion. 5-4 serving for the opening set here. Krejcikova misses her mark, going wide into the tram lines. Here on AO Radio, live from Melbourne's Rod Laver Arena. It's the women's doubles final at the Australian Open. Ball toss was not correct. Here we go again then. That's a fault. That is a big fat fault as well, and that is a double fault.
Yeah, that wasn't a great toss either, but she hit it anyways. So word to the club players. Even if you have to pick up your toss a second time,
do it.
Do it. Yep.
Otherwise, you risk that happening. Love 15 then. Krejcikova's ready here. Shibahara to return, but she doesn't have to on that occasion because Krejcikova finds the net. Ready again, the check. Serves Shibahara with the backhand just out. My word, that was close cross court.
It's very interesting with the checks when they do have the net player crouching down near the service line or near the middle line or around it, but after the serve, they don't go either way. Like, they kind of sit there, stand there. I mean, they are leaving openings that the Japanese players aren't taking yet.
Saying if you're good enough, go for it.
Yep.
Krejcikova serving here to Aoyama. But the first ball again goes wrong for Krejcikova. So it'll be a second serve here. Aoyama gets onto this with the double forehand, but it's sat up for Siniakova. She just hit it straight at her. Aoyama and Siniakova gleefully putting away the volley, 30-15.
Yeah, that time from her center crouching position, she did take a step or two over into the ad service box, and that's exactly where Aoyama set the ball. So she looks like a genius, but really it was just random luck.
Krejcikova serving 30-15, finds the net. Hasn't found a first serve in this game. Bit of chitter-chatter. Ready for the second serve. Krejcikova lands to Shibahara with the forehand. It's going to be slammed away by Siniakova.
Yeah,
just sat up for her short response, and she's looking pretty happy with proceedings right here, Siniakova.
Yeah, I mean, again, she didn't move from that center service line, and the ball came right to her. So, maybe they know something we don't know.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
possible. You would think they would.
You would think they would. It's 2 set points here for Krejcikova and Siniakova.
Where Siniakova is just a ball magnet is, the thing.
5-4, 40-15. Krejcikova serves out wide. Aoyama can't get this back in the court. She probably should have done. It was a good serve, but a forehand flies wide from Aoyama. And Krejcikova and Siniakova get this done in 47 minutes of pretty enthralling tennis, actually, for this women's doubles final. It's a good contest out there, but the top seeds are in control, 6-4 in the opening sets.
That was pretty good. It could get better.
It can get better.
I think it would. Yeah, I think it was pretty businesslike. And again, you look at the checks, they just go out there and win. They're not particularly great doubles strategists or tacticians or whatever. They serve pretty well, they return pretty well, and they're very good, especially Siniakova is very good at picking off balls at the net. I mean, really primo at that.
Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. Drop us a line, aoradio@tennis.com.au. You might be listening to us in Japan or in the Czech Republic, where these players are from, or anywhere around the world. We'd love to hear from you this afternoon, your thoughts on this match or any other matter pertaining to the Australian Open and tennis right now. aoradio@tennis.com.au. We'll have the second set of the women's doubles finals in just a couple of minutes.
The AO Ballpark is the best fun a kid can have at the Oz Open. Presented by Emirates, it's packed with fun, including a water slide, an aerial adventure course, and loads of games. Cloud jump at the Emirates Fly Better Adrenaline Tower. Check out a First Nations digital art experience and lots more at the entertainment stage featuring kid-friendly performers. The AO Ballpark at the city entrance of Birrell.
This year, the Australian Open continues to make all centre court matches more accessible to people living with blindness and low vision with Action Audio. Using ball tracking technology and sound design, Action Audio gives people with low vision more information about what's happening on the court. To find out more, visit actionaudio.com. That's action-audio.com. MasterCard, proudly the presenting partner of Action Audio.
Tennis Hot Shots is designed especially for kids aged 3 to 12. Using modified rackets, nets and softer balls, it supports development for a lifelong love of the game. Run by qualified Tennis Australia coaches in fun and supportive environments, Tennis Hot Shots helps kids gain confidence and sports skills while making new friends. Head to play.tennis.com.au to learn more.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Hi, this is Chris O'Connell and you're listening to AO Radio.
It's the very start of this second set here. Siniakova and Krejcikova have won the first set, 6-4, and it's Ina Shibahara who is serving here in the Shibahara-Aoyama Japanese pairing to get things underway in the second set. It's 15-love in the opening game. Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. On the final day of the Australian Open, as Shibahara serves, Siniakova with a big backhand response. Aoyama, nice volley at the net. She was right on top of the net, as she always is. Earns them the point.
She's got such great reflexes. Well, that said, she has to. With where she stands, she could not stand where she stands on the court if she didn't have those quick hands. No. I said they've made her a couple $1 million, I think. So,
30 love. Right. Roll of the shoulders for Shibahara. She's ready to serve, does so at Krejcikova, right at the body. Awkward response, does land in though, so Shibahara, oh, and that's an outstanding, oh no, she mishit it, Siniakova. Came off some part of the racket, landed just over the net and just stopped dead.
Yeah, because Aoyama was on her horse. She was running to get there, and she's pretty quick, and I think she almost hit it off the throat of it, and there was no chance. Because, yeah, Aoyama wasn't even that far. No. She just couldn't get there.
Siniakova quick to apologise, but also happy to take the point, as is the way in tennis.
Sincerely apologise. Not.
Shibahara serving. Siniakova floating a forehand, lands this in. Shibahara with a big forehand. Krejcikova responding with a backhand. Krejcikova runs around onto her forehand, low over the net. Looping ball from Shibahara, and then just straying long. Krejcikova on the backhand, cross court. 30-15.
Looks like these two are having a good time. I mean, every time I've ever watched them play, they've always had smiles on their faces and really competed. Oh, is that good?
Oh,
right on the corner.
Wow. Who's called in?
Whoa.
Okay.
Well, I can take it.
So 30 all.
No, they're smiling. They compete in the right way. Never too high, never too low. You know, they're very forgiving of each other. They're a nice team.
Serving here, Shibahara at full. To start things off, she's serving to Krejcikova in the deuce court. 30 all, opening game of the second set. Really is a must-have for the Japanese pairing, having lost the first set. Shibahara ready, serves. Krejcikova goes with a forehand up the line. Shibahara's there with a sort of looping ball cross court, taking Krejcikova way out of court. Another hugely high ball. It's going to kick up. Shibahara doesn't do too much with it on the forehand. Krejcikova, high ball again. Shibahara with an awkward cross court, which just sat there for Siniakova to pounce and put away.
That ball by Krejcikova was great because it was high and spinny, and it took Shibahara way out on the backhand side, and there wasn't a ton she could do with it. She almost had to leap up to get it. And Siniakova was right there, ready to go. Like she knew what was coming.
She knew that she'd probably be forced to go cross court. Down the line would have been a different story, but a much tougher shot. Shibahara then serving. Siniakova gets this back. Another high ball, sits up. Shibahara really unleashing on that forehand, but going beyond the baseline. And she thwacks the ball away. She's been broken here. And Krejcikova and Siniakova really exerting their authority on this women's doubles contest. Now a set and a break up on Rod Laver Arena.
Well, that sort of escalated kind of quickly out of nowhere, didn't it? Just when I was just singing the praises of this wonderful Japanese team. And there's just a couple of shots and it's over. I mean, Shibahara, there's a whole, I don't want to call it a sorority because that sort of, diminishes it where it shouldn't. But there are a lot of women on the men's side as well, but on the women's side, there's an increasing number of women who played college tennis in the U.S. Who are on the who are playing doubles and who are doubles specialists. And I know that Shibahara is huge. There's several of them that I have quite good relationships with, and I know Shibahara is hugely popular with them. And she's always out, cheering on their matches and they hers, and she's a pretty popular player out there, and you can see why. She just seems like just a super pleasant individual, and we value those in tennis, don't we?
Absolutely. Absolutely, we do. So Krejcikova here, ready to serve at 1-love. Chooses to go down the middle. Aoyama just gets this back, but Siniakova just puts this away. Didn't put enormous amount onto that, and kept Shibahara interested for just a minute. But if she had managed to get to that ball, she would have almost played it in the tunnel, exiting the court. She didn't. 15-love. Krejcikova serves, looking for the ace out wide, just missing her spot. 161 kilometres per hour out wide.
Decent.
Second serve, lands this in. The backhand from Shibahara, she really had to land that in the court because there's just too many points going the way of the Czechs at the moment. Anyway, 30-love.
Yeah, they look like they're getting the sense of the feeling that they maybe just might want to go on a little bit of a roll here. And if they do, it's going to be a challenge for the Japanese to slow them down. Because the one thing they know how to do is win big titles. They're really good at this.
20 winners up against just 4 unforced for Krejcikova and Siniakova, which is pretty...
I don't know about those stats, but it's somewhere in there. It feels that way.
12 against 13 for the Japanese pairing. Krejcikova serving out wide beautifully, finds the ace and coasts to 40-love here, close to a 2-love lead in the second set, with the first set already in the bag.
Krejcikova was in the front row to watch the women's final last night, as she often is. She likes watching tennis. Yeah. We like this about her. More of the women should be watching their opponents.
Krejcikova serving. Shibahara with the backhand lands this in, and Krejcikova sticks her tongue out in response to that stroke, which was the off forehand, but she sprayed it wide of the court, 40-15.
Well, she turned her back to her partner when she did that because she thought that Siniakova was going to go and take that on the pooch. Yeah. She thought. She did not. It was a poachable-ish ball. And so, yeah, you turn your back, you stick out your tongue. So she won't think it's about her.
40-15 onto the backhand of Aoyama. Siniakova, who's on top of the net, puts away the backhand easily for the winner. And the Czechs do hold serve and lead 2-love in the second set, having taken the first set 6-4.
All business out there right now for the Czechs. Siniakova has not looked annoyed in at least half an hour.
No, no, generally has looked happy.
Yep.
And that means things
scary.
are going her way. Yeah, you don't want her to look happy.
Yep.
She's got a nice smile, but if you're her opponents, you don't want to see it.
Exactly right.
All right, Shuko Aoyama here is down the far end, ready to serve in a must-have game for the Japanese pair here. And that's exactly how they wanted to start it, as Krejcikova drops her head, hitting a backhand long.
Yeah, that was a moderate display of annoyance by Krejcikova, who never really took a swing on that inside-out backhand return, which is the toughest return when you're playing the deuce court, to be fair.
At 15-love, Aoyama serves. Siniakova thought she would just chip and put up a high ball, hoping to go over the top of Shibahara, but it was slammed away past the advancing Czech.
Yeah, they did that a fair bit in the first few games just to sort of establish that as a pattern, but they've kind of gone away from it because they haven't really needed to do it.
30-love. Just caught the net cord. You probably heard that on the radio. Steph Miles, Steve Pearce with you here on Rod Laver Arena. It's the women's doubles final. Top seeds in control at the moment. Aoyama serving, and that, well, there was a good backhand from Krejcikova, and Shibahara had an opportunity to put away the winner with the volley at the net, but sprayed it wide of the court.
Yeah, I mean, that's a challenge in playing the deuce side and getting a backhand. You can go inside, inside in with it, which is tough, but anything else you do necessarily goes by the net player on the other side, and that's what happened there, but...
30-15 as Siniakova responds with a forehand. Here comes another forehand. It's a higher ball. Now, Aoyama's right at the back of the court with a double-handed forehand. Forced to play a couple of them. The second one couldn't get the elevation, found the net. 30 all.
Feels like the next 2 or 3 points might determine...
Well, another break. Another breaker serve is terminal, you would think.
Definitely terminal. Well, almost certainly terminal. Never say never.
No, of course. But we can hypothesize. Forehand here from Krejcikova. Here comes another one. She goes to high ball. Does that land in? It does. Aoyama from the back of the court tries the forehand up the line. Covered off by Krejcikova. Here's Krejcikova moving into another forehand. Oh, and Shibahara's out of position. Aoyama does well to scurry across the baseline to cover this. Again, Aoyama gets there with the another forehand here from Krejcikova. Right back at Shibahara and landed in. She left it, Krejcikova, and it lands in.
Yeah, they
wonderful
both did.
point.
They played that point beautifully. And then in the end, and as I said, go down the middle, because that went right down the middle. They had a little bit of doubt between the two of them. It was just in the right spot, too. And, yeah, they both left it. Big point. Potentially, big point.
Aoyama serving here at 40-30. Second serve. Lands this in. Siniakova heavily with a backhand. High ball from Aoyama. She hit that right at Shibahara. Siniakova earns her the point because Shibahara could only net in response.
Yeah, Siniakova saw that opportunity. She went right up, very comfortable with the swing volley. Didn't worry about where it was going to go. Like I said, you could, even if you aim for somebody's head, you'd probably miss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Unless your control is that good.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it's that good, you don't have to aim for the head.
Love to juice here. Just long from Aoyama with the first ball. Played an hour on Rod Laver Arena in this final. Aoyama serves here. Krejcikova goes heavily with the forehand. Up the line, it was open there for the double-handed forehand. Up the line from Aoyama. Big fist pump from her and earns the Japanese pair a game point here for 2-1.
Krejcikova is more annoyed right now than Siniakova has ever been, and she just kind of, I think she was mad at herself for not covering when Siniakova went to the other side, and Siniakova just sort of looked at her and shrugged and went,
Hey-ho.
No biggie.
Aoyama missing a mark here.
It's pretty funny, actually. Very much a role reversal. She's like, watch my signs this time. I'm going now, so make sure you cover.
Aoyama here serving on to Siniakova's forehand. Must have just caught the net cord.
I think they're smelling the trophy right now. That's why they're getting a little testy.
Well, sitting there in the corner, ready for them to lift again if they're good enough. Siniakova well inside the baseline to receive this from Aoyama. Cross-court backhand from Siniakova, and then Shibahara injecting a backhand volley at the net. But the rally continues. High ball from Siniakova, but she got the timing wrong on that. The forehand long beyond the baseline. And Aoyama holds, and the Japanese pair are on the board in the second set. They trail 1-2. Krejcikova and Siniakova to serve next at 2-1 in the second set. They won the first.
Siniakova just kind of bowled her racket towards the side signage there. She just remembered that it was there, so she went to get it. That was another point where the net player crossed and the other one did not go and cover quickly enough. And it's happened quite a bit in this match. That's what I was saying. They've been a little bit out of sync. It hasn't cost them so far. But Siniakova just sort of looked over at the coaching box and went, shrug.
What anything to address from...
We got. I was thinking, okay, we are just past midnight Eastern time, North America, about 9 p.m. Western time, but 6 a.m. Central European time. People are getting up. There's a few people up, including Susan from Portland, Oregon, who is in that, is at that 9 p.m. whatever. Thank you for the lively and exciting commentary of the Williams doubles final.
Thank you, Susan.
No, it's fun. Yeah. It's fun. There's a lot of action.
Fun. Absolutely. And we are in the right time zone for all our listeners in Japan, in different parts of Japan, in Tokyo. So do drop us a line if you're listening in from Japan and you're following this pair and their successful run all the way to the final. Sorry, Steph.
That's all right. Well, Vishal from India is in a good time zone, and Vishal's having a really healthy day. He's finished walking, jogging, yoga, crunches, had fruit and dry fruits in the breakfast, now enjoying the commentary.
Wow,
trying to make us look like...
That is a very healthy day. That's very impressive. I did have some fruit this morning and did go for a walk, though, so I'm not far behind Vishal.
Okay, and you were at the beach yesterday, so...
That's right.
You're living a better life than I am.
Hang on, but I didn't manage the yoga.
No.
I didn't go for a jog. I didn't crunch this morning. You could do some crunches in the commentary box here, really, couldn't you?
You could probably.
Siniakova double fault to open up.
But our six-packs are already in such fine form. Who needs more crunches in the box?
It is quite a busy day, isn't it? Because India's like... I'm not sure where Vishal is in India, but...
It's a winter morning, he says.
But they're about, I want to say, 4 hours maybe behind us here, so it's only lunchtime.
I think they're like 10 and a half ahead of us over on the other side, so maybe five and a half.
Siniakova and Shibahara were going toe-to-toe on the cross-court backhands there, but Shibahara pulls it wide, eventually really frustrated with herself. So he's done a lot, I would say, by lunchtime, Vishal. Congratulations.
Especially
it's very good
for
work.
a Sunday.
And lovely having your company. And lovely, thanks for all your messages. Do keep them coming through right throughout the day here on AO Radio and into tonight as we prepare for Djokovic and Tsitsipas to decide the men's singles. But here we're in the thick of the women's doubles as Siniakova is serving at 2-1 with the break of serve in the second set and the first set in the bag. 15 all. Siniakova serves down the middle, but just a fault.
That serve has a lot of moving parts to it. It can be great. It can also be less great. It's got 3 or 4 hitches, then she does the sort of frying pan thing, and she's changed it about 12 times since she's been a professional.
Siniakova serves the forehand from Aoyama, then goes the volley, but she just teed that up. It was almost like a practice smash for Krejcikova at the net. She tried to lob her, did Aoyama, but didn't get the elevation required.
I mean, it was a good idea in principle to not let Krejcikova's volley bounce if you didn't have to. She just decided a little bit late, and she just didn't have the right hands to get it over.
I'd prefer to see her just unload on the double-handed forehand down the line and say, if you're good enough to get that back, let's see it.
She was a little bit too close to the net. She didn't have a lot of space to work with.
30-15, Siniakova serving out wide. Shibahara, really good return. This should be put away by Aoyama at the net, and it is. But that was all about the return of serve.
Great return. Measured that perfectly, and all of a sudden it's 30 all, and here's another one of those little do or die moments. Like if they can maybe just get a foot in right here, now then we might get a little more crankiness over on the other side, a little more double annoyance possibly from the Czechs.
Just need to earn themselves a break point here, the Japanese pairing. Can they do it? Siniakova is ready, serves 30 all here. Aoyama gets the backhand onto it. Nice volley there from Shibahara, and Aoyama couldn't quite get there to the short ball. So 40-30, Czechs hanging on here and seeing off and winning all the big moments to this point.
Very good play by Siniakova to move forward, to take the initiative on that point, and then nice hands from Krejcikova to put that short volley at a spot where the speedy Aoyama could not catch up with it. Not for the first time today, we should add.
40-30 here. Siniakova finds the net.
Way over to the single sideline for the second serve. There's a lot of room down the middle if they can get it there.
Siniakova serves, lands this in. Shibahara with a good backhand response. Krejcikova, though, mind you, was in position for the forehand volley. Should have done better, found the net.
She was, I mean, there were options on that one. When there was the option to go down the line if you can make it. There's the option to go a little more angled cross-court. That one went right down the middle, but Krejcikova was not sharp on it. Big point, deuce though.
Yep.
Like I said, they're playing well enough to win, Czechs, but they're not playing great.
No, they're doing enough right now. Siniakova serves to the forehand of Aoyama and interjecting. That was better. That was much better. Aggressive volley from Shibahara. Hit it right at the feet of Krejcikova, who couldn't change her position quickly enough.
There you go.
Here's a break point for Aoyama and Shibahara to get this back on serve in the second set.
Some shadow swinging from Shibahara, who's about to return. Get a little bit energized. This would be a big point if they could win it.
Where does she go? Siniakova, let's have a look. She serves here, goes to the forehand of Shibahara, and it was way too good for the Japanese. She could only just sort of bunt it 2 bounces into the net.
Yeah, not a great attempt on the return there. It was a good serve. But I think she sort of decided to go with the try to get the return in play route there and did not succeed in that endeavor.
Nope. Bit too defensive, maybe. Played nearly 5 minutes for this 4th game of the second set. At deuce, Siniakova serves. Aoyama forehand and then comes to the net. Both Japanese players at the net. Shibahara with a good volley. Well done by Aoyama. Good forehand volley, and it earns them the points.
A little more movement going on the Japanese side, a little more energy. Maybe they're sensing this is a moment as well.
It has to be a moment,
It has to be.
It has to be.
You're right, exactly.
Yep. Krejcikova with the final mistake on the forehand, just going wide of the court. Right, Siniakova facing break point again. Goes to the forehand of Shibahara. This time she has more of a swing at it. Aggressively by Siniakova, but she finds the net. Aoyama was there as well for the volley. And the Japanese break back in the women's doubles final. 2 games all in the second set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Siniakova made a... She's sort of yelling at somebody over there. I don't know if she made a great call.
Anyone who'll listen.
Anyone who'll listen, exactly. People in the stands, perhaps, I would say a line umpire, there are none. But she went with the exact same serve as she had the previous time. And this time, Shibahara decided to go with the aggressive. To not go with that bunt, to take a full swing. It worked great.
Certainly did. Now Shibahara moving into her service game, looking to consolidate the break of serve. Nicely done by Krejcikova, though. She finds the winner down the line.
That was not a good enough response on the cross-court forehand exchange from Shibahara. Too short, too central. Krejcikova, a French Open champion in singles, knew what to do with that. It was good for singles as well as doubles.
Dispatch it. Love 15. Shibahara. 2 ball bounces and ready. Serves a fault. Second ball here for Shibahara. Serves, lands this in. Just a bunted return from Siniakova, so Shibahara can unload and takes this ball out of the air. Nice volley from Krejcikova. Another good volley from Shibahara, but the Japanese earn the point as Siniakova goes wide.
And Shibahara really likes that one, and as well she should. She's playing.
Starting to play, just taking this match on a little bit more, maybe beginning to settle into this major final situation. Is Ina Shibahara. Serving here 15 all. Serves out wide. Krejcikova dumps the forehand into the net.
Slight momentum shift happening here. And again, the Czechs are still ahead. But, you know, they don't feel as ahead as they did about 10 minutes ago.
No, they don't. They're a set ahead, but we're on serve in the second set. Shibahara ready again. Serves. Goes down the middle. Really wanted that first serve.
I like her service motion. I feel like she could probably add a lot of miles per hour to it. It's very nice and wide open. And
helpful whistle from somebody in the crowd. We'll reset. Shibahara here, 30-15. Serves Siniakova. Well, it was into a wheelhouse for the backhand up the line, but over the high part of the net, she found the net, did the check. Still with the side 5, she's screaming at somebody in the coach's boxes. Coaching box, that is.
Aoyama left really, really early on that one and gave her that spot, and she's really annoyed that she missed it.
40-15, Shibahara serves. Krejcikova, oh, that's a nice volley from Aoyama. On cross-court goes the backhand from Shibahara and sprayed wide from Krejcikova. The Czechs are officially off the boil here. And the Japanese pairing have edged ahead in this set, albeit only on serve, but nevertheless 3-2 up in the second set, having dropped the first to Krejcikova and Siniakova, the number 1 seeds and defending champions.
Have they gone walkabout a little bit? Off the boil.
Just slightly off the boil. We got any correspondence to have a look at this?
Who have we got here? From Vishal, it's 10:50 a.m.
Oh, there you go, even earlier.
Aurangabad, 400 kilometers from Bombay.
Okay, or Mumbai, as you may know it as well. Exactly. But obviously Vishal lives there and called it Bombay, so,
so there is that
one or the other either way. But
there is that half-hour difference. So yeah, so it's 10 and a half hours ahead of Montreal. Yeah,
he makes that sound close, but 400 kilometers in some countries is a very long way away from some. If you had 400 kilometers from London,
it depends on your method of transport.
That's right, it does, doesn't it? By helicopter, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, on high-speed train, no problem. Everything else, well, you know.
But that is confirmation that Vishal has achieved an awful lot in his day.
By 10:50 a.m.
By 10:50 a.m.
Big time. You're making us look bad, Vishal, and we won't hold that against you because you're clearly fantastic. You're a fabulous person and a great correspondent.
Yes.
But
I'm still waiting for our Japanese correspondents, though. I know there's people who are poised who could just jot us a quick email just to say hi. Surely. aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form. Just jump on ausopen.com/AORadio. And you can keep listening as you do it. Krejcikova here is ready to serve at 2-3 in the second set. On serve. Having just recently been broken back. Siniakova, well, she had one forehand volley which Shibahara got back. The second one was just dispatched in the opposite direction by the all-business-looking now Katerina Siniakova. No smiles, just business.
There's certainly an uptick in aggression and forward thinking and a whole lot. Like, this thing has picked up big time.
Krejcikova serves. Shibahara mishits. Forehand goes well high and well long, landing near the Melbourne sign.
And that's as it should be. I mean, the Japanese opponents are not necessarily Grand Slam champion experience, but they're not neophytes either.
No, they've won, what, 8 or 9 titles?
I mean, they won a ton of titles last year. Yeah. And so good that they pushed back. And let's see how the Czechs respond.
Krejcikova clipping the tape, and that flies wide into the tram lines. Big one. I'll come back to that in a minute. Nice volley there from Siniakova, and then backpedaling with the overhead. That's really well put away right in the corner by Katerina Siniakova for 30 love.
Super jock move right there. She's in the middle of the air. She knew exactly where she wanted to go with it, and she was. Her nose was right over the net when that came to. Backed up beautifully. Really good athlete.
In 2021, they won Abu Dhabi, Yarra Valley, just down the road from here, Miami, Eastbourne, famous tournament, Cleveland. So they know how to...
They know how to win.
They know how to win. Of course, winning in a major is a whole different ball game, but nevertheless.
Yeah.
40 love here, Krejcikova feeling a bit more comfortable, looking to level this up at 3 games all. Shibahara clutches the net cord, and so Krejcikova will pick this up from the back of the court. Cross court goes Shibahara. That was just out by Krejcikova, confirmed by John Blom. Krejcikova wants to have a look at it as the close call. I don't know if we'll be entitled to see that.
She wants to have a look
at it. So this must be close. Was this an overrule from John Blom? I think it must have been, because he called it out, didn't he?
If it doesn't show, if they don't show it, it's probably not that close usually.
I'm thinking this must be close.
Yeah, it wasn't that close.
It wasn't
That's why they didn't show it.
Okay.
Yeah, the Yarra Valley tournament, I think that was one of those tournaments that they had in the Melbourne.
It was around here.
Yeah, and they called it by
Yes,
Phillips River and Yarra Valley and all these other
nicely done there by Siniakova at the net. So the Czech pairing do hold 3 games all. Yeah, you're right. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of different names, weren't there?
It was very, very confusing because there were like 2 ATPs and 2 WTAs going on at once, and you never know who was playing which one. And then you had players who were playing singles in one and doubles in the other. Then they were going by these names which you guys know, but we don't know. And all of that was going on probably during the qualifying. Yeah. It was absolute madness around here. We had a mask on 18 hours a day. I'm remembering last year and just going, oh, yeah, okay, that was a time. It really was something.
But a lot of fun.
But it was great to have everything here, though, I have to say. It was a bit strange, but it was great to have it here.
And great that the tournament happened.
Yeah, well, that's the first and foremost.
It wasn't interrupted. I mean, the 2020 version happened just before COVID really took off worldwide, but then 2021 was no certainty to happen, and it did. 2022, no certainty, and again, it did. So, and here we are, 2023. Hopefully, moving on to the other side of COVID.
Please.
3 games all in the second set here. Ayama serving. Response from Krejcikova wasn't that commanding, but the volley at the net from Siniakova was.
I can tell you this, my neighbor in the press center, whose back has been to me like for the last 2 weeks, Go, his name, he's a Japanese reporter. He's got a balaclava on. I mean, they're like, if I have never had COVID, but if I do, it won't ever be from him. That's for sure.
You're covered off there.
He's been covered up for 2 weeks now. He's serious.
Ayama serving a fault here at love 15. So it's going to be a second serve. So Siniakova is probably going to unload on this. Second serve lands in. Big backhand cross court picked up by Ayama. Nice volley from Shibahara. Can Ayama get to this? No, she can't. Needed that almost to be, volleyball, where Shibahara could help her shot on at the net. Just set it up high for a spike or whatever you call it.
That's right. It was one of those points that really illustrates the difference between Krejcikova and Siniakova on the doubles court. Siniakova just goes for it. Krejcikova sometimes plays it too safe.
Love 30. Ayama serving. Big moment in the course of this match here. The first set to Krejcikova and Siniakova 6-4. 3 games all here, but in the 7th game it's love 30. Ayama here. Serves. Krejcikova goes right at Shibahara. Brilliant volleys there, and then just put wide on the backhand from Ayama, and it's love 40 here. Triple break point for the Czechs.
Siniakova is pumped for this. Krejcikova is nonplussed, kind of. It's funny, their game styles definitely reflect their personalities, but when you have someone who is very aggressive, it's good to have the other partner to be very solid. That allows the more aggressive partner to take more chances.
Facing break points, Ayama serves. Siniakova just goes the high return, makes her way to the net. Krejcikova can unload on the backhand cross court. Siniakova thought about it, but then backpedaled. Ayama with a couple of good ground strokes, but that's opened up for Krejcikova up the line as Shibahara moved to the center of the court. They left the line exposed, and Krejcikova gleefully took that, and they break 2 love. And will serve next at 4-3 with the break of serve and the first set in the bag. And now the smile is back for Katerina.
Well, for now.
For now.
She's kind of like the Melbourne weather, isn't she?
Yes.
You pretty much get all 4 seasons in one match.
If you don't like it, just wait, and it'll change pretty shortly.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, no, she's still getting sort of signals and sort of tips and stuff from the box. She's funny, She's funny off the court. She's a very pleasant, charming person, and on the court you know exactly what she's feeling all the time, and those are my favorite kinds of players. Because she's happy, she's annoyed, she's
everything.
She's in despair, she's depressed, she's like all these different things. And Krejcikova just sort of goes there and goes, yeah, here I am. I'm the serious one here, and I'm just going to keep this act together.
Well, there's a few Czech flags in the crowd. There's a few Czech fans in the crowd. There are some Japanese fans as well, but they haven't got so much to shout about. There's a decent crowd in for this doubles final. We might be close to a conclusion because Krejcikova and Siniakova are about to serve at 4-3 in the second set, leading by a set to love. But don't worry, AO Radio will be staying on air right throughout this final Sunday of the tournament. We'll have the Twilight Show for you at 6:45, which is in just over 2 hours from now. And if we do reach a conclusion, we'll stay on air. We'll play you some of the interviews that our team has picked up over the course of the tournament. Some really fascinating ones that we've heard as well from our team of interviewers, Angus Delaney and Candy Reid, Chris Bowers, all sorts of people who've spoken to some fascinating people behind the scenes, and some of them on centre stage during the tournament as well. Up the line there, Ayama with that double-hander forehand, but she found the net. 15 love.
It feels as though that storm was brewing, and the Czechs were really, really good at weathering it.
Yes.
And now it kind of feels like it's over. I mean, never say never. It's not over yet, but I mean, that's what you have to do to win so much hardware.
Yeah. And they have won a fair bit over the journey.
That was me looking to see if the roof is still closed. It is.
Yes. 6 major doubles titles already to this pairing. Can they claim a 7th? That's down deep in the court. Shibahara going with the heavy forehand and then the backhand, but a nice piece of net play there from Krejcikova, just lurching into the centre. Saw her opportunity and put away the backhand volley at the net for 30 love.
That's really sort of the secret of Krejcikova as a doubles player. It's not flashy. It's all over the place, but she, you know, when she has her opportunity like that, she hasn't hit a lot of volleys in this match, really. And that one was there, and she made no mistake about it at all.
Just too long in the box there from Siniakova. Chat and check.
Krejcikova crouching down over the center line. Which way is she going?
That he loves.
She
Siniakova
just did the fake.
Goes to the backhand, and both Japanese players went for that. Aoyama corrected, though, and covered off the opposite side of the court, and then puts away the overhead. Wow, at one point they were almost standing in exactly the same part of the court, but Aoyama managed the correction, and they win the point.
Yeah, the checks were not quite sorted out there. As I mentioned, Krejcikova had like sort of one leg on each side of the middle service line, and then she didn't really do anything. She kind of shimmied and shaked and tried to sort of fake them out, but in the end, as they were both sort of ended up in the middle of the court, and the Japanese players took advantage. Where's she going this time?
Siniakova serving 30-15, goes to the backhand of Shibahara, but it was just long. She should have made that probably. 40-15, good serving though. Lost the WTA Tour final. Kudermetova and Mertens last year though. Krejcikova and Siniakova, so they don't win everything they enter.
No, Kudermetova and Mertens aren't even playing together anymore, so there you go.
True. That probably, yeah, so they won't come up against them too often.
Kudermetova used to play with Sabalenka too. I don't know if it's a... Sorry, Mertens used to play with Sabalenka. She seems to change partners a lot and does well with everybody. That's the thing. So I'm sure she's in demand. Perhaps they're bidding for her services, offering spa days.
But these two are a very constant pairing, Siniakova and Krejcikova. And at the moment, they're getting it done. 40-15 here serves. Aoyama just pulling this backhand just long beyond the baseline. And Krejcikova and Siniakova within a game of defending their title here and claiming a second Australian Open.
Good ideas on the return in that game, but they didn't make them. And I think it just showed that they felt a lot of pressure to make something happen in that game, because it was basically they had basically had 2 shots left to try to break, and good ideas didn't work.
Serving to stay in the championship then. Shibahara. Right in front of us here in the commentary box, Shibahara serves. Krejcikova heavily with the forehand, then onto the backhand, still at the back of the court, rocking back. Shibahara finds the net with a regulation forehand. Love 15.
And ultimately, that's the problem that this team has if they stay back too much, because you don't want to be trading groundies with, to a lesser extent, Siniakova, but still top 50 singles player, and especially with Krejcikova. And if they get involved in that, they are probably going to lose most of those points.
Shibahara serves a fault, just missing the mark down the middle. Serving here, Siniakova attacking this with the backhand. Here's another backhand from Siniakova, taking Shibahara wide. Nice volley, though, from Aoyama. Just redirecting that on the backhand at the net.
It's hard to describe how difficult that is, what she does, because she's so close to the net. She has very, very little reaction time, and she's hitting it with 2 hands. That's that's why she's been around so long.
Yeah.
I mean, that's top-level skill right there.
15 all, Shibahara serves. Krejcikova just with the high response. Should be put away by Aoyama, and it is. It is. Took a high bounce and landed at the sponsor signs at the back of the court. That's what you need to do. 30-15. Couple of big serves here needed from Shibahara. Siniakova just tries to float this deep, but tried to land it near the baseline. Would have been awkward if it had landed in, but it was a couple of inches out. The shoulders slump from the check. And the mood shifts. Again, shake of the head. Can't believe she missed it, but she did. 40-15, and points here for 4-5. Shibahara serves. Krejcikova again floating this ball. Taken out of the air. Wrong decision there. Tried to slice this ball out of the air on the backhand. Really difficult shot.
It was a really awkward shot because it was just out of range probably for Aoyama, although she may have been able to give it a go on the smash. And Shibahara got up there late to try to compensate and then tried to volley. Tried to do good things again, but did not execute. Story of their match pretty much today.
40-30, big point here. Shibahara finds the net. Trying to make Krejcikova and Siniakova serve this out on Rod Laver Arena. Shibahara serves, big forehand from Siniakova, right back at Shibahara, who tried to pick it up on the half volley, could only find the net. Great return from Katerina.
Now, Aoyama was going, she was crossing on that point, and it was a really good return with a lot of pace on it. And Shibahara, she was preoccupied with trying to cross over to the other side and then just ended up getting her feet in a jumble.
Big point here, and deuce and 3-5. Shibahara serves. It's a fault. Siniakova advances into the forward position. Serving here, Shibahara, and running around the forehand. Krejcikova, where does Shibahara go? She goes right back at Krejcikova. Forehand to forehand. Brilliant interjection, though, from Siniakova. Backhand volley slides away on an acute angle to earn a championship point for the Czechs.
Yeah, the tide turned on this one about 10, 15 minutes ago, and ever since then, it feels as though the Japanese have kind of been swimming uphill, trying to make things happen, just not happening, just pressing a little bit too much because they have to.
Can't check out here, though, Shibahara.
See what you did there.
Serving here to stay in this. Shibahara just serving too long in the box. Siniakova and Krejcikova both advance further forward. Championship point for them. Shibahara serves. Backhand from Siniakova's really good, but from Shibahara into the net on the backhand, and the screams are from the Czechs. Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova have won a second Australian Open title and confirmed their status as the preeminent pairing in women's doubles. They win in 1 hour and 23 minutes, 6-4, 6-3 over Aoyama and Shibahara of Japan.
All smiles from them, and they are now the only women's doubles pair that's still alive to win a doubles Grand Slam this year. Nobody else can do it, and the thing is, they could do it.
And they defend their title here on Rod Laver Arena, and that's a great effort from the Czech pairing. They were the better pairing of the two all afternoon here, just slightly having the edge all the way through. Critical breaks of serve at the right times, and just also probably had a little bit too much firepower for Aoyama and Shibahara, who've done exceptionally well, the 10th seeds, to make it through to the final, but came up against a pair who just don't tend to lose a lot in Krejcikova and Siniakova, and that's been the outcome here on Rod Laver Arena this afternoon.
Yeah, ultimately you had a very good pair and a great pair. And so the outcome is not unexpected. There were some moments there in the second set where it looked like the very good pair were going to sort of challenge and make it a little bit tougher, but it kind of went away almost as soon as it sort of happened. Still a great result for them. Nice check. Nice trophy, check. Even though it's not the biggest trophy, but I mean, there were, you know, I'm sure, of course, they would have hoped and had belief before they came out here, but I think they also know how good the Czechs are. They're really, 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 really good.
Well, they're racking up the major doubles titles now. That's 7 for this pairing. All of those over recent years as well. They're just getting better and better at the moment, and seeing off all comers as the trophy presentation. Everyone gets straight into trophy mode.
Are we going to count their 3 junior slam titles as well in their total? Why not?
I don't know if we can do that, but we can do it.
We can do whatever we want.
Judy Dalton's down here on Rod Laver Arena, one of the Australian tennis player, one of the original 9 who've been celebrated this week for their role in the beginnings of the WTA Tour. I wonder if she's going to be presenting the trophy here this afternoon. You'd imagine that must be her role down here on centre court this afternoon as Barbora Krejcikova throws some apparel up to the fans.
Sweaty wristbands? Ew.
Anything. We'll take anything.
I have to confess, I never really sort of saw the attraction of grabbing somebody's sweaty wristband, but,
no. It's not my thing, but nor are autographs, and people love them, so...
Well, there you go.
Whatever is your thing, we encourage it.
Yeah, as long as you come to the tennis, as long as you watch the tennis, and however you consume it, as long as you listen on AO Radio, we're fine with everything you do. As long as you love the sport we love.
Do we only like people who listen to AO Radio?
Okay, well, let's just narrow it down to that. Yeah.
If the Australian Open.
If you don't listen to AO Radio, we don't like you. But of course, if you're not listening to AO Radio, you don't know that we don't like you because you're not listening. So
that's exactly right.
Just spread that to your friends who aren't listening. Make sure that they, and the rest of this year and next year again, they make sure that this is the place to be.
Definitely.
If you want to be liked by Steph and Steve.
Definitely,
for
exactly.
Many other
well, and
reasons.
who wouldn't want to be?
Well,
who wouldn't want to be?
It's a small club. It's a very small and exclusive club. We want to make it bigger and more inclusive.
There's a lot of people right around the world tuned into AO Radio right now, and there'll be even more tonight for that big match between Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas to decide the men's singles title. All right, well, it's just some final preparations being put into place. Katerina Siniakova and Craig Tiley, the tournament director, engaged in discussions over something. I don't know what, but Craig looks very happy, so I imagine that it's...
he's smiling. There's banter. It's not usually where he's at, so maybe Katerina Siniakova made it funny. The Japanese players are smiling.
As they
Big
should.
Smiles, yeah.
As they should, and it's not all a looking desperately disappointed and tears when you lose a final, because to get to the final, you've had an outstanding fortnight, and that's the case for Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, who have performed extremely well over the course of this fortnight. But they came up against the number one seeds who played like the number one seeds.
Like everybody's there waiting for the trophies. Krejcikova had a bunch of stuff in her hands. They're all it's like she emptied out a whole pocket with like 24 wristbands and things from her bag, and she's just gone out throwing it up to all the fans. And meanwhile, they're like, Barbora, could you please come over here for the trophy ceremony? She's like, I'm busy throwing stuff at people.
Come on.
No, she's jogging. I'm coming. She ran out of stuff. It's all distributed.
I'm the champion. Don't I get to do whatever I want?
I think she's just pulling rank. Just like Tsitsipas dropping off all the autographed photos of himself like he's, I don't know, Brad Pitt or something. Dropping off the autographed cards. That was great, actually.
Well, we've got everyone out there. Craig Tiley's out there, the tournament director. We've got Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee. We've got... who else have we got? I think that gentleman is from Kia, from memory from previous years.
He's not the Kia guy, though. Remember the Kia guy?
Well, I think there's been a number of Kia guys.
No, but the Korean Korean guy who practiced his speech, for all year, and then he came out. Remember, we came out after Nadal and Djokovic had played for 6 hours. They couldn't even stand, and the whole speech was there. Epic.
All right, let's go check in on the trophy presentation now on Rod Laver Arena.
Firstly, let's take a moment to thank these 4 amazing players for a wonderful match at the 2023 Australian Open Women's Doubles Final right here on Rod Laver Arena. We are joined today by Tournament Director Craig Tiley, Tournament Referee Wayne McEwen, Chief Operating Officer for Kia Australia, Mr. Damien Meredith, and Chair Umpire John Blom from Australia, as well as one of the original 9 and Australian Open doubles legend, Judy Dalton, who will be presenting today's trophies. Firstly, I would like to invite Chief Operating Officer for Kia Australia, Mr. Damien Meredith, forward to say a few words.
Thanks very much, and welcome to the final day of what's been a great tournament. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the 4 players, Shuko and Ina. You were great. You had a great 2 weeks. Congratulations. To Katerina and Barbara, I think this is their 7th Grand Slam win, so that puts them up in the higher echelon. So congratulations. Finally, Kia's been a major sponsor of the Australian Open for 22 years, and we've just signed for another 5. So we look forward to continued success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meredith. I would now like to call on Wayne McEwen to present a gift to our chair umpire from today's match, John Blom from Australia. Thank you, John. I would now like to ask our finalists from Japan, Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, to come forward and collect their trophies from Judy and say a few words. Congratulations on an incredible fight today.
First of all, congratulations, our opponent. Yeah, it's amazing play. We try to do our best, but yeah, I'm a little bit sad, but I'm so happy to play in the final in Australian Open. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And thank you for my partner. Yeah, even tough situation, we try to give brave each other, and yeah, we tried to fight until the end. Thank you so much. And thank you, my team. I couldn't win today, but yeah, thank you so much for bringing me here on the final. My coach, thank you to my coach for everything you've done to me. Thank you so much. And yeah, my fitness coach and my family, thank you so much for support in off season. Yeah, I'm so happy to play good play here. Yeah, I hope come back next year. And last of all, thank you so much, Tournament Director Craig and all staffs for making such a great tournament possible. Thank you so much.
First of all, of course, congratulations to you guys. 7 Grand Slam titles is an amazing achievement, and yeah, we really tried our best, but you guys just were too solid, so congratulations. Of course, thank you to my partner. We've had many, many years together already, and finally we got to the finals. It's been an amazing ride already, and we're just really proud of how we did this week, and hopefully next time we can get the title. So we'll keep trying our best. And of course, thank you to our box, Team Japan, my dad for coming, Shuko's coach and family for all the support this month. It's been so amazing. I feel like every day I got better because of you guys, and I'm just so grateful. Thank you so much. It's been a dream these past 2 weeks. I've always dreamt of getting to the finals. Of course, I wanted to really get this title, but I know that our future's bright, and I just can't wait for our next slam together. And of course, Thank you to Craig and all the physios, staff, everyone who volunteered. I think AO might be our favorite tournament. And of course, everyone who came out, all our Japan fans, thank you so much for coming out to support. It's so much fun playing in front of you guys. And of course, everyone back home, thank you so much for watching and supporting. All your messages has been so warming, and I'm so thankful for every single one of you. Thank you so much.
Please, one more round of applause for our first-time finalists from Japan, Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara. And would you now please put your hands together for our 2023 Australian Open Women's Doubles Champions, Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova from the Czech Republic, as they come forward to collect their trophies and say a few words. Tennis fans, big round of applause for your champions of 2023.
Well, this time I will go first because Bara talked too much. So, well done, girls. I think you had amazing 2 weeks, and wish you good luck to next tournaments. It was a pleasure to be on this court against you. So, congratulations. I would like to thank you all who came today, because it's really nice to be again on this court with your support. Everyone says that it's just doubles, but we are really, I think we all are so happy that you are here and giving this atmosphere, so thank you so much. Big thanks to my partner, Bara. I'm so happy we did it again. It was a nice journey, and I'm looking forward to next tournaments. So thank you for playing with me. It's good we still stick together. And I would like to thank my team, everyone who supports me. Thank you so much for being with me. Also, I would like to send big thanks to my home, my family, and my mom is having birthday. Takže mami, to je pro tebe. Mám vás všechny moc ráda. We should sing. We should sing? No. It's in 2 days, but it's a big present for her, so I'm happy we did it. And of course, big thanks to everyone who made this tournament possible, because it's a big pleasure that we can start here. I love to come back to Australia, doesn't matter what. So thank you everyone, volunteer staff, tournament director. It's really nice to be here. So I hope I'll be next year back. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start that I would like to thank for presenting this beautiful trophy to us from one of the important person that is here with us today, from one of the original 9, Judy Dalton. I am really honored that I can be here. I can get the trophy from you.
or we can get a trophy from you. And I have to say that we all, the WTA, everybody is really appreciate what you did for us, for the next generation. I would like to congratulate the girls. Yeah, tough to say because, yeah, I mean, you guys playing really well, but still, like, I don't really want you to beat us. So, I mean, I'm sorry for saying this, but still, I really feel that you guys are such a good human beings, and I'm really happy when when we can have such a nice moment together on the court. Because just every time I see you over the court, you're always smiling and always just being very happy and very very honored. Or I love the way how you guys behave and how you enjoying tennis. So thank you for being great models. Well, then, thanks, Kafka. I'm really happy that we are playing our 10th year together. We started 2013 already, so it's been a very long journey, and I'm really happy how we are playing and how we can improve, and that just the connection and everything is working well. So I'm really looking forward for more. Then I would like to thank everybody here today that came, and there are actually a lot of people. I feel really honored that you guys came, and you came to watch us, and you came to support both teams, and I mean, I really appreciate it, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to play in front of you. Then big thanks to my coach and to our box and to some friends that arrived today, and they support us with the flags also on the other side, and I think there was somebody as well. So thank you. Děkuju moc krát. Děkujeme, že nás podporujete. So yeah, it's big support of my coach, but also other part of the team, especially other I mean, fitness and just everybody behind the scenes. And big thanks to my family back home, to my mom and dad, to my brothers, really important people in my life. And yeah, I don't wanna forget on anybody. So I think they all know who I'm mentioning right now. So I really wanna thank them, and I'm really happy that they're supporting me, and that we're gonna go on. And I have to definitely thank Craig for making a great tournament. We've been through a lot in the last couple of years, so I think we made a nice connection together. So thank you for making such a beautiful tournament, and also thanks to all the sponsors, the main sponsors that are helping in funding this tournament. And then, I mean, everybody behind the scenes who are helping during the week, and volunteers and WTA staff, and just physios back in the locker room, and also, I don't know, the locker room ladies, and just everybody that is there for us and helping us to get through these beautiful 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's an honor, and then it's beautiful coming back here to Australia. So I'm already looking forward for next year. Thank you.
As they come forward for their photos, please give a big round of applause to our 2023 Australian Open Women's Doubles Champions, Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova. And thank you everyone for coming out today. What an incredible display of doubles tennis. It's now time for them to have their photos, and the men's singles finals between Stefanos Tsitsipas and Novak Djokovic will be back here on Rod Laver Arena tonight. Thank you.
Here we are. We complete the ceremony and the proceedings there for the women's doubles champions. Katerina Siniakova and Barbora Krejcikova win the title again, defending their women's doubles titles, and they're now, as you just heard from our master of ceremonies, they're standing in front of a whole bunch of photographers snapping away.
I recognize some of them. Yeah.
The four of them, and shortly the vanquished Japanese pair will depart stage left and leave just the two of them to take those photographs, and then there'll no doubt be the photo of them looking up. There we are.
There
That's
we
the
go.
one.
We're
Prue
going.
is directing them to look up, because we always like that photo just next to the Melbourne sign as everyone looks up. It's always a good snap. Anyway, so that's all happening in front of us here in the commentary box as the crowd starts to make their way off to get a drink and a bite to eat, because everyone's going to turn their attention. Who's got tickets to this match has also got tickets to tonight's contest, which will decide the last of the draws to be decided, the men's singles, and that will be played between Novak Djokovic, the 9-times champion, and Stefanos Tsitsipas, the third seed. But before we turn our attention to that, Steph, and just to remind everyone that we will be staying on air this afternoon. AO Radio will continue right through to the Twilight Show at 6:45 local time, which is in an hour and 40 minutes. Kate Kearns, Sam Duncan and Steph
and me
will be on for that preview of the men's singles final. And then Peter Mercado and Chris Bowers, along with Jill Krabus and Mark Helawati, will take you through proceedings here on Rod Laver Arena. All right, as Katerina and Barbora continue their celebrations, Steph, your final thoughts on this contest and what they've achieved with this second consecutive Australian Open here today?
Well, my first thought was even without the original Kia guy, that was some lengthy trophy ceremony,
Yes, it was.
was it not?
Yes, it was.
There was a lot going on there. It's sort of interesting that the best doubles player in the world, who are now trying to do the leap up in the air trophy pose. We'll see if they can try that again.
Well, they got it right last year.
Don't hurt yourselves, lady. Yeah,
they got
did.
it right last year, so if they don't get it right this year, they can
There
just
you
use
go.
last year's.
Yeah, there you go. No, different outfits. People
True.
on Twitter
No
know.
one will ever remember.
Yeah, people on Twitter know. They're
Yeah,
like,
I
no,
know.
those were the 2021 AO outfits.
People on Twitter know everything. It's
That's-
still under the closed roof, but we're expecting, although I don't know and I don't want to profess I've got a direct line to Wayne McEwen, we would expect, I think, that roof should be open for tonight. But I'll have a quick look at the radar, as you continue there, Steph.
Yeah, no, I think that the contrast here, of course, is that the number one team in the world won the women's doubles, whereas the men's doubles was an absolute free-for-all.
It's a boil-over.
It was an absolute boil-over, and so the red and white and red team of Hugo Nice and Jan Zielinski made the finals, devastated to lose to those two crazy Aussies, undersized but very enthusiastic Aussies, Jason Kubler and Rinki Hijikata, who basically have, their lives are made after this. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy thing they did. They get a big check. They get a big bump in the rankings. Unless they really mess up, they'll probably make the year-end finals on the strength of this of that thing. So it's a complete game changer for them, and for Krejcikova and Siniakova, it's like, oh, business as usual. Oh, yeah, okay, another Grand Slam title on our resume. That's,
it's a complete contrast, isn't it?
But they really are, again, they don't play classic doubles in any sense of the word. There are some teams out there who still do. They're not necessarily the top teams, because maybe they're just not as consistent as players like Mertens or Kudermetova, and who are also really excellent singles players. But these two, we'll see what happens, particularly with Krejcikova, because she got injured and she really hasn't gotten her singles career back to the heights that it was when she went almost out of nowhere and won Roland Garros. And she's that good, but there's been such a sort of revolving door of people who've come up to the top and fallen back down in women's tennis. She's not quite gotten it going, and I'm not quite sure why. It's hard to say.
Maybe this will kickstart it, right?
Maybe,
Maybe. You can't beat as the Japanese pair leave Rod Laver Arena as the winners continue to celebrate with more photographs and more jumping.
More jumping?
You
There
never
we
know,
go.
something like this, at the start of the year, maybe this can kickstart something in the singles arena for Barbora, maybe Katerina as well. They're both still, only in their mid-20s, so many years of doubles success could lie ahead, and certainly more in the singles arena. I mean, definitely more for Barbora, you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't feel like in this particular case that it carries over for these two. I think that I don't think they take for granted their double success, but they know how good they are at it. They continue to play it. They know they're going to win a lot of titles, but I don't think they don't, you know, there's no increase or decrease in confidence from winning those titles because it's something that they do. So I'm not sure it really makes a ton of difference to the singles. Yeah, well, like, where is it? Like, Siniakova is always going to be kind of like that. And you can see it with the way they are on the court. Very explosive player, has a lot of power, you know, a lot of aggression. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And that's kind of who she is. You know, she's a credible top 50 singles player who will have peaks when she does really well at an event. But Krejcikova, it's funny, you know, because when what was she, like 66 in the world or something just before she won that Grand Slam title, and all of a sudden she got as high as like number 2. And everybody was like, well, she's more of a number 2 than a number 66. But it's possible for her that maybe that was just this crazy, you know, confluence of just great things that happened, and that you know, maybe she's a top 20 player, maybe she's a top 30 player with peaks, and this is who she is. I mean, I guess time will tell, because there's a lot of players in the top 10 right now. You know, Rebecca is in the top 10 now.
Yes,
Sabalenka is number 2. You still have Swiatek, you have Ons Jabeur and Baghdatis and all these players who really didn't, Garcia, who didn't do great here, but who are whatever. I don't know if she's up there with them right now.
Yeah.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Well, certainly not the numbers, but she is, again, a major winner, because this afternoon, her and Katerina Siniakova have won their second Australian Open, defending the title here that they won last year, and they did it in some style this afternoon. 6-4, 6-3 winners in an hour and a half on centre court, beating off the challenge of Aoyama and Shibahara, the Japanese pairing. Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. Right, Steph. There's another Steph who's going to be taking to the court in about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. What chance does he have in beating Novak Djokovic this evening?
It's a pretty fascinating matchup, isn't it? When you look at the way the draw came together and shook out, it's hard to see who else would have had a shot. You know, you put Medvedev up there because of his priors, but he's really not looked like that level for maybe about a year now.
Yep.
And you have a lot of, like, Casper Ruud. That's not going to happen on a hard court, I don't think. Felix Auger-Aliassime, another top 10 player. You know,
seemed unlikely, didn't it?
Yeah, not really happening. Rublev just didn't have the even out firepower. I mean,
and even Nadal on this court against Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic would still go in a red hot favourite on this hard court, right? if that was the final tonight.
So Tsitsipas has a bit of a wild card quality to him in that he does have a game, and he has gone 5 sets in Grand Slams with Djokovic before. He's had his heart broken, of course, and it's been on clay too, of course. But he's looked really, really good this week. Now, what we will find out is whether that was kind of a mirage that will be sort of revealed by the fact that he's playing Djokovic tonight, and that maybe, you know, he felt really comfortable and very serene against lesser. And I use that word advisedly because they're all very, very excellent players. You know?
I think the other difficulty for Tsitsipas is, although, you know, they've played 12 times, as you mentioned, and, you know, he has won twice, you've got to go back all the way to 2019 into that pre-COVID era for his last win. His wins came in Shanghai and Toronto, and apart from that, it's gone the way of Djokovic on every single occasion. And some big tournaments, and, you know, you mentioned the final at Roland Garros, and of course they met the year before that as well with a 5-set win going to Djokovic in the semis as well. They've big tournaments, Rome a couple of times, Paris, ATP finals, like, you know, so, you know, tour finals. So, you know, there's some big tournaments where Tsitsipas just hasn't been able to find the answers. And here we are on a court that Novak doesn't even have a mortgage on this place. He owns it outright.
He knows where the shorter trip to the bathroom is. Yeah, I mean, Tsitsipas won 2 of the first 3 that he played against Djokovic. Then he's lost 9 straight. Now, again, but there were moments there. There are moments there, especially in the 5-set, you know, in the 5. There are not that many guys out there who reliably can go 5 sets and not somehow run a gas. And Tsitsipas is one of those. So what we have tonight is a situation where he very much is, running uphill to try to make something happen here. But then at the other time, if he can exploit I would say the weakness that Djokovic has during this tournament because of the hamstring, if there's anything you can see with his movement, it's that he has trouble going to the left relative to his usual ability to go to the left, to go out there with two hands and make something out of that far shot to the backhand and make something aggressive with it. It's not quite there. Now, what he's doing because of that little issue is he's compensating in other ways by serving harder, by pinpoint accuracy with his serve, by basically just, that's the genius of him, and it's hard to really put into words, but he comes up with something. If he doesn't have one thing, he comes up with something else, and you're like, oh, I didn't really know he could do that, and there it is. And so the problem with that, though, is that Tsitsipas is weaker on the backhand side than on the forehand. It's a shot that can be good. His slice is sometimes good, but his backhand is sort of high and loopy, and he doesn't necessarily hit it, with winning intent, and it can break down. Now we saw what Djokovic did to Rublev, who had probably, like I say, his +1 after his serve had hit over 50% of them as forehands throughout the tournament up until he got to play Djokovic. And that everybody's trying to find his backhand, right? But it didn't really happen, less than half the time. Yeah. So then he goes and plays Djokovic, and Djokovic finds his backhand 80% of the time with the +1. Like, that's just ludicrous precision on his part, and he's going to use this. He's going to do the same thing that Tsitsipas. So all you can hope for is I don't know, there's a lot of elements that may come into it. Maybe his legs bothering him. Maybe the fans get on his case, because there should be plenty of Greek support for Tsitsipas here, and the new school he's planning to build in Victoria if he wins the tournament. He's been buttering everybody up for weeks.
Should be a great atmosphere inside.
I hope so.
Bubbling and noisy.
I hope it's friendly and civilized and drama-free and just loud.
Come on, we got Djokovic playing.
No, but I mean in the stands.
I think there's going to be some drama. I mean, you think back to Tsitsipas at Wimbledon, you think back to Djokovic and most of his matches here. It's going to boil over a couple of times, I reckon.
So. I mean, don't you hope so? I meant in the stands. I don't want fisticuffs. I don't want it. As Djokovic put it the other day, he said, in our history with the Greeks, the Serbs and the Greeks have always gotten very well historically. So, that was the thing.
It's the first time for everything.
Well,
no, I'm sure they'll be fine on court. Yes, but yeah.
No, it'll be good.
It should be a tremendous atmosphere.
No coaching. No coaching is allowed now, so no coaching dramas, bathroom break dramas. We'll see. It's all going to be happening. So tune in to AO Radio.
And the percentage chance of Tsitsipas winning?
30%.
30%? That's quite high. Okay, that's quite high. I'm going at more like between 15 and 20, just because of Djokovic's record here and his confidence and the fact of what happened last year when he was forcibly forced to leave Australia. He's got a lot to prove, and I think that's been in the back of his mind all the way through. He wants to come out of here with the title, and he won't say as much probably, but I'm sure he thinks as much. Yeah, he has. He wants to.
Can I change my percentage? I'm going with you.
Okay.
as our last moment together on AO Radio,
all right.
We are aligned.
We're both in the 15 to 20% chance for Tsitsipas. I like it. All right. Well, you're going to hear more from Steph Miles on the Twilight Show. She's going to come up with Kate Kearns and Sam Duncan. They'll be on air in, what is it? I have no idea what time. It's about an hour and 25 minutes from now. Before that, though, we will stay on air. Jeff Field's going to keep you company in the lead up to the Twilight Show. As I mentioned, we've got a lot of wonderful interviews to share with you from some tremendous people behind the scenes, and also players and coaches and all sorts of characters from behind the Australian Open 2023. This afternoon, Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova have defended their title. They've won another Australian Open, their second in the women's doubles. 6-4, 6-3 winners over Ayama and Shiba Hara. Tonight, Stefanos Tsitsipas and Novak Djokovic go head-to-head for the title. As I mentioned, Peter Mercado, Chris Bowers, Jill Krabus and Mark Hilawati will take you through that. That's it, Steph. Great pleasure sharing the commentary box with you again in 2023. Shall we resume the Steph and Steve show, shall we say next year?
Well, God willing, we're all here. I'm for it.
We don't know, but that's what we'll aim for.
That's the plan.
Okay.
That's the plan.
That's all we can do is plan. Yeah. All right, thanks so much for your company. And thanks for all your messages as well right throughout the fortnight. Do keep them coming on AO Radio, because you do make our broadcast with your input from right around the world. Wherever you're listening to us, do keep those messages coming through. Right, Jeff Field will be with you to keep you company all the way up to the Twilight Show, so go nowhere on AO Radio.
The AO Ballpark is the best fun a kid can have at the Oz Open. Presented by Emirates, it's packed with fun, including a water slide, an aerial adventure course, and loads of games. Cloud jump at the Emirates Fly Better Adrenaline Tower. Check out a First Nations digital art experience and lots more at the entertainment stage featuring kid-friendly performers. The AO Ballpark at the city entrance of Birrell Ma.
This year, the Australian Open continues to make all centre court matches more accessible to people living with blindness and low vision with Action Audio. Using ball tracking technology and sound design, Action Audio gives people with low vision more information about what's happening on the court. To find out more, visit actionaudio.com. That's action-audio.com. MasterCard, proudly the presenting partner of Action Audio.
Tennis Hot Shots is designed especially for kids aged 3 to 12. Using modified rackets, nets and softer balls, it supports development for a lifelong love of the game. Run by qualified Tennis Australia coaches in fun and supportive environments, Tennis Hot Shots helps kids gain confidence and sport skills while making new friends. Head to play.tennis.com.au to learn more.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Hi, this is Chris O'Connell, and you're listening to AO Radio.
And hi, this is Jeff Field, and you are definitely listening to AO Radio. And vertically challenged, I think that's what Steph said, something along the lines of those two Aussie pairs. I've never been called vertically challenged. I've been called a lot of things as an Australian, but never vertically challenged. We're going to take you through some really, really interesting pieces that we've had over the last 14 days now here at the Australian Open. It's a little bit self-indulgent because I just basically want to let you in on some of the great conversations that our team here have put together here in the AO production area, which we're right in the booth right now, right next to Rod Laver Arena, right under the stands. And I think we might kick it off. They've been talking to some exclusive talent over the last 14 days. Some of them, somebody who made a name for herself in 2022 with a runners-up performance at last year's Australian Open was Danielle Collins. First up, here she is, speaking with Angus Delaney.
Danielle, thank you for joining me on AO Radio. How does it feel to be back at the Australian Open? Obviously, a really great performance here last year.
Yeah, happy to be back. Always love playing here and love being in Melbourne and have lots of friends here now after so many great experiences. So, yeah, happy to be back and looking forward to going to some great restaurants and getting to have some fun matches on court.
And last year, making it to the women's final, have you had time to reflect on that almost a year later, kind of on how amazing that run was?
Yeah, I mean, I think we reflected on it, a lot last year, and it was so long ago. I mean, so many great memories, but just kind of in the rearview mirror at this point.
Okay, so this year, how are you feeling? You have fresh goals?
Yeah, fresh goals, trying to stay healthy and get a lot of matches in and play some more tournaments than I did last year. We'll see how it goes, but just looking forward to having a healthy new year.
And there's a really big cohort of Americans on tour at the moment. What's that culture like within that group?
Yeah, I think we have a really nice culture between all the Americans, a lot of camaraderie, and especially, we have so many great players, but a lot of us too, because of that, we grew up playing with each other and have known each other for so long, so have developed really, long-term friendships within that. Madison Keys, for example, we've known each other since we were like 8 years old. We used to be pen pals back in the day before there was like social media and stuff. So, we have so many wonderful memories, not just from, playing on tour, but back in the junior days with our parents. And it's such a full circle, I think, moment for all of us to kind of be at this level and at this stage. Because when you're kids, you kind of dream of it and you compete in the smaller tournaments. And it's really cool to kind of work your way up together and to be able to have people that you've known for so long. And, that's one of the best things about tennis is the way it brings people together and the relationships you get to build.
And what's it like then if you end up going head-to-head against one of your, American friends on tour?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us, we just try to go out and do the best that we can. I don't think we think too much about, who we're playing, but we just try to go out and have fun and compete as hard as we can and do the best we can.
And you talked about off-court going out to see friends and eat at nice restaurants. And I think it was last year that you went rock climbing, even with the fear of heights. Is there anything that you want to try again or try something new this year?
Rock climbing, that was on my girls' trip in Arizona a few months before. I don't know. Do they have rock climbing in Melbourne? Okay, maybe I'll be able to find a place to do some rock climbing. That'd be fun to kind of relive that fear. Get a little adrenaline flow. One of my friends on tour was in New Zealand for the Auckland event, and before they were in Queenstown, and they were bungee jumping. So I don't think I'll be bungee jumping, but rock climbing might be a little bit more my pace.
Is Australia a place where you think you can play your best tennis?
Yeah, I've come here before and, had good tournaments and good runs, and I always enjoy my time here and have fun and have luckily had some good success here, so hopefully I can continue that this year.
Great, thanks for joining me on AO Radio, Danielle. It certainly feels like Danielle fits in well here in Melbourne. One player who has certainly seen a lot of Australia is Angelina Kalinina, who played in Adelaide, Hobart and Melbourne so far this month. I caught up with Angelina after her second round win. Well, Angelina, thank you for joining me on AO Radio, and today, for the first time ever moving into the third round of a major, how do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I appreciate this moment, really already can't wait for my third round match, and yeah, I'm just excited to be in the tournament.
And beating a Grand Slam champion like Petra Kvitova, that must give you a lot of confidence in your game?
I mean, she's an amazing player. She won almost everything what every player dreams of. But I mean, that's kind of matches that I'm looking for. Looking this year, I was playing some top players last year, so it's already, how to say, good that I'm, that I'm playing against these players, that I'm on this level, and yeah, feels great. It's good that today is my match.
And we've had record-breaking crowds at the Australian Open. Did you feel that there was a lot of fan support today?
Yes, I was saying on the court after the match that it was incredible, like crazy support for me, and I don't know how to say, it's not even enough thank you, because it was like whole stadium fully booked today and everyone was supporting me. I mean, both of us, but I'm saying that I felt like it's so much support for me, and I was really, how to say, going for it. I felt like, yes, I can do it,
You're also playing doubles. How are you going to kind of manage playing doubles and singles? Are you worried about the kind of toll it takes on your body, or do you like to have something on every day?
No, I mean, I'm really looking for our doubles, because throughout the year I'm not playing that much doubles. I'm just trying to play them on the big tournaments and on Grand Slams. So that's a very good, practice for us. And yeah, I'm really looking for our double match.
Is there anything you kind of, when going to doubles, how does your mindset change when you're playing alongside someone else? How is it different to playing kind of singles in terms of the way you think?
I mean, first of all, it's much more comfortable because you share your court with your partner and you make decisions together. So it's really comfortable, I would say this word, yeah, comfort. Yeah.
And last year into the top 50 for the first time, and you've, going up into the mid-30s now. Is it nice to kind of look at your ranking and see that there's been progress over the years?
I mean, it's great to see that I'm making the progress, but I would say that I was always saying that tennis is not about the numbers, it's about just the game, the process, and yeah, you have to just work, because if you're going to look at the ranking at the numbers, it's like nothing compared to what you have to do on court. It's nothing to do with that. It's like, first of all, you do your job, you do your stuff, and then you kind of, okay, yeah, it's this number, or it's better, or it's not. Okay, but it's also just about the job, first of all, about tennis, about game.
Well, instead of rankings, what kind of areas of your game have improved? What parts of your game do you think have got much better over the last few years?
I would say I'm trying to improve all of my parts, but I'm saying maybe fitness is a little bit better than previous years.
And you've been in Australia for a few weeks now in Adelaide and Hobart. Have you kind of been able to go out and see much of the different cities?
Unfortunately, no. I've been playing, and really it was very hot, like 40 Celsius in Adelaide one day. So after the match, I was like really like under the cold shower. But these, I would say, Adelaide and Hobart tournaments were incredibly good for my preparation for the Melbourne.
And just Australia in general, how do you enjoy playing in Australia?
Really enjoying, because previous years was not like, it was always first round of qualifying, so I'm really happy to be here, to stay in the tournament, and I just want to keep working on myself, on my game, and just keep doing what I do. That's it.
Well, Angelina, thank you for joining me on AO Radio. Angelina made a big rise in the rankings, just as Alex Molchan has, who eventually fell to Felix Auger-Aliassime in a 5-set thriller. He caught up with Candy Reid to talk about his good form and his tattoos.
Alex Molchan, thanks very much for speaking to AO Radio. I'd love to know a little bit about you. I was reading you made your ATP main draw debut in 2021. By the end of the year, you were the #1 Slovakian and inside the top 100. That's quite a meteoric raise.
Yeah.
How did you do that?
I don't know. I don't know. The one tournament changed everything. The Belgrade tournament, from qualies to finals to play against Djokovic, that was a really big boost for me. My confidence was really high throughout the whole season after. So I'm really happy about that. If I look back, that it was not just one tournament I played great, but overall the whole season, then I played really well. My confidence was high, and I ended up top 100 and #1 Slovakian. So it was a great year, and yeah.
And you've credited your mum a lot with how much sacrifice she made for you in the early stages. It seems like a lot of the professional tennis players do have one parent in particular that pushes them and gives up a lot of their life for the player's life. Is that what happened in your case?
Of course, mother was still is, but back then she was extremely helpful. She was doing everything she could so I can be tennis player. She sacrificed her own private life, and it was not easy for her, also for me. But she was trying to do everything possible, and it's extremely, I'm extremely thankful to my mother that she stayed behind me all the time, and so this win is probably for her, because if it was not her, then probably I would not play tennis. But
and she moved with you to Bratislava when you were just 12 years old, so she gave up her whole life really for your potential.
Exactly. She left, my brother, because he was still in my where I was born. So he was there. My mother went with me because there was no other choice to become tennis player. Only in Bratislava are conditions that are good to become tennis player. So a lot of sacrifices, a lot of pain in the family, but probably it's all. I don't know, it all came back, and now I think everyone is happy. Also my father, of course. My parents are divorced, so my father was still in my hometown, so he was not in Bratislava with me, but I'm still speaking with him, of course. I'm in contact with him, of course. So he's also helpful, so I'm really thankful for the family.
Every fan of yours sees about your tattoos. Can you give us some idea of the meaning of them?
To be honest, every tattoo has some meaning to me personally. So the tiger is the main one. Okay. This is the one which gives me the energy, and this is the most. The other one gives me wisdom.
Which is the one that gives you wisdom?
This one, the Buddha one.
Buddha gives you wisdom. The tiger gives you strength.
Yeah, and so and the flower is from the mud to the top. So. Yeah, every single one has some meaning, and I think I will get some more.
How many more?
I don't know, a lot.
All the best to you, Alex Molchan. It's been lovely to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That was Candy Reid with Alex Molchan, who, of course, lost in round 2 to Felix Auger-Aliassime. But definitely interesting to hear more about the meaning behind all those tattoos. There's always a few good personal stories at every major, and one of them this year was Kim Birrell, who has battled through injuries for a few years. I caught up with Kim to speak about her return to form and time calling for AO Radio.
And as someone that spends a lot of time up in Queensland and the north, hotter part of Australia, how did you kind of handle the heat?
Yeah, I was actually feeling pretty good. I saw that it was going to be 37 on the when I was checking my weather app, and yeah, part of me was pretty happy about the conditions, and yeah, I mean, I guess I just have real confidence in the training that I have put in pre-season, and I was training in really hot conditions at home in December, and lots of conditioning, running, and humidity too. So today was obviously a bit of dry heat, and I was feeling good.
And for the pre-season, what's kind of your split between tennis training and then stuff in the gym?
Yeah, obviously more on court now that with my elbow I'm able to practice my serve more. So I was really working a lot on serve, return, and a lot of tennis, obviously. And then, we split that with gym like 3 days a week and then conditioning on the off days. And I implemented a beach session on Saturdays. That was something I knew I really wanted to do something different, and they were really tough, those sessions on Saturday morning. But being from the Gold Coast, I love being next to the water, and I think, all the work that I've put in over the last 6 weeks and the entire year last year helped me today.
And you talked about, loving being by the beach. Is that something that has kind of always been with you?
Yeah, I grew up on the Gold Coast. Like 20 minutes from the beach. I really don't get to the beach enough, but it's so special. I feel like getting in the salt water helps you even just mentally, and it's such a nice feeling. And one day it would be cool to live closer and be able to swim in the beach every morning. That's my dream.
And dedicated AO radio listeners might remember your voice from a few years ago when you were injured. You came on and joined us, giving us kind of some great insight. Is it strange to think back now you've won your first match in a main draw at a Grand Slam in 4 years? How are you kind of is it nice to reflect back on that?
Yes, definitely. I really enjoyed my time working in the AO radio team, and hope, I hope the sound of my voice is nice to hear again. Even last year, seeing everyone in the corridors and everyone saying hi, and we were so happy for me to be back playing. So, I met some really great people, and it was a really cool experience doing commentating. I definitely got a different perspective of the game, and realised how hard it is too. So I have really fond memories, but I'm also really glad to be back on court.
Well, I have to ask, and this isn't entirely serious, but what's better, winning a match at a Grand Slam or commentating for AO Radio?
Oh, I feel like I should plead the fifth on this one. Yeah. Yeah. Playing is a pretty good feeling, and winning is even better.
I bet. And maybe just, coming from all those injuries to win today, did you always have faith you could come back?
Yeah, I definitely had some tough moments in doing rehab, but I knew that I had unfinished business, and it was kind of more of a matter of knowing whether I was going to be able to play at my best again. So I think I'm definitely on my way, and hopefully no more injuries. It's tough, but I think it's something we all experience as athletes. Playing, you have to really look after your body, and even when you do, you can still experience time away from the sport, and it just makes you feel even more grateful when you step out on court again, knowing what you've been through.
Another player bouncing back from injuries, just like Kim Birrell, is Jack Draper, who, after a big fight, fell to Nadal in the first round. He caught up with Chris Bowers for the ATP podcast last year, speaking about what triggered his jump in the rankings and the music in his workout playlist.
Jack, you're one of the most improved players this year, in fact, statistically, you're the most improved, into the top 50. What's been the biggest part of this surge in your form?
I think there's so much to it. I think the main thing for me has been about staying injury-free. The last few years I've constantly been injured and had to be off the court, off the practice court and the match court. So getting that consistency this year of being on court more and having more trust in my body when I'm competing has been the main thing. Obviously there's still a long way to go, but I've always known that my tennis ability is good enough. It's just been about staying on court.
What have you had to do in particular to make sure that your body does hold up?
Just train more, get my training right, and understand that I don't need to work hard all the time. It's been about trying to manage my body in a way which is smarter, not harder, if you know what I mean. So I used to play a lot of tennis all the time, but I didn't used to spend much time in the gym. I didn't used to do maybe the smaller things to help me be the athlete I wanted to be. So I suppose it's just been about working smarter, not harder.
There are plenty of players who are motivated by the wish to hit tennis balls and work out a tennis match and who don't like the gym work. How have you been able to enjoy that part of tennis that's clearly very important to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I love tennis and stuff, but I do embrace the gym stuff because I know that it's gonna pay off on the tennis court as well. If I'm able to be strong off the court, then it's likely that that's going to transfer and help my tennis a huge amount too. So I suppose doing the stuff in the gym and working hard on that, even though it is painful at times, it's going to have a huge benefit to me on the tennis court.
It's a strong work ethic, but have you had to find ways of making it fun?
Yeah, definitely. I'm lucky I've got always fun people around me and good people. And, when I'm in the gym, I put the music on really loud, make sure that we create a bit of an environment that's not the same as, being on a tennis court. So I think it's about balance.
Some of your favourite music is what, Oasis and Stone Roses. So what tracks do you put on in the gym?
I do like that kind of stuff. I like a mix of music. I like listening to the old Britpop stuff, obviously all the new rap stuff that goes on, which maybe is a bit more suited to the gym because I want to get myself going a little bit more.
And when you get results like the win against Tsitsipas in Canada and Auger-Aliassime in the US Open, is that what tells you you're on the right track, or are they often less obvious wins which allow you to really use the work you've done in the gym to get to victory?
Yeah, I think every win on tour is a good win for me right now because I'm new to all of this and there's so many amazing players out there. Obviously, these guys are top 10 for a reason. They're special players, and it's been great to beat them. And the confidence I've taken for that is huge. But I know that even though I've played them and I've played well, I've still got a long way to go in terms of my physicality, in terms of how much I'm learning to be better. So I'm looking forward to keep on getting those challenges.
Everyone says you have a huge game, and clearly you hit the ball very hard, but that's the modern way. Do you take that as a compliment, or do you feel that there are aspects of the more subtle part of your game that you need to work on?
Yeah, it's obviously a big compliment when people say I've got a big game. I wouldn't want to play someone with a big game, but at the same time, I do have the attributes to be an all-court player as well. I'd like to think I'd be good on a clay court, grass, hard, whatever it is. I feel like I can move well. I feel like I've got a lot of skills. And I think when people play me, maybe they realise that it's not just all a big game, that I can do all the stuff around that as well. Who
were your idols growing up, tennis idols?
Tennis idols. Obviously you've got those big four, Andy included in that. And I'd also probably say Dominic Thiem, when I was younger, was someone who I used to love watching and was always following. So I'd say Murray, the big three, and Thiem.
And what in particular do you feel you've got from any of those? Is there one thing you could pick out from one of those that you try to use on the tour?
Yeah, I think all of them, what they have in common is they're incredible competitors on the tennis court. I think they all are quite electric when they're playing. You never know what's going to happen, but one thing you do know is that they're always going to be in the match and working hard for every point. And also, obviously, they've all got different styles and different ways of playing. And I think as a young player, that was always exciting to see.
There are plenty of kids who play tennis, they have fun, they dream of being on the tour. Now, you're on the tour. How easy is it to keep the fun that gave you the initial motivation to be a tennis player?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to reflect. Even when you're playing, it's like anything. You always want to be better, and so even if you have a great week, there's always next week, and you want to do well that week as well. So it's definitely tough to reflect, but I always try and understand where I've come from as well, and I do think it's just a maturity thing, maybe to appreciate what I'm doing right now a bit more.
And you're the first player from Great Britain to reach the next gen. That's a fairly major achievement, even though the tournament's only been going since 2017. Nonetheless, it's a great achievement. What does that mean to you?
I think it shows that I've been consistent throughout the year. I think it shows that I've been a real good competitor this year. I think it shows that I've done, like I said, consistently well, and that I'm one of the best under 21 players in the world. So I think there's lots of amazing young players out there. So I suppose it's a compliment. But I'm looking forward to going and playing the event. I've been watching it the last 3 years, and I set myself the goal at the start of the year to try and make that. I think I maybe got lost along the way a little bit because other players are playing well, but it's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
As a British player, you obviously are from a Grand Slam nation, but there's tremendous pressure, especially come the grass court season. How do you handle that?
I suppose, you just can't think about it, to be honest. I always speak to Andy and I said, how have you done what you've done? This is incredible. That level of pressure, not only that, but the fact that there's so many players in the draw who are incredible players. And I suppose you just got to keep your head down, not think about it, and just put in the work to hopefully get you to the stage where you can compete and do really well regardless of any pressure.
Has Andy given you any specific pieces of advice that help you negotiate? I mean, unless you've been in Britain during Wimbledon, it is absolutely mad, the media storm around players, especially promising British players.
Yeah, I think, in my discussions I've had with him, I think he said that when he was younger, he wishes he enjoyed the important moments a bit more. He wishes he had a bit more fun with his tennis. But I always say to him, well, if you didn't, then maybe you wouldn't be where you are now, So it's definitely a balance, and I think everyone's different. So I'll take my experience from this year, and hopefully next year I can be a bit better again.
Because your first time on centre court was against Novak Djokovic, first day of Wimbledon, and you took a set off him. I mean, pretty impressive.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was a bit of a blessing. Maybe I got Djokovic when I did at an early age like that, to see the centre court, to play against one of the greatest players of all time was definitely a really big experience for me. And I think from that moment, it's definitely helped me mentally to cope with certain situations I've been put in.
For those people who know you only as a tennis player, I mean, there's a fair few strings to your bow. You're doing an online degree course. You do some modelling. I mean, tell us a bit about those.
I'm not sure about the modelling. I definitely look. I know that being a tennis player, you're always involved on a day-to-day basis, training. You're always in a rush to do things. You're always looking on to the next goal. But I think it is important to have something outside of tennis, like my studying. I try and learn as much as possible when I'm on the road or at home. And
what are you studying?
I did criminology for the first year. I was always very interested in that, and then I did an introduction to business management, so I know what I'm doing with any money I get.
And you talk about a dream job outside tennis being a detective. I mean, is that obviously linked to the criminology?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've always been a bit of an adrenaline junkie as well, so maybe something that sort of gets my blood going as well.
So do you watch a lot of the sort of police dramas on TV?
Oh yeah, for sure. I like my crime documentaries.
God, what are your favourites?
What are my favourites? I like Mindhunter on Netflix. That was a good series. And I mean, there's so many, isn't there, really?
And is there any comparison between trying to work out a tennis match and trying to work out who committed a crime?
Oh, look, I have no idea, but that's the thing. I don't live in that world, but I do know that, yeah, being a tennis player, you have to figure things out all the time.
And how do you feel you're going to figure out the next stage? Because obviously this has been a breakthrough. You said it's all new. We see a number of players who struggle or maybe take a step back before they can take the next step forward. How do you look forward to the next step in your career?
I suppose just every day when I'm at these events, I'm learning all the time. I'm learning about different things that I didn't know before, and so that's one of the things that's most important. I maybe didn't know as much as I do now 2 months ago when I was in Montreal, for instance. So it's just, for me, it's about learning and improving on the job, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense, but keep up the fun as well.
Always keep up the fun. You're listening to AO Radio as we count down to the men's final. Novak Djokovic, of course, taking on Stefanos Tsitsipas. Earlier on, Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova picked up the women's doubles title, 350,000. I was going to say US dollars. It's 350,000 Australian dollars. So well done to both of those two people. Great win for them. We're having a listen as we count down to the final here on AO Radio. My name's Jeff Field, and I've been producing a show called The Overnight Show over the last 14 days, and I've got a great team of people that helped me put that together. And we've got some great features and some great specials, and I thought I'd roll a few for you out before the final. And one of AO Radio's newest commentators, Mike Cation, he caught up with who else but Angus Delaney to chat about his work following the Challenger circuit and seeing elite players before they make it big time.
Mike, you've done a lot of work following the Challenger circuit on the men's side, so you know your way around watching these young players play.
Yeah, it's the Challengers, for people who might not know, it's essentially that little step down. Most people who are playing at the Challenger circuit or the ITF circuit are playing and ranked around 75 to about 250 in the world, and it's just kind of that next step. The qualifiers here at the Grand Slams, most of the calendar year, are playing at a Challenger level. Those matches are so desperate. When you see players who are on the rise and are starting to make those inroads, and you learn how to win at that level. And Coco and Emma Raducanu are great examples. Coco obviously had that just big jump really early, obviously at such a young age. Emma Raducanu, not too far from winning the US Open, was playing at the 60K level, the ITF Challenger level. And that was why that jump and suddenly qualifying and making it winning the U.S. Open a couple years ago was just so shocking because it doesn't happen very often. You see a lot of players who make that jump and you see, okay, they're going from 175 to 80 very quickly. It's a different level when you're making that jump from 175 or so to winning a Grand Slam title.
And watching a player, maybe for the first couple of times, a young player, can you kind of tell when they've got that potential?
Yes, you absolutely can, because you can see what weapons are there, right? Whether it be a big forehand, a serve, the speed, something along those lines. Sometimes it just takes players time to learn how to implement everything in their game. You might see somebody who has that overwhelming pace, but then learning how to use that pace properly, shot selection. That's what the challenger level and even the futures level is all about, is learning how to win those matches against different types of opponents and really gaining that experience, that confidence, so that you're able to take that shot selection and that consistency to the next level.
And you talked about those matches being desperate for all the players.
Yes.
I imagine that the financial side as well, is an important factor for them.
Oh, it's tough. Listen, the whole point of Challengers Futures is to make sure you're here at the Grand Slams, because you win a Challenger level tournament. This is US dollars, but you make about $7,200 for winning the week. Now, to you and I, that's a great paycheck,
Yes.
right? But obviously, when you are thinking about paying coaches and taking care of all your travel expenses, that's not a lot. So you have to make sure you're inside that top 250. So you're at the Grand Slams in qualifying with that opportunity to have a much bigger paycheck. Guys like Rinky Hijikata, who was in action last night. I mean, this is a big day. Obviously, a wild card, and that's a little bit of a different beast. But he's a guy who's been playing Futures Challengers over the last 2 years. To have this opportunity in a big moment like that with a second round payday, that sets up the entire year so he has a little bit more comfort and freedom financially, so that hopefully he has that same comfort and freedom on a tennis court.
What about some other players that you've seen kind of playing at challenger level and then also make the leap?
There are actually two of them from the U.S., Jensen Brooksby and J.J. Wolf. And actually, as we're talking right now, I actually just called J.J. Wolf's match. He beat Diego Schwartzman. And it's one of these things where, gosh, Tommy Paul as well, who also got through today over Davidovich Fokina. A lot of these young Americans, especially, they have been buoyed by the fact that there are so many challenger events in the States. It lessens the amount of travel. It lessens the costs you have to make by traveling around the world to play in events. And so as a result, they just have this easier opportunity to get just a ton of matches. And especially if you're playing at what we would say is a lower level, more opportunity to get easier wins, right? And really build that confidence, learn how to get those victories, and just kind of really build that resume. I guess we'd say literally and figuratively, right? Just this ability to say, I can beat this type of player by doing this. I can beat a different kind of player by doing something else. And so you really learn how to become a professional at these lower levels.
And was Nick Kyrgios a player you saw?
He was. He played on the USTA Pro Circuit in 2014. This is phenomenal as I think about it. He won back-to-back challengers with us. It was first it was in Sarasota, Florida, and he beat Filip Krajinovic. Decent name. And then the next week he came back in Sarasota, Florida. He beat Jack Sock.
Wow.
But what's really cool for me as a broadcaster, I got to know Nick at that stage. When you are working at a challenger level event, there's no separation between media, of which there's one, and it's me. There's no separation between media and players. Everybody's kind of out there grinding and just being out there in one of a smaller venue, and you're just kind of at the same hotel, eating the same breakfast. And so, yeah, Nick and I got to know each other. And as a result, he obviously, it's always kind of a difficult relationship with the media that Nick does have. But I know every time I see him, he always has actually said, I miss those days in some ways, because I think he really enjoyed the purity of it just being two people across the net from each other, and there's not a lot of excess drama. It's just him able to play tennis and focus on his tennis, which obviously he struggles to do at times.
So the Kyrgios back in the Challenger, how does that compare to the Kyrgios that we've seen of late, the Kyrgios that people might have seen in the Netflix documentary where there's, racket smashes and outbursts of referees every now and then?
Pretty similar. He's definitely, as weird as this might sound, he's definitely matured in some ways, maybe not in others. But yeah, he was always that feisty and also very confident person. at that age. I think, like I said, kind of learning the tennis at that stage, really learning, again, who he was. When he made that run in 2014, it was right before he made his dramatic Wimbledon run to the round of 16, I believe it was. So he just kind of was coming to his own, learning that he had the game to beat guys who were 150 to 75. And then with that confidence he already had, building off of that, and suddenly he's just there and, now top 50 and beyond ever since.
And imagine watching Kyrgios. He's one of those players that you can see at a younger age. He has those weapons that you talked about earlier that, that show the potential. Are there any players you see that kind of don't have those standout weapons but still find a way to make it through strategy or through game plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the beauties of tennis, obviously, is that there are so many different ways to win, as you know, right? So we did a match the other night, actually 2 qualifiers, one being an Aussie and Alex Vukic, who did come as well through the collegiate system, and he lost to Brandon Holt. And Brandon's going to be known mostly at this stage as Tracy Austin's son. And obviously that's a pretty unique pedigree. But Brandon does things so completely differently because he's going to try to stand on top of the baseline, take time away, use these incredible hands and a formidable tennis IQ. The problem for a lot of players, and I know you and I mentioned it earlier, just this idea that you can kind of see weapons at that stage for a lot of players who are 18, 19, maybe don't have the full complete game. Brandon, his weapon is just very different. So he's a guy who's just going to make a ton of balls and really take time away. It's always interesting because you say, well, that is a weapon in itself, but how does that translate to the next level? And that's sometimes it takes time. So you will see at a challenger level, you'll see guys who are maybe 24, 25 before they make that real breakthrough to this level and beyond, top 100 and beyond. Gosh, what's now I'm going to blank. If we can edit this out. Yeah. There's a kid. Oh my God. A guy who little fella. He didn't break into the top 100 till he was 31 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the lack of sleep for you. But you definitely at this lower level will see players who come into their own, learn their games at 25, 26, 27, and really start to have those maybe couple of years. And then you kind of have this question of what is success, right? Marcos Giron is another player that comes to mind, a guy who had the breakthrough 25, 26 into the top 100, playing at top 60 level tennis, 2 hip surgeries, but had to rebuild his game and get to that level. And it just takes different amounts of time for different styles of players. Not everybody has that raw pace and power of Nick Kyrgios. So sometimes you really do have to learn who you are as a player.
And maybe just your best guess, what percentage of players you think that you see go on the Challenger for a while can end up making it to play a few majors or to stay on the top level tours?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Percentage wise, I think at the challenger level, the majority of them will have at least the opportunity in qualies of the Grand Slams, right? So they'll definitely be at all 4 majors each year. In terms of that transitional phase, so you're essentially not playing at that level anymore. That's more of a probably 30 or 40% rate at best. Most of the people who are in challengers will have this, we call it a cup of coffee at the higher level, inside the top 100. Just kind of make that little advance and stay there for a while. It is really hard to maintain that. There's so many players in the challenger level who are 27 to 30 years of age and have been between, say, 80 and 150 for the majority of their careers, maybe just don't have that next level weapon to stay there. But then they're going to be financially comfortable for the rest of their life because of the fact that they are playing 3 or 4 Grand Slams per year and able to make a good 250, 300,000 just based on those 4 tournaments alone. So I would guess it's probably close to 30% are able to just make that full jump. But yeah, if you're in every Grand Slam and in qualies, you're going to be okay for the rest of the year and just allow yourself to just have a little bit of financial freedom to, I think, just play at that challenger level with a little bit of comfort.
And so we're still talking about a really, really high level of tennis then,
Yes.
right?
Yes. It's often underestimated. You're going to have at every Grand Slam a couple of players who maybe come through qualies and you say, well, this guy's a nobody. This person's a nobody, never really going to amount to anything. Yeah, maybe they're not going to be top 20 in the world, but they're a very successful tennis player. If they are in the main draw of a Grand Slam, there's no way around that. And the talent level is incredibly good. The depth is so much more a higher quality than it was even, say, 20 years ago on both the men's and the women's side. And just a credit to so many of the national federations who just put on so many of these tournaments to allow players just to continue to grow. And it just makes the sport as a whole so much better.
And kind of how well do you think that the Challenger circuit prepare players for the really top level?
Yeah, there's certainly things that can be improved, right? I think it does a great job because, like I said, you're playing so many different styles of player, whether it be somebody who's also 17 or 32 years of age. So you're seeing so many different types of player that you really have to use that brain and really store that knowledge of how to do it. There are some things that could get better, and I think number one is the financial side. The ATP on that side, they have made it so that housing, hotel accommodations are provided for all players, which does certainly help offset some of the costs. But there's a lot of debate about how to make the yearly wage a little bit better for players in that 100 to 200 range. That's something that could be improved, I think. But I think overall, this is the kind of the training ground. This is where you prove yourself so that you are ready to be at that next level. And then, hopefully once you get there, you're able to stay there. And that's really the most difficult part.
And just one final question for you, Mike, is, players kind of making the decision between playing on the Challenger circuit or maybe going to college. Is college getting more and Challenger getting less? Or
no? Yeah, that's a fantastic point, Angus, because of the fact that in the States, the college circuit allows you, like you and I were talking about with Rinky, he was at North Carolina. You get so many wins there because you're going to play some smaller schools who players are probably not fit to be professional necessarily. But right now there's so much depth in the collegiate game. Jensen Brooksby is a guy who was going to go to college. Rinky Hijikata, Alex Vukic, Brandon Holt, all guys who are products of that whole program at a college level. And I think what's really important is, so many players at 17, 18, you're not physically ready. What college does, all of those collegiate programs just give you that opportunity to have a strength and conditioning coach. You don't have to pay for that. They will be with you for a full year. And much in the same way, you can go for a year or two. A great example of it, Cam Norrie. He went to Texas Christian University in Dallas-Fort Worth for 3 years. And look where he is now. It took him some time to build the legs and kind of get stronger. Then he went to and really kind of went through the challenger level for about a year and a half. So 4.5 years from 18 till he turned 22. And then he was fully ready. Still improvements that were made after that, but he came out, I guess I would say, fully formed at that stage at roughly 22 years of age and was ready to go, and now has been a top 10 player over the last several years.
And of course, college gives you that, you need to fall back on a degree, you can also get that there. And I saw it was Diana Schneider. She just lost to Maria Sakkari. I saw an interesting thing with her because she was planning on going to college, but if she does, she might have to forfeit her prize money.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting thing for people from an international audience who might not know. There are regulations with the NCAA, which is the regulating body for college athletics in the United States. And there is a payment structure now, but it's based on your name, your image, and your likeness. So that means endorsement deals. If you're able to get an endorsement deal, that's where you're able to get the money. You can still not accept prize money for the sport you're competing in. So she has a really interesting choice. She has not yet actually attended school at North Carolina State University. The paycheck that she's receiving here in Melbourne seems a little bit insurmountable. She's at that stage where she's at about 100, and I'd say 98% of coaches and media would all say you should go pro. If you're at that level, if you're in the top 100, you're playing in Grand Slams 3-4 times a year, the money's too good. At that stage, you're able to start paying for a coach to take with you on the road, strength and conditioning that you can take on the road. She's a rare example where she committed to a school, but then had this incredible jump. She's ready for the next level.
Well, Mike Cation, thank you for joining us on AA Radio.
Angus, it's been a pleasure.
I tell you what, I think he's got a bit of a rock star name, if maybe not a movie star name, Mike Cation, and very, very interesting guy. Of course, his first year with us here on AA Radio, and he did a fantastic job. Speaking of AA Radio, my name's Jeff Field. This is AA Radio as we count down to the men's final, Stefanos Tsitsipas and Novak Djokovic, and also, of course, counting down to Kate Kearns and the Twilight Show, which will be on in around about 42 minutes' time. You're not going to believe this, but I was walking in this morning well, let's be honest, this afternoon I did have a sleep in, and I ran into Ash Barty. I literally almost ran into Ash Barty, and she looked like she was about to get on a tram. She was with a friend. Of course, she didn't say hello, but it was great to see Ash here at the Open, and she is one of the most notable absences, I reckon, from last year. It's Ash Barty. We did not expect her to retire, and of course she did. But to compensate for Ash not actually being here, Candy Reid sat down with Craig Tyser, her former coach, earlier this week to break down everything Barty, from winning Wimbledon to her book and to her shocking retirement.
So what's life been like in the last 12 months?
It's been very different, very quiet for me, and it's been a lot of time with family, which I haven't done for a lot of years. So my eldest daughter last year had her first child, so I'm a grandfather now. So it was nice to be able to spend a lot of time this year at home and with family and doing those family things.
You're too young to be a grandfather, I don't believe it. So I'm actually just reading Ash Barty's book, and it's really interesting. Have you read it?
I haven't, no. I actually haven't.
You know the story.
I know the ending, yeah.
And what an ending it was.
Yeah.
So when you went into the Australian Open in 2022, were you expecting, I don't think you could ever expect, but did you believe that she could go all the way?
Yeah, I actually felt during Adelaide that this was probably the year where she was composed and calm and fully in sync with what we were trying to do. And I felt like if she got through, the first couple of rounds, then, yeah, she was probably a genuine chance.
And she won singles and doubles, if I remember rightly, in Adelaide.
In Adelaide, yeah. Played Coco Golf in the first round. And first matches for Ash, always the start of the season, are always a bit iffy. So she actually started quite well, but it was a really close and tough match for Ash. So it actually held her in good stead. And then, she didn't drop another set. So for that week, and then all of the AO. So
were there any close moments? Obviously, the second set of the final was pretty close with Danielle Collins turning it on a little bit more. But was there ever a moment that you were slightly concerned throughout the 2 weeks?
No, not really. It was more about keeping Ash interested. She tended to be in the frame of mind where she didn't really care if she won or lost, which gave her the opportunity to just play how she wanted to play. I felt she was quite fearless throughout the 2 weeks. And the only time she was nervous was before the final. So all the other matches, she was very relaxed, and I actually felt more on edge myself because I thought, okay, I haven't got Ash ready. She's not nervous at all, but she actually played the way she should have played in all of those matches anyway. Yeah, look, I actually felt, even for the final, I felt she was in control a lot of the time. She played probably 2 bad service games where she just missed her spots, and you do that against Danielle and she can blow you off the court, and that's what happened. But she found a way back in, and then I think once it got tight, I felt Ash was in control again. So
as you were saying that, you were saying Ash at one point didn't really care if she won or lost. Can you explain that? Because that seems, as a top professional tennis player playing in your home major tournaments, that seems remarkable.
Yeah, and I've never seen that with Ash before, so it was very different, and it occurred in Adelaide. So she really just played with complete and utter freedom, and there was no situations where she got anxious or she got nervous or she got tight or thought too much about what had happened. If she played a bad point, she moved on very quickly. And that was often not the case. So for her to be able to let go of everything and to just play what was in front of her was probably the first time I've seen that the whole time we'd been together. So I just felt like it was, you talk about being in the zone, and I felt Ash was just completely in it. But I'm not sure how she got to that point, other than the fact she thought, well, this might be the last time I play here. So
wow, we'll come back to that in a minute. During the tournament, obviously there's an enormous amount of media speculation and pressure around you and Ash. How do you keep your player away from that? Do they switch off the phone, switch off the television, just live in a bubble?
Yeah, very much so. Ash has always performed at her best overseas when it's been a small group of us, and always back here in Australia the group gets quite large with family and friends and people who want to come and support Ash. So we kept it really small and tight off the court the whole time throughout Adelaide and the AO. in that we just kept our small group and the small team together and did everything together and kept, we'd come in here to the AO and we had a super box upstairs that we just disappeared to, so nobody knew we were in. So we were able to just keep it amongst ourselves and keep it quite, keep all that hysteria away from Ash, and also then just all the people who want a piece of her. So I felt we did a good job with that. Like really, this time was probably the first time we did it the best, and obviously it paid off.
You did a really good job. Did you feel the pressure?
Yeah, I did actually, because I felt, well, this, she was playing how well Ash was playing at the time. I sort of felt, well, this is the opportunity. So yeah, I felt a lot more pressure. So that was why I tried to control a lot more of the environment, which I hadn't done before. But yeah, I mean, I probably did more work on matches than I have in the past, in that I wanted every detail to be ticked and every box to be checked. So yeah, I did a lot more scouting and a lot more matches, and yeah, it seemed to work pretty well.
And then all she has to worry about is actually her performance on court.
Yeah, and I guess my role, and it was always that, was for her to have no surprises when she was out there. So if a player changed their game or did something different, that it wasn't, oh, what is this? Like we hadn't talked about it, or didn't know this was coming. And I think, yeah, we covered that really well throughout the 2 weeks for the AO, and I felt, yeah, her performance was, one of the best 2 weeks she's put together for a long time.
A stunning 2 weeks. You went back to, you mentioned that maybe she was so relaxed because she knew it may be the last tournament. So did you have an inkling at the beginning of the year that this could be it?
Yeah, it was more probably after her win at Wimbledon. I mean, that was always a major goal for her. So, then we tried to make the Olympics, following that a bit more of a big deal. And, we hadn't been to the Olympics together, hadn't, experienced that. And it was very different because of COVID, so it made it quite difficult. But yeah, she really struggled to get up for that, which I was quite surprised about, because it's, teams events, she's usually, that's one of her goals, is to play for Australia and support the other players as well. But she found it quite hard to be motivated through that. So I sort of felt, yeah, look, maybe this is heading towards the end. I mean, she was never going to be a lifetime tennis player for her. I know Ash differently than most people see her play. I mean, we know her as Ash the tennis player, but I know her as Ash the person, and there's more to Ash than just, she is a tennis player, but that's not who she is. So I always felt she would move on once she achieved a lot of her goals, and yeah, that was the sort of the case after the AO finished.
And the Wimbledon was the big one. She always stated that was the one she watched. She mentioned that in her book as a child. How much pressure was that during the championships, those 2 weeks there on the grass?
Yeah, look, it was very different. It was very different because she had an injury at the French, and we sort of had to monitor. I mean, wasn't sure if we were going home after the French because of it. Luckily, our physio, Melanie, she sort of felt she could treat it symptomatically with how Ash was feeling pain. And so she went in extremely underdone. Like, for me, tennis-wise, I felt, she'll be lucky to win a couple of matches, because she was way off track with regard to hitting enough balls on grass. But, knowing Ash and how well she plays on grass, it wasn't a surprise when she won a couple of, she played Carla in the first, which was an emotional one for both of them. So it was actually a good start, because it sort of got her fired up and into it. But it was a different tournament because we were locked into a hotel, for 3 weeks. And had to travel a big distance to and from the court. So it was very different to any other Wimbledon we've experienced before as well. But yeah, I think because it was so different, I didn't really feel the pressure, and the fact that I knew Ash wasn't, super well prepared. And so it was more or less take every match as it comes, and we'll just see how we go.
So she beats Carla Suarez Navarro in the first round. Talk us on from then. What happened in the second round, and how did the momentum and feelings change, given that you thought she was a little underdone and then obviously played herself into the tournament?
Yeah, I think, each match she played, I felt she got better and better and stronger, and even to the point where we were taking less time on court to get things ready, just to make sure that this injury didn't flare again as well. And I felt like she played enough, like it was 3-setter against Carla. The next one, she luckily had an easier round, but didn't play as well, so she was quite lucky that occurred, and it wasn't Carla, so it was a bit of a letdown with her performance. But then, each match after that, she sort of increased her level, got better and better and stronger throughout the tournament, which I felt was great. And even the middle Sunday, we decided not to hit, which Ash is we've never done that before where we've taken a day off. And it was really just to stop the travel going in and out, just to give her a complete break from that side of things. And then, she just played some incredible tennis. And, the match against Angie was, some of the best tennis I've seen Ash play. And then to perform again in the final that well was incredible as well.
And what were your emotions like afterwards?
Yeah, it's quite funny because, I can sit back and watch, other people play or other matches and get sort of really involved and moved. But I think when you've done the work and you're involved in that side of it, I tend not to get emotionally involved. It's more, okay, we've got a job to do and this is the stuff we do. And I think for me, it's sort of weeks and months later that it registers that, we've actually done this. And it's more for us, I suppose, when we come back from overseas. We don't see what's going on back home. And, my family had a house full of friends over watching the final, but I'm not aware of that, until I get back home and they said, no, this is what it was like. So, for me, it's, it's been, we treat every tournament the same, try not to make too much of a difference. I mean, slams are always a little bit different, but we try and treat each match and each tournament the same so that there's not a lot of difference when we play. And I think that helps both of us get through. But, often there's not the excitement Wimbledon was pretty special,
Ash always talked about the team, didn't she? Big team person. You said about Melanie, the physio. Yeah. Are you responsible for creating the team? Is she picking the individuals that come with you? Because, of course, you've got to really have good chemistry and be very united.
Yeah, look, we more or less did that together. We started with different people when we first started back, but progressed into, the strength and conditioning coach we wanted. And these happen to be people that worked in at Tennis Australia. So it was a bit of a, working around things and getting them away from their jobs to come with us as well. And Melanie's the same. She worked within TA as well. But, they're both experts in their field and, they related to Ash so well. And it was a really good environment that we all enjoyed. And we all enjoyed each other's company but respected each other. And I think the fact when you're doing it with Ash, you sort of feel a bit of responsibility that you need to make sure you're doing the right things. And I think we all felt that, with Ash. And she created that environment, that she was that type of person where she made everyone feel comfortable and entitled to do their job as best they could. And everyone had the freedom to do that. And I think, it worked really well. It was a pretty cohesive group.
It seemed like, just from reading the book, that this psychologist was almost the missing part of the puzzle. You had everything else in place, but she couldn't get over a hurdle mentally, and that was what changed everything. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, look. It was for me. It was a progression. Ash talks about the match against Daria Kasatkina as a turning point, but that was more the turning point for her in that she saw the result of what her behaviour was, and I guess that hurt her deeply. And for me, it had been a build-up over time. I mean, her and Casey lost the French Open doubles final, and for me, it was a complete and utter meltdown, and they didn't want to be out there. So it had been a long time to get to the point to where I was at, and I wasn't sure I had the tools to take her further with regard to that mental side and her belief in herself. And so, I tapped into Ben Crow, who I knew and had talked to previously about this stuff. And then I felt like the timing was right after that match with Kasatkina because Ash was then ready to accept it. Before that, I don't think she would have agreed to do it or thought that she needed to do it. But it certainly, for something that we felt like and she felt like was a bit of a weakness in her game, but ended up being one of her strengths, because she worked at it so hard.
And we're seeing psychologists more and more, aren't we? We're seeing Iga Swiatek travels with one now. A lot of the players really use that as a huge resource. Do you see that moving further and further and more players using a psychologist by their side?
Yeah, look, I think, players, you need to do whatever you need to do to get to the next level. And, if Ash needed a different strength and conditioning coach where she needed more speed or, someone who was a specialist in that area, we would have looked at doing that. But, her area was self-belief and, adjusting to the pressures and understanding all of that side of it. So it was more then, and for me, it's the same as working on a forehand. Ash used to work on this exactly the same as she did her strokes. It was a daily operation. And it was continuous, even through, periods where pre-season and she had time off. It was something we kept and made sure that she kept doing throughout that, because it was probably the major area for Ash, to help her to realise her talent. And being on the tour, we could feel there was a lot of players that could benefit from something like this, and there's also a lot of players who don't want to do it because they don't want to find out.
Right.
So for Ash to be able to take it on and then, push herself so far and then, find out she was good enough.
Did you feel like the rest of us just sort of a bit empty when she announced her retirement and you realised that your wonderful adventure, which consisted of 3 major championships, wasn't going to continue?
Yeah, look, a little bit. It's probably more so, in the last year, just, I don't miss the travel at all. But yeah, Ash and I have talked a bit about, the things we miss, and it's probably that the team being together and on the road and, the things you go through and experience. And but, we realised we had such a good run and now it's over and we move on. So, our contact is still the same. We just don't talk about tennis as much, but, we're looking to work together to do some things with, the next generation of players coming through. So, it'll be great to keep that connection and keep doing that as well.
Yeah, so we've heard there's an academy planned, I believe, in Brisbane with you and Ash and Jason Stoltenberg. Can you reveal any more about that?
Yeah, look, we haven't got any plans about a venue or anything yet. I mean, Jason and I are both based in Melbourne, and Ash is in Brisbane, but we've sort of had chats with Tennis Australia about mentoring and helping the next generation, whether it's the top age groups or, the younger kids, where we feel like Ash has had some representation in all of that. And, hopefully the generation who have watched her, we can influence and they can ask her questions and talk to her. And Jason and I both, spend a lot of time coaching, so we've got that side of it as well. So, yeah, look, we're hoping to just give back a little bit and see what we can do. But, Ash has already been on court and doing stuff with, Liv Gadecki and that was, even when we were playing, we spent time with Liv and, that's something she enjoyed. So it's not going to be that big a transition for her. But, yeah, we're looking to do something. So hopefully the future looks bright for all of us to be involved in tennis still.
So that's the future. Just the past, you were an ATP player for a while?
I was, yeah. Look, but early on, and it was a long, it was a long time ago now. So, but yeah, I had injuries and setbacks, and sort of fell on my feet with because Tony Roach was helping me, and when I was injured, it was either a shoulder operation or take a break, and he asked me to work with him at Custom Credit Operation Tennis, which was some of our best juniors. So I sort of fell into that coaching side of it, and I think that with Tony sort of sparked my bug for coaching, because I just loved the way he went about it and, his relationship with players and how he improved players. I think that sort of kicked me off, and my shoulder never got better and I never went back to playing. So
what a great mentor, though.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Yeah, I spent 2 years under him. We worked 6 days a week on court, full time. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better experience to start, learning from. So.
And then you've coached the likes of Nick Kyrgios before. You worked a little bit with Nick.
Nick was part of Tennis Australia in the programs when we were in here, but I didn't have a lot to do with Nick back in the day. But yeah, I have with a few players, Alex Bolt, Luke Saville, been on tour with them. But originally I coached Andrew Illy, who was an Australian player that I worked with and spent a lot of time with Andrew, and that was, a fun time as well.
I actually went to Italy on tour with the Great Britain team, and Andrew was part of the Australian team with Alan Belobragic and James Sekulov and Mark Philippoussis.
Okay.
Mark Philippoussis was the number 5 at the time.
Yeah, wow.
So it shows how things can change in an awful quick moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I mean, Mark was such a talent and so raw at, 17 and 18 that, it wasn't going to be long before he went past all those guys with his ability, that was for sure.
Who do you see as the future of Australian tennis? You mentioned Olivia Gadecki, very, very talented indeed. Is there anybody else coming up that can sort of fill the boots that Ash has left?
Ash and I had spent a bit of time with a young girl from WA. I mean, she's 17, Taylor Preston. We did a bit of pre-season with her. She's played mostly juniors, so she's 10 in the world in the juniors, but she needs to move into the senior ranks and experience that. So we had a couple of weeks pre-season with her, working just on some of those things, the next step and how you get there, and what's going to be required both physically and tennis-wise and then mentally. So that was great. I mean, unfortunately, she hurt her back in Adelaide, so she's sort of resting for the next few weeks, so missing the summer. But other than that, we haven't really kicked off and done much. So we've been, we're mainly just having a look around. Jason and I went to Traralgon and had a look at some of the juniors down there the last week, as well as the kids in qualifying here. And we'll look at the juniors next week here as well.
Ash is a sort of a rare breed, isn't she? She's breathing that rare air, but it's not that easy. I mean, it's to get to the level she has. We know how many hours, you particularly know how many hours and the dedication. And that's a unique trait of people. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have the total package, you don't have any chance, do you?
No, and I think that's, that was the story I like to tell about Ash, because people always said how talented she was, and, they almost expected her to go through. But, she worked incredibly hard to get to where she was. I mean, the amount of work she'd spend in the gym or running or on the bike or, on her speed, and then the hours we spent on court just hitting balls and getting parts of her game right that everyone thought there was nothing wrong with them. But it was because we did so much work and she put in so much time and effort. And then, on the mental side for her, then spending time doing all that as well. So, it's not an easy journey. It's an incredibly tough journey. So the players who make it to that level, put in an enormous amount of work and effort to get there. And you got to step back and you look at Rafa and Roger and what they've done, and and we spent the same number of weeks at the French Open watching Rafa, those guys do what they do, and it's incredible the amount of effort they put in. So to learn from, we've been lucky through this era to have players like that around to learn from as well, and hopefully that's what Ash is showing the younger Australians and the younger generation.
Absolutely. What do you see the future of tennis? Do you see sort of Iga Swiatek now completely dominating the women's side? I know she's somebody who said, I'd love to have a bit more of a rivalry with Ash, but that's not going to happen. She really looked up to Ash, didn't she?
Yeah, they did. And they had, a pretty good friendship. We got along, on tour with Iga really well and respected what she was doing and the way she was going about it. She had a standout year last year. So for me, it's about the girls now underneath taking that step, and I think someone like Jess Pegula's really made a big step, and she looks like she's really improved. Caro Garcia coming back and really finishing off the year well. I think there'll be some challenges, so it's always hard when you're at the top because everyone wants to take a piece of you, but you try and stay a step ahead, but people are going to come at you, and that's what you want. You actually want that challenge, and that was a big part of Ash. She loved that side of her. Someone beat her, she never wanted to lose to him again, so Iga's of that mindset, so I'm sure she'll enjoy the challenges that are going to be thrown at her. So I'm not sure that the courts and the balls will suit her here for her game. The girls that hit a bit flatter and through the court, I think it's going to help them a bit more through this AO, but, who knows over the 2 weeks.
And any regrets that you had with Ash? Anything you'd like to do again?
No. I could go through and win some more Grand Slams, but we experienced that. But no regrets, no, nothing. I mean, the journey itself is an amazing part of it, and I think, there's nothing I'd change or want to step back from or do again. So, no, I loved every minute of it and wouldn't want to change a thing.
I think when she announced her retirement, a lot of people thought she may go into professional golf. Was there ever a thought in your mind that she might take that option?
No, not at all. No, golf's just an enjoyment for her. Yeah. So, look, she won't. I can't see her wanting to play another professional sport. I mean, if she was going to do it, she would play tennis. So she doesn't want it. I mean, she wants to, now she's going to have a family. So, she'll be involved with that. She's looking forward to doing that and spending time with her family and her sisters and their siblings. So, that's Ash's future. Whether she comes back to tennis, who knows? It might be her and Naomi making a
Wow. And Angie Kerber, the three of them.
Could be. All the mums coming back on tour.
That would be fantastic. And you could be a godfather, Thais.
I could be, yes.
I have a feeling that might happen.
I might. Well, I've suggested that, Craig is a really good name for a child. So,
boy or girl?
Yeah, but I doubt that very much. So.
Craig Thais, it's wonderful to have you.
Craig Tyser on AO Radio. What a great guy. And you're listening to AO Radio with Jeff Field as we count down to the final with Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas. Also counting down to Kate Kearns and the Twilight Show. Kate will be in around about 16 minutes' time. And, of course, our commentators have been doing a great job over the last couple of weeks here at Melbourne Park, and you have been fantastic as well, asking a lot of very interesting questions. Some questions, of course, we can't put to air, but some we do. Mostly we do. We'd like you to keep them reasonably clean. If you want to ask some questions now, get in early, because once the match starts tonight between Stefanos and also Novak Djokovic, it will probably get a little crazy. So it's aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's aoradio@tennis.com.au, or AusOpen, as in AUSOPEN.com/listen, and then just click Ask the Booth. That's AusOpen.com/listen and Ask the Booth, and get in those questions, and you'll probably hear your name on AO Radio. Now, over the course of the Australian Open, lots of things happen behind the scenes, and one of them, of course, is racket stringing. 7,000 rackets are restrung by the team here at Melbourne Park. Angus Delaney caught up with stringer Steve Harris, who, by the way, I just happened to meet myself today. He shares, Steve's going to share some secrets with Angus of the trade and exactly how long he's been in the job.
This is my 16th year, but I've got a slightly different role this year in that I'm promoting the Onyx brand, the stringing service, and the whole tennis environment to the general public. So I'm not in the main stringing room where the other 20 stringers are, but it's a different focus this year.
So 20 stringers, that doesn't seem like an enormous team for, how many rackets you guys must be putting out.
The team is pretty sizable. Like, they're all top international stringers. They've done many tournaments, many Grand Slams. We've got 20 machines that are about $20,000 each. But before the tournament started on the Monday, we had already done 3,260 rackets just from practices and qualifying and the like. And by the end of the tournament, we should be pretty close, if not more than 7,000 rackets.
That's a lot of rackets. Is every player using kind of more than one racket per set, one racket per match?
Yeah, it's pretty much a given that they use multiple rackets. And Tennis Australia or the Australian Open itself has a policy where it gives 5 free restrings to all the players in the field. And that is especially important for the qualifiers, because it means that Tennis Australia is saying to them, you don't skimp on your equipment, get it all done, and because you're playing for $100,000 to get to the main draw.
Yeah, wonderful. And we're standing right now beside a few of these stringing machines. Can you kind of explain how the process of stringing a racket works?
Okay, so the stringing machine is the major component that we have to deal with, and these ones are probably some of the most technically advanced machines in the world. The main idea is that the machine must be able to hold the racket firmly so it doesn't twist or bend under the load. And some players put a lot of stress on a racket, and other players not so much. The rackets get strung every day for players, so these things are in a month. These things are going to have to be strung 30 times. The average person out there in the community, they wouldn't do that many restrings in their lifetime in that racket. The other thing is the tensions are set electronically so that the machine pulls consistently at the same sort of tension level, and then we do all of the manual stuff, the weaving and the threading of the strings, so that we can get it done in about 15 minutes.
And you, just before you came down to the AO this year, you were up stringing for United Cup and other events. What's kind of the process when you're going from, these events up there to down here? How many kind of hours are you putting to stringing, or do your hands ever get tired, that kind of stuff?
Okay, so I started out in Brisbane United Cup on Boxing Day, and from then we were stringing there, and I got a call after about 4 days that there was a couple of smaller tournaments in trouble with volumes. They were getting hammered. So I got flown down to Canberra to finish off a challenger and get that challenger to work so that it could be finished. And then from there, I get a call to say, we need you in Melbourne. Can you do this function? So I come down here to Melbourne. I do that role. After Melbourne, I head off to Burnie in Tasmania. I do 2 tournaments there over 3 weeks. And on the 20th of February, I can go home. So my timeline is that I work and string every day. Now, I don't really have any issues because physical ones, because my body's used to this. This is what I do 365 days a year. But I haven't had a day off yet. So I'm looking forward to the 20th of February.
I bet. And in terms of stringing, how does a tournament differ to doing stringing outside of, the professional events for you?
Well, I own my own shop in Sydney, which is based around my stringing abilities, and I get people coming from far and wide. Dealing with the public in a general environment about their particular needs is a fascinating one, because it's part of an education process, and it's a level of service that most people have never seen before, and they've never even known it existed. Coming here is I'm educating the people that many of these people that are here as spectators don't play the sport, which amazes me how many there are. And so it's educating them on what the Australian Open is and what a stringing team is and how the team functions. Then you talk to the professionals, and it's a case of very top-end stuff. It's almost like the racing car mechanic versus with the Formula One driver. You become quite close to that player, trying to work out how to give them the best performance possible. So it's very multi-layered.
And when you're with a player, like what kind of players like their racket's a certain way done that you've strung for?
Oh, they're all finicky. Like, sometimes you sit there and shake your head and think this person's lost it. But in actual fact, you've got to understand that although I'm employed here to represent Yonex and Tennis Australia and the Australian Open, I'm actually working for the player. So when the player asks me for a specific thing or something, they might even ask me, do you think that's strange? And I go, everything's strange. Yeah, it's just I do what you want me to do so that you get best performance and you trust me, and I'll keep working for you. And we cover that player from the first racket that gets strung for them right till the end of the tournament.
Are there any players you can think of that might have had some, outside of the box requests, or that like their racket's a very particular way?
Yeah, there's a situation that I was involved in last year where I was stringing for 2 players in the draw, one male, one female, and they were, one was the highest tension used in the whole tournament and probably in the world, and the other one was one of the lowest tensions used in the world, right? And so the young lady would have her racket strung at 88 pounds, and the guy in question, who was top 25 at the time, would be at 21 pounds. So that, in stringing terms, that might not sound like much, but considering the average tension for most players is somewhere high 40s, low 50s, these 2 people are very extreme.
And what does it mean to have high tension and low tension? Is that how hard the ball's going to kind of bounce off of the racket?
In a basic theory, the higher you go in tension, the lower the power, the speed of the ball that you produce. But the player will often make that up by being a far more aggressive, bigger hitter. They may even have a heavier weighted racket. So a guy like Stan Wawrinka, for example, would be a high tension with a low powered string, but he has a very aggressive, fast, powerful stroke. A guy like Adrian Mannarino, who has a very low tension, he has a very short swing, a little bit lighter racket, and he lets the strings or the trampoline effect do what he needs it to do. So he's a touch and feel player. So every player learns this over their tennis career to find out what suits them best, and what suits number 1 player doesn't suit number 2.
Yeah. And although you are in a different role this year, in past Australian Opens, how long would you say it takes you to do a racket?
That depends on what I class as a priority of a racket. So I have 3 different speeds. So if a racket is due for tomorrow morning, I will do that at about an 18-minute pace. If a racket is due in a couple of hours, I will do that in about 15 minutes. If a racket is an on-court one, which happened to me a couple of times last year in the semi-finals with Matteo Berrettini, that racket will be done in 10 to 12 minutes. And that racket, which is an on-court racket, while the match is in progress, that's number 1 priority.
And what happens if you see someone lose their temper on court and smash a racket? Does it hurt a little bit?
Initially it did. I used to think, I wonder if they've broken that because I haven't done my job. But I've done over 100,000 of these things and many Grand Slams and many tournaments, and I realised that it's not me, it's just their psychological problem and it's their frustration. So I don't take it personally, but it means I've got another racket to string.
And the Australian Open this year, we've seen kind of some hot days and also some rainy days. Does the stringing of a racket change depending on the weather?
Oh, it changes massively. And for some players, it's a huge problem. Any of the players that use natural gut, as part of their string process, they are particularly suspect to any weather condition changes. So natural gut doesn't like high heat, doesn't like low temperatures, and it certainly doesn't like moisture. And of course, in Melbourne, the first 4 days here, my Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we got it all, and we got it all within half an hour, basically. So strings, Andy Murray, for example, was trying to get ready for 5-set matches. He's got a real issue. He wants to finish matches even in the heat instead of waiting and possibly having humidity problems. So for a gut user, it means those rackets they had done this morning might have to all be cut out and done again to change the conditions. The co-poly users, not so much, but they're still affected, and the players are spending most of their time working out what the day is going to be and how they're going to deal with it to keep their best form. And this is why Melbourne does the most number of restrings of any Grand Slam tournament, because Melbourne's weather makes them have to change.
Well, great. Thank you so much for teaching us a bit more about stringing, and thanks for joining us on AO Radio.
Yes, this is AO Radio as we count down to the men's final, Stefanos Tsitsipas and Novak Djokovic, and also counting down to Kay Kearns and the Twilight Show. Earlier today, Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova won the women's doubles. Last night, you might remember, Australian pair of Jason Kubler and Rinky Hijikata took out that title. Now, Jason Kubler had a first-round singles win. It was a breakthrough win for him, and he caught up with AO Radio's Jordan Zock. He touched on his improvement on tour and also the pride he has in representing his country.
Jason, firstly, thank you for joining us on AO Radio. Congratulations about the win. Your first Open since 2019 and your first win on the Australian Open draw. How does that make you feel?
Yes, super proud of myself. Played a quality opponent. He's had a lot of success on the clay, so if I sort of came out a bit nervous and maybe wasn't hitting the ball as big as I normally do, then he could almost take advantage of that. So I'm super happy with myself that I was able to play my game. I was able to serve well in crucial moments. But happy to get it through in 3 sets and to get ready for my next one.
You've been very open with the injury issues that you've had over the past few years. This is obviously your first Open since 2019. Last year, though, I would say it was quite a big year for you. You made the Wimbledon round of 16 after qualifying. What does that mean to get the continuity in your game and knowing that, you can play those 5-set matches?
Yeah, I'm definitely starting to... I wouldn't say I'm super comfortable playing the 5-setters yet, but it's definitely becoming more familiar, especially after Wimbledon. I won my first 5-setter. That gives me a lot of confidence when I get out on court. But also, I've played almost maybe 10, I don't know exactly, but maybe 10 or so 5-set matches. So it's definitely a different mentality to the best of 3. Each time I go out there, I'm learning, but I feel like, like I said before, I'm getting more comfortable and enjoying it.
And you made the Davis Cup team last year for the first time. What does that mean to represent your country?
Massive for me. As you represent your country, you get your number. So I think I'm 114. Well, I know I'm 114. So for me, that's super special. I'm a part of a group. Obviously everyone's a great tennis player, but I feel like once you sort of get that number, you're a part of a family. Then I definitely feel since, even before that, I was a hitting partner in the Sydney tie at the start of the year last year. And then you sort of become quite friendly with that group, and then you start hanging out with them a lot more. Then next second, once you hang out with the Demons, the Kyrgioses, the Kokonakis, the Hewitts, even Tony Roach, they sort of rub off. Their sort of expectations with themselves sort of rub off on you. So I'm going out on the big courts expecting to win, feeling like I belong, just purely because I've been around those guys. So for me, super special that I got my number, super special that I was able to represent Australia. I was able to have a little bit of success. I won my first match, and then also at the end of last year, we lost in the final. So hopefully, as the Davis Cup team, we can build off that. We have a very strong friendship, strong tennis players. So hopefully next year, or this year now, we can do something special.
You talk about that locker room with the Demonors, the Kyrgioses, the Kokonakis. What have you learnt from being around the tennis players that are, more seasoned on the tour?
Honestly, I honestly think it's just the expectation. Those guys all go deep in tournaments. It's kind of weird if you don't see their names, in the second weeks of Grand Slam. So I think because I want to hang out with them and sort of be around them as much as I can, it's sort of instilled in the back of my mind, I have to make it to the second weeks, or I have to win at least a match or two, just so I can try and keep up with those guys. You know, the last thing I want is, you know, obviously I want them to do great and I'd love to see them do well, but, you know, I want to keep up with those guys. I want to be able to play the same tournaments as them. I want to be able to talk to them, and then we have the same schedules, you know, all year round. And so, yeah, that's important to me. And, you know, luckily this year, or fortunately this year, I've been able to get a good couple of wins and hang around with them a little bit, and then hopefully continue it.
You talked about Byers being a very potent opponent. I thought on your serve as well, you've served at 85% first serve points won. That was one of your strengths. Is that something that you've worked on in the past?
Yeah, 100%. You know, I was never really known for having such a big serve. It was maybe more the ground strokes and maybe the fitness. You know, I started, you know, a couple of years now. I started at KDV, an academy on the Gold Coast, and then I felt like that was really, you know, a stage in my life where I really took control of my tennis. I felt a bit more free with the decisions I made, and then, you know, after that, you know, maybe, you know, 12 months after that, I started working with Stephen Huss. So it was good to sort of get some new eyes on my game. Hussey helped more. He helped identify that I needed to work on the serve. So honestly, the last probably 9 months now, that's really been my main priority, trying to hit the spots on the first serve, but also stay consistent with it. And then with the second, not just get it in, but also have it be effective and try and get some free points off that as well.
Looking at your return game now, you had 3 breakpoint chances and you capitalised on all 3 of them. Is that as well something that you're trying to work on, taking your opportunities when you are, you know, getting the breakpoint chances?
You know, you definitely want to be able to play well, or maybe not play well, but you want to execute on the big moments. Fortunately, yeah, 3 from 3 today is great, but, you know, we're playing great players now, so, you know, I've got to go out there in those break point, or even those break points that they have on me, and so I got to try and win those points. You know, fortunately it was 3 from 3 today, but it could have easily have been something else, just because he's a great opponent, just like everyone in the stories.
So just a final one, round 2, you're playing Karen Kachanov. What can you tell me about him?
You know, I could probably tell you what everyone else can tell you. You know, he's a great player. You know, obviously he has a big game. He's a tall guy, strong guy. I think he's got a great serve, great ground strokes. He's had a hell of a lot of experience in these Grand Slam matches. I think I got told he made like a semi at the US Open one year. So, you know, he's a proven player. But yeah, look, I've honestly got to go out there, try and execute as well as I can, try and play to my full ability, get to those tight situations, and then, you know, in those moments, anything can really happen. The last thing I really want to do is sort of give him you know, an early break or anything like that, where he can, you know, start front running and feel very confident, because, you know, against those top players like he is, as soon as they, you know, get that little taste of blood, it's, you know, they go pretty hard after that. So, you know, I'm going to try and compete as hard as I can, and then just hope I'm able to see some opportunities and take them.
Jason, thank you for joining us today on AO Radio.
I'd say Jason Kubler will pat himself on the back and say he's had a fantastic tournament. Of course, winner in the doubles. Also, somebody who's had a fantastic tournament, Kate Kearns and the Twilight Show. They've been absolutely sensational. Speaking of sensational, Sam Duncan, Stephanie Miles. I think this is the A-team tonight. Of course, the final is on. We've got Tsitsipas, Djokovic at 7:30. We're counting down. The team's all ready. We're all getting excited. Kate and the Twilight Show on after this break.
Always a buzz with excitement, Garden Square is the heart of Melbourne Park. It's where the fans gather to watch the big screen action, shop for souvenirs and enjoy delicious food and beverages. Centrepiece at Garden Square is home to 3 stylish and exclusive dining experiences. Supernormal, Rock Pool Bar and Grill plus Penfolds Restaurant. Head to Garden Square and take in world-class hospitality as you take in the tennis.
Thinking of getting the kids on court? With Tennis Hot Shots, kids can swing into the action. Perfect for kids aged 3 through to 12. With Tennis Hot Shots, kids gain confidence, learn sports skills and make friends. Learn tennis for life and find your nearest club at play.tennis.com.au.
Want to take your Grand Slam tennis experience to the next level? Upgrade your ground pass to Rod Laver or Margaret Court seating and see all the biggest names battle it out on the world's biggest stage. Your year of tennis starts here at the AO. Go to ticketmaster.com.au/AO upgrades.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high-energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Hello, I'm Svetlana Kuznetsova and you're listening to AO Radio.
Good evening and welcome to the Twilight Show. It's day 14 of the Australian Open. My name's Kate Kearns, I'm your host. And tonight I'm joined, yes, by the A-team, Stephanie Miles, tennis journalist, AO radio commentator and storyteller. Steph, welcome.
Bonjour. I'm going to do it all in French for the last day.
Brilliant. And you know I'll capture all of that and understand it all. Sam Duncan, Senior Lecturer in Sport and Media and Business. Welcome back, Sam.
Great to be with you, Kate and Steph. Really looking forward to chatting about all things over the last 24 hours and looking ahead to tonight.
Yes, well, it's the men's single finals night at the Australian Open with world number 3, Stefanos Tsitsipas, taking on world number 4, Novak Djokovic. But before we preview this evening's match, let's hear the highlights from the men's and women's doubles final.
It's a serve here, backhand cross-court from Kubler, coming across his knees, but he's netted the volley, and the come-on-yard for Rinky. As Kubler tried to put this ball, he turned his back. Zelensky put up the lob, he got there. Hijikata, awkward, overhead, he made it! Wow, into the ad court. Kubler turned his back on the play. He didn't think Zelensky was going to run it down, but he did. He's throwing up another lob here, Zelensky. This one to Kubler, lands in the corner of the ad court. This might come off for them. No, great return from Kubler there. And well done, Hijikata, in the middle of the court, putting away the backhand volley. He was way out of court, Zelensky. I thought he had the point, almost won. Kubler lands in. Now Hijikata at the baseline, hammers it at Nice. He's going to go there again. Nice, good volley. Hijikata, that's the winner! And he wants the crowd up and about as well. They go with him.
Yeah, putting his hand to his ear and raising his arms.
As Kubler puts away the volley, now he's going to put another one away. Nice is in the frame. Forehand to forehand. Hijikata puts one wide. Well done, Kubler. He's at the net again. Nice coming forward. He can't get that one. Oh, and they do the chest bump as well. Firing up the crowds. They had to win that point 3 times. Hijikata will serve. Nice, backhand, put away by Kubler. No, Zelensky's there. Backhand volley again by Kubler. Well done, Nice at the net. He's got to put it away. No, Kubler goes over the top. Zelensky reaches. Kubler gets there. Nice trying to put it away. Hijikata's fallen over. Zelensky's missed the ball. An unbelievable match points has seen the Aussie pairing of Ricky Hijikata and Jason Kubler win the Australian Open men's doubles title for 2023. 6-4, 7-6, the biggest moment in their career thus far.
Krejcikova here serving. Shibahara with the forehand up the line. That's perfect. Just use the pace of the serve to guide and redirect that one. Up the line. Krejcikova there covering, getting some decent depth, but that's outstanding from Aoyama on the off forehand. Just stroke that ball away for a winner. There's the double-handed forehand again. Now we're going to switch onto the backhand. She's going toe-to-toe with Siniakova. Cross-court here, the pair. Oh, and then up the line. Nice change up from Siniakova. The lob from Aoyama. Perfect. Ready again. Shibahara here serves. This time onto the backhand. Great volley from Aoyama. Saw that coming, superb anticipation, clubbed it away. Running around onto an awkward-looking forehand, sits up high. Shibahara should, she doesn't really punish this. She gives Krejcikova another chance, and Siniakova exchange of volleys at the net, overhead from Shibahara. Second one, still picked up by Siniakova. Just long. The racket takes a couple of bounces on Rod Laver Arena from Siniakova, but really that was a high-quality point. Here's Krejcikova moving into another forehand. Oh, and Shibahara's out of position. Aoyama does well to scurry across the baseline to cover this. Again, Aoyama gets there with the another forehand here from Krejcikova. Right back at Shibahara and landed in! She left it, Krejcikova, and it lands in.
Yeah, they
wonderful
both did.
point.
They played that point beautifully.
Shibahara serves. Backhand from Siniakova's really good, but from Shibahara into the net on the backhand, and the screams are from the Czechs. Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova have won a second Australian Open title and confirmed their status as the preeminent pairing in women's doubles. They win in an hour and 23 minutes, 6-4, 6-3 over Ayama and Shibahara of Japan.
Well, let's start last night with the men's doubles final, and it was the wild card pairing, the Australians, Rinky Hichikata and Jason Kubler, defeating Jan Zielinski and Hugo Nice. Terrific match. It was a lot of fun.
It was a great moment for the Australians. That was probably, or will be undoubtedly, the highlight of their careers. And so a lot of people stayed around to see it, and they were just so pumped the whole time. When people say people have nothing to lose. Well, they always have something to lose. Tennis players, a tennis match, but they literally played like they had nothing to lose. That every single match they played in won was gravy. Must be nice to just feel that free and just swing away and have this moment.
And they deserve the moment too. And they deserve this moment too. I mean, sometimes you can talk. But you are confronted continually with obstacles, and Jason Kubler is one of those. He has a knee problem. He's had 6 knee surgeries, all to do with his meniscus. He's had other injuries, such as his wrist. At 29 years of age, he gets to play on Rod Laver Arena in front of a big crowd with his partner and their Grand Slam doubles major winners. So, I mean, fantastic for them. I mean, Rinky had a wonderful time in the singles in round 1 as well, coming from 2 sets to love down to Jag a victory before he ran into Stefanos Tsitsipas. But yeah, they beat the number 1 seeds on the way to victory, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
Is this their first match that they've tournament that they've played together as a pair?
I think so.
Yeah.
Certainly at the ATP or Grand Slam level. And Kubler was saying that Hichikata had asked him to play, and he was unsure about whether how nice must that be to decide whether or not you want to play a Grand Slam tournament? But that's the case with the Aussie players, and so they just decided to kind of give it a go, and look what happened. It's, these things happen. They happen more in mixed doubles. I mean, didn't Jarmila Gajdusova and Matthew Ebden win one year? I mean, Jarmila, Wolf, Gajdusova, Wolf. Like that was really, really very random. And they won it anyways. I mean, I think Jack Sock and Melanie Oudin won the U.S. Open mixed doubles one year when they were just kids. So these things do happen, but the men's doubles generally runs a little bit more according to form. And the Tsitsipas brothers almost beat the number 1 seeds. These guys beat the number 1 seeds, which tells you, if you're a doubles player right now, that basically every tournament is up for grabs. And that hopefully will be motivating to many.
Yeah, well, I mean, they beat the number 1 seeds, I think, 6-1, 6-3. There were a few tiebreakers along the way in their path to Grand Slam glory. There was a super tie break in there as well, but they clearly clicked. Wild card winners, and for the second year in a row, Australian winners.
How was the last point? That was nuts.
That was great. They're going to play that on a loop forever. They're just going to have a big TV in their house just running that over and over and again until they're like 80 years old and still won't be tired of seeing it.
I think Hichikata was on the ground at one stage. I'm not sure that he actually saw the last point the last shot where it landed, but he soon found out.
And sometimes, through doubles or just through Grand Slams, there is a name that just pops up. I mean, Hichikata in that, first round singles had the smallish but full court crowd up and about, and he's grabbed the attention of many Aussies I know along the way too. And so he's only young, 21, so we'll see where his career goes. But again, for Jason Kubler, I think just a great reward for persistence. Yeah. Clearly someone that loves the game, because if you've had 6 knee surgeries, the temptation would be just to hang the racket up. But he's persevered, and this is a great reward for that.
And the women's doubles, Barbara Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova, they're the number 1 seeding, so they were expected to win. But it was once again another fun match with the Japanese pairing of Ayama and Shibahara. 6-4, 6-3. Steph, you called that match?
Yeah, it was a totally different vibe from the men's doubles final, because not only did you have the wild cards, you also had the unseeded pair of Nice and Zielinski, who've done well on tour, but you're never anything really huge. And so it was a great opportunity for both. And you could see by how devastated Nice and Zielinski were afterwards that, how they realized that this was an opportunity. They, just like the other two, it may never come along again for them. The vibe for the women's doubles final was completely completely different. And Krejcikova and Siniakova, it's weird. They don't play classic doubles. They don't even play great. But yet somehow they just combine in a way that they make shots when it matters. And, it's like fire and like one of them is annoyed all the time, and Krejcikova just kind of calms everything down. So it's an interesting dynamic. But I mean, does it 10 years ago? They won 3 of the 4 junior Grand Slams together. The only one they didn't win was this one because they had different partners. And then they hooked up at Roland Garros, and they won all 3. They won the European Juniors. They won it. They ran the table and whatever they played that year. But yeah, I wouldn't say they weren't excited. I'm sure they were excited, but it just wasn't the same vibe. I think that Ayama and Shibahara, who are the number 10 seeds after all, it was a great opportunity for them. And you could see Ayama; she was pretty devastated as well. But this is a team that got together before the 2020 Tokyo Olympics in the hope that they would get a medal. And Shibahara is basically a Southern California girl. She represents Japan. But that's what she is. She went to UCLA. She was a Trojan. And then, of course, that got delayed a year. And meanwhile, in 2021, they won like 6 or 7 tournaments. They've done a great job. They're a very good team, but the Czechs are a great team.
They're a great team when it comes to Grand Slam events. Outside of that, though, in terms of just on the tour, they don't seem to win the finals. It's one of those really weird stats where, come the Grand Slam, they bring on their best game. But I think it was Krejcikova that was actually acknowledging the fact that they just haven't won any of the titles, or last year at least, on tour.
If they focused on it full time, they could. They're both very, very, very viable singles players, and obviously Krejcikova is a singles Grand Slam winner who's sort of trying to get back up to that level again. But Siniakova is a top 50, top 50 singles player with spurts. Like, she can have great weeks. So they don't have the same focus necessarily there. They peak for the big ones, which I feel is a good strategy for anybody.
And they did peak. I mean, they were barely troubled throughout the entire week. I think they lost 1 set early on, maybe in round 1 or round 2. Apart from that, they were so comfortable along the way. They've won, this event again.
Yeah, it's a good title defence, wasn't it?
Unbelievably good. So, if they're peaking for the big events, then, I think they could look forward to another good year. Do you think the women's final is played in the right time slot? It's always hard to give every single final its moment in the sun and try and maximise excitement around it and the crowd. Is it right where it is before the men's final on a Sunday afternoon as opposed to, I don't know, closer to the evening or even afterwards?
Well, that's it. It can't be after.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I think that it ideally, and I don't know why they're worried that women's doubles is going to take 4 hours or something, because it won't. I would put it, I would say, at 4:30 instead of 3, and that still gives you 3 hours to play with. They close the roof. I don't think there's been a drop of rain yet, but that way I think you get more people who will come a little bit earlier, which probably ends up making you more money because they're around a little bit earlier, and they'll just eat and drink and feed and water themselves even more. And I think it would give it a bit of a better crowd. Like that. This happens at most of the Grand Slams. It's tough to, say at Wimbledon, they'll play them on number 1 court sometimes, and they'll get a very, very good crowd there because at Wimbledon everybody takes their seats if they can get one. So there's no genius solution. I think that for the men and the men's, luckily there was an Aussie team, because it's hard, in the men's doubles final the last 2 years, because it's tough to follow, a singles final. Let's face it, that's a tough act to follow, but that's also in the right place.
Yeah, and it's a Saturday night. People,
Exactly.
Can have a little sleep in. Well, some people get to have a
Some
sleep in.
people.
Some people. Not sure who they are, but the women's final match last night, Sabalenka defeating Rybakina. I thought it was a terrific match, 3 sets, and Sabalenka came from behind. It was the first set that she's dropped on her way through to the final, but she held a nerve.
It was pretty good. It's not going to go down as a classic all time, so let's not get excited by sort of the recency bias. But I will say that between the girls' final, the boys' final, and the women's singles final, the men have a level they need to try to measure up to, because they were all really terrific. It was funny because at one point I was inside and I was listening to the commentators talk about this women's final, and they were like, "Have we ever seen a harder hitting, women's match than this one, and on. And I'm thinking, were you guys not there when, the Williams sisters and Capriati and Davenport and Sellis were there? I would say that, but I think that probably is it's a instant reaction thing, but also the narrative lately has been, there's so much more variety in the women's game. Look at Ons Jabeur, she's got a drop shot, and this and that and the other thing, and then this one was just pure,
it was power.
Go ahead power, and it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it was great. It was like fire and ice. And to see Sabalenka, where so many of the women have been struggling with so many things, to see her go in the opposite direction and put it all together right in front of your very eyes like that was really something else.
Which I think is what we look at in terms of this match, saying how great it was because we knew what she'd been through.
Absolutely.
And chalk and cheese in terms of 12 months ago. And Sam, you spoke of that earlier around.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it's a great comeback. I mean, I don't think 12 months ago to now should be dismissed, because 12 months ago she had 39 double faults in 2 matches preceding the Australian Open. In 4 matches at the Australian Open, she had 56. She had, the serving yips big time. I mean, it was remarkable that she still had 4 games, considering she had the serving yips. She still found a way to win despite that, which shows a little bit of, resolve and the ability to dig in. But if you compare that to now, I mean, the question always was, will she create the moment by getting to a final? And when that moment comes, will she take it? And she did last night. I mean, with 51 winners, it was, really for her, one of the, biggest moments of her life. But when she faced that, she took it. And I think there are a lot of doubters, perhaps before this year, who would have said, no, I don't think she ever will.
Well, she was my pick before the tournament. Just FYI.
Okay, not everyone.
Just FYI, not everyone. Yeah, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. So here's the thing with her. The player who got all of the ink and the bandwidth and whatever before this one was Rebecca. Because she had a Grand Slam title, because everybody just seemed so absolutely enamored with the velocity on her serve, et cetera, et cetera. Well, here's the thing. Like, Sabalenka's got a big serve.
Yeah.
Did everybody just forget this? She's got a big serve, and here's the difference between the two.
And how's that forehand?
That too. I mean, I happen to think that she's probably the most talented athlete on tour. That's my opinion, more than Swiatek, more than maybe Garcia is up there, pretty close to that. I've always thought that about her. She hasn't even begun to even maximize the tools that she's capable of. But here's the difference between those two. As much talk as there was about Rebecca's first serve, her second serve is kind of a puffball. And most of the women do not do to that these second serves what they should, because they don't want to move into the court to take them, because they're afraid to be caught in no man's land. And then, I have to go to the net, or no, I have to scramble back. So they kind of tend to not attack second serves the way they should. Sabalenka has an excellent second serve, and last night she even added more pepper on top of that serve, and she was regularly in the 160s with her second serve. She took the few double faults, but she knew they would come. I mean, that was the strategy. She was very high risk on that, and then after the first set, she really started to go after Rebecca's second serve, which put pressure on her first serve, and that's what you should do. And I think a lot of players are going to be looking at that now, and they're going to say, "Oh, look at that second serve there. I was a little blinded by the first one, but that thing I can jump on."
Absolutely. I mean, one of Sabalenka's second serves last night almost clocked. I think it was 169, maybe not quite 170, but I mean, bang! Talk about going for it in the big moments. And I think you're quite right. I mean, Rebecca spoke about this after the game, that very few players can play like Sabalenka, and she was alluding to the fact that very few players puts her under immediate pressure following that second serve.
Right.
If you're going to sit
Why is that though?
Correct.
That's the question.
If you're going to sit that second serve up to Sabalenka, she's going to go bang, which to your point puts pressure on the first serve, which in the third set fell down to, like 58, 59% because of that added pressure on the first set. So that aggressive, style from Sabalenka actually had that flow-on effect where the whole game started to swing in her favour, and it's because she identified the weakness and, executed.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the player isn't picking up on it, why on earth is the coach not picking up on this? And the stats come out after every match. They're available for all of us to see.
And like I said, the reason for that is because the women do not like being because if you want
Coming
to take
forward into court?
if you want to take second serve on the rise, aggressively, you could be as close as like halfway between the service line and the baseline, and then from there they're not comfortable in that space, and then they don't. Should I go move forward? Should I scramble back? Most of the time they scramble back, and so that's one of the reasons why second serves do not get digested with the venom that they should be, and why the women are getting away with that kind of second serve. Now, the thing about Sabalenka, she's been a number one player in doubles. She doesn't come to the net that much in singles yet, but that's just one of the areas that she will be improving, because she's perfectly comfortable up there. So she's not worried about that. And as I said, those are lessons for many, many of the other players out there.
100%. Not all players can treat the second ball like Sabalenka does either. She has the ability to hit hard, hit deep, and with more power than a lot of players on tour. And so a lot of the times, people with softer second serves do get away with it, but not against Sabalenka, not last night anyway.
Well, earlier today, I caught up with AO Radio's Richard Evans to discuss the new generation of ATP players. Richard Evans, welcome to the Twilight Show.
Good to be with you, Kate.
You recently tweeted the question, who is going to win the most slam titles in the next 10 years? Have you worked out who the contenders are?
Well, for me, the two outstanding young players, we've still got Novak Djokovic, obviously very much on scene, and he may go on for years. Rafa Nadal may have a Roland Garros in him. We shall see. But for me, looking to the future, the two outstanding talents are the world number one, who we've tended to forget because he's injured and not here, is Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. And then the young Norwegian, who is in fact at number 10, Holger Rune, who looks to me to be every bit as good as Alcaraz. That will be determined in the coming year because they're bound to meet on various surfaces. I would put them in a slight category by themselves, but the interesting thing that has evolved this week is the rise of the young Americans. There are actually 13 of them in the top 100, but the two that stand out to me, despite the fact that Taylor Fritz is much more established and actually ranked at number 9 in the world, are Sebastian Korda, whose, of course, father won the Australian Open, and Ben Shelton, whose father, Brian, we all knew on the tour, a very good player. And those two have really looked to be something special. I would, although he's not an American, I would add to the group of potential future Grand Slam champions Jack Draper of Britain, because he has the guns. He seems to have the temperament, and he has this massive left-handed serve and big forehand. That's very similar to what Ben Shelton has to offer, the big left-handed serve and the big forehand. And Sebastian Korda is a different type of player, probably more all-round player, maybe really more multi-talented with a great temperament. And so those five I would pick out, with Alcaraz, of course, already having won one, but Rune, Shelton, Korda, and Draper as future Grand Slam champions. Now, obviously, there are others who can upset the apple cart with that prediction, like Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime, who is just sort of almost on the brink of doing something sensational, but hasn't quite yet. But I expect him to. And so American tennis is in a very good place, because apart from the ones I've mentioned, there's also the interesting Jensen Brooksby, who's got a very different game. He totally confused people when he first came on the tour and reached that final on grass in Newport, and is a very determined, very hardworking young player. So he could move up from his current ranking of 39. There's Nakashima at 48. There's JJ Wolf at 67. And of course, we've had a semi-finalist, Tommy Paul, who has made big strides in his game in the last year, and may get even better. Whether he has a Grand Slam title in him, not proven yet, but he's certainly in the conversation.
So, Richard, is it a coincidence that we're seeing all of these young Americans come through at the same time, or is it something that has been put in place by the USTA that's now, paying dividends?
I think the USTA has had a big say in the matter. A few years ago, Patrick McEnroe had a long spell as director of tennis, and he certainly improved the entire situation. They had the headquarters at Chris Evert's Tennis Academy near where I live in Boca Raton, and they were all headquartered there. They've now moved to Orlando. But I think the interesting thing is, obviously, you need the talent. But there's a group of them, a band of them, a happy band, because they're good friends, very important, but they push each other. And we've seen that in the past when you get a group of players and they become competitive, even to the extent sometimes of that being not very pleasant, but mostly it is. And this group seem to be getting on very well, and they will push each other to get better, which is great for American tennis.
So who do you think has the biggest career in front of them in terms of the Americans?
I must say, I like the attitude of Ben Shelton. He's a personality. He's more outgoing and more in your face than his father was, who's the nicest man in the world. But Ben plays with a smile, which is important, and he imposes himself. I mean, I'd never really seen him play before watching him here on the TV from Melbourne, and he comes through as someone who you want to watch. He's got this amazing game, and he's got a personality. Seb Corder is a very different personality.
His tennis
very
is
silent on court.
Yeah, and his tennis is quite different too. It doesn't,
yeah.
to the usual. Well, it's not a usual American game, but it does look more European than it does American. The game style.
Yes, well, of course, he was brought up to an extent by his father, and he still goes back to Prague to practice. So he's very familiar with the whole European scene. And his game reflects that because it is an interesting game. He puts his players off guard. You're never quite sure what he's going to do. He can do virtually anything. It'll be fun to see him come through because he's already gathering a big fan base, as will Ben, without any question.
Yeah, the thing I loved about Ben Shelton, I got to watch his match against Alexei Popyrin, was his ability to really engage with the crowd as well. It's not only about just how well he plays. He's got a huge serve. He's big off both sides. But in terms of his maturity at such a young age, he really took the crowd out of that match very early on and won them over. And I think that it shows some maturity and something a little different to some other players who perhaps don't deal with those situations very well when they've got a crowd that is obviously not on their side.
No, I agree. I think in addition to all that, it's amazing to think, I mean, absolutely astounding, actually, given the world in which we live in tennis, that he'd never left the borders of the United States before he came down here, not even to Canada or Mexico, which is amazing. And that doesn't seem to have affected him at all because he obviously adapted very quickly. I think he found it all a bit strange because America is different to the rest of the world, as those of us who have traveled know full well. And he adapted to that very smartly, which suggests he's a very intelligent young man. And he's got this forceful but pleasant personality. And I agree with you, his ability to assert himself on court with his opponent and with the crowd is going to be a huge benefit to him.
So where was he playing his tennis if it wasn't outside of the States? What was happening on the weekends and during the week? Where was he playing competition?
Oh, he was playing all the challenges and he was playing the futures, and he was at a tennis academy, and his father was obviously there. I mean, you know, he didn't have to look for where to go, who to meet, because Brian Shelton's been on the tour forever and knows everyone and is very popular. So the entree was there. It was just purely American. I'd like to ask Brian when I next see him why he didn't go abroad. Was it a conscious decision on the part of the family that he shouldn't? If so, why? But it's interesting. And as I said, it doesn't seem to have been a problem for him.
No, it's certainly a different way of doing things, but that's right. Not everyone has to follow the same path, particularly when it comes to tennis. Back to Alcaraz and Rune. In terms of this year, what are you expecting to see? Alcaraz has already held the #1 ranking. He's won the US Open. Do you think that he'll take another title this year? And what are, in terms of Rune, what's the most likely first Grand Slam event that he'll win?
Well, the first thing I'm worried about is his physicality. He's very heavily muscled, and the fact that he's not in Melbourne tells you that he's already having problems at the age of 20, which is not a good sign. So I hope the people around him are working on that and making sure that he doesn't overdo things, doesn't train too hard, although I'm sure he's desperate to spend time on court. So assuming he's going to be fit, which is not 100% certain at the moment, but assuming he's going to be fit, has an injury-free year, I can't see him winning the French. Wimbledon is a possibility, and he could retain his title at the US Open. He is extraordinarily talented. And the same can be said, although we haven't seen enough of him yet, of Holger Rune, who seems to be a tougher personality, very serious young man, but pleasant enough, and a game that is quite startling. I mean, he hits his backhand as hard as anyone I've seen and has an all-round game, and he's a great athlete. And I think those two are going to dominate the sport in the foreseeable future. It just depends how well the Sheltons and the Corders and the Drapers come up and challenge them. I see that the mix, but then we can't discount Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic, if he goes on playing at the level he's played in Melbourne, he's going to win more Grand Slam titles. There's no question about that.
Are we seeing the changing of the guard, or do you see that just over the next 2 years?
No, I think we're seeing the changing of the guard, but with Djokovic involved.
In terms of the match this evening, Richard, what do you think will happen? Is Tsitsipas, does he have what it takes to beat Djokovic this evening?
I think he's got a chance. Obviously, looking at the way Djokovic has played this past 2 weeks with the thigh injury that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore, you have to make him a heavy favourite. But there have been moments, and we've seen it, over a long career, where Djokovic can have a bad day. He was caught by surprise totally when he first played against Khachanov in the Paris indoor final. Karen Khachanov hit him off court. He'd never seen him before, and he couldn't believe it. And he knows that Tsitsipas is a very dangerous opponent. His athleticism, his variety, his shot making all make him a very, very dangerous opponent. And if the Greek can really hit the top of his game and not be overawed by the occasion, which I think Tsitsipas is too experienced now to be overawed by a Grand Slam final. He's already been at one. I think he's got a chance. Not a huge chance, but I think an upset is a possibility.
And in terms of the slams for the rest of this year, you've said that Alcaraz is likely or possibly could win the US Open again. So maybe Djokovic tonight, but then who for French and who for Wimbledon?
You've got to say Nadal is in the mix at the French, and Djokovic. I mean, Djokovic is in the mix for all of them because he's won all of them, and if he's playing at his absolute best, he can win them all again. So we'll be talking Grand Slam. Hello, Rod Laver. Lovely to see him in his seat. Wonderful to see Rocket sitting next to Ken Rosewall. I mean, for those of us who grew up with those two, that was a terrific sight. But Djokovic can do the Grand Slam.
Thank you, Richard Evans, for joining us on The Twilight Show. We'll see you again in 2024. Well, turning our attention to tonight's match, can Stefanos Tsitsipas win his first major, or will Novak Djokovic win a record-equaling 22nd Grand Slam title? Let's hear their respective paths to the final.
Stefanos Tsitsipas opened things up with Quentin Allies.
Moved around nicely there, Tsitsipas.
An hour and a half was all it took for Rinky Hijikata.
Cross-court forehand approach, scrambled back by Hijikata, volley-controlled winner from Tsitsipas. just emphasising that the match is in the palm of his hand right now.
Cruisy win over Talon Grigspor.
Stefanos gets the lob. Grigspor underneath it goes the smash. Lobbed once more by Tsitsipas. Do it again. He can't.
Andy Murray would be proud.
Yannick Sinner almost out-finessed him in a 5-setter.
Sinner forehand up the line. That misses long, and Stefanos Tsitsipas roars as he gets that break right back.
Tsitsipas throws a lob volley. Tsitsipas is there. That's how Sinner gets it. Tsitsipas puts the volley away. That is an outstanding point.
Some clutch play over Yuri Lehechka.
Tsitsipas serving into the body. Lehechka gets the forehand long.
And that's Tsitsipas.
Waving his arms like an eagle there, Mark. Forehand inside in. Tsitsipas stretches it back. It's a volley into the net from Lehechka. Perfect dip on the ball from Tsitsipas, who roars in response.
Karen Hashanov helped him regain his confidence.
Hashanov read that. Goes cross court. Tsitsipas with a lob volley. Hashanov will get there. Throws up the high lob. Tsitsipas lets it go, and it's long. This match has had everything.
Oh, it has. I wanted to see that point go longer then.
Slice up the line by Hatchinoff. Cross-court point for Tsitsipas, the winner! How the hell did he stay at that point? Unbelievable!
Down goes the serve out wide. The forehand is long from Hatchinoff. The ball sails into the stands from a victorious Stefanos Tsitsipas. He's into the final at the 2023 Australian Open.
Novak Djokovic eased into things over Roberto Carballes Baena.
Carballes doing brilliantly to say, and this slices a four, and that angle is outstanding from Djokovic. And Carballes couldn't get near it.
Enzo Quacko stole a set from him.
Smashes it. Djokovic is there again. It sits up. Surely Quacko has a go at this. Goes cross court. Djokovic, though, with the brilliant backhand. Low down, right at the feet of Quacko.
Grigor Dimitrov started off well, but not well enough.
Up defensively from Dimitrov. Can he get another one back? He does. Makes Djokovic play another one. And here's another bunt back from Dimitrov. And Djokovic finally puts this away at the fourth attempt, and even he can manage a little smile.
Novak gave a masterclass to Alex de Minaur.
De Minaur will get there, goes up the line, but Djokovic has covered in with a volley into the open court. And he's toying with it. It's like a cat with a mouse that's half been caught.
Andrei Rublev barely made a dent.
Out wide, backhand from Rublev, short. Djokovic back that way for a winner. He's looking strong. He's looking very strong, is Novak Djokovic.
Tommy Paul was just a speed bump.
Who serves, and from Tommy Paul, this flies long. And it's another enormous statement from Novak Djokovic. 10 semi-finals in Melbourne, 10 wins.
You're unbelievable.
Well, Stefanos hasn't beaten Novak since 2019. Can he do it tonight?
Well, yeah, he won 2 of the first 3, and he probably figured, I got this guy. and then this guy rolled off 9 in a row. On the plus side, the last couple of times, he's played him in Grand Slam tournaments, and he went 5 sets with him twice at the French Open. But I think clay is where Tsitsipas feels pretty good about his game. And on a hard court, on this court, against Djokovic, I hope he can take a set. I don't know if the crowd's going to get involved. I don't know if Djokovic might get annoyed and go off on a bit of a patch like he did in that first set against Tommy Paul. It feels as though for this to be super competitive or a huge upset, a lot of different things have to happen, and they all have to happen, and I'm not sure they will.
It's hopefully going to be a great match, but I mean, Djokovic is playing so well since the de Minaur match in particular. I mean, early doors, first couple of games, there were, question marks about his hamstring. He did look a fraction proppy, but gee, he looks as solid as ever at the moment. I mean, I'm pleased it is Tsitsipas because as the draw sort of played out and a lot of the seeds kind of went by the wayside, I think for a week now, people were eyeing this particular match off, and there aren't many in that sort of top bracket, top 10, that I think can take Djokovic to the distance here, whereas I think Tsitsipas possibly can. Again, a lot of things have to go right, but he does have variation in his game. He does have that sort of X factor. He has taken him to 5 sets twice before at Grand Slam level. Steph mentioned even in the most recent losses, they've been very competitive. We're talking tie-break sets or maybe one, tight break of serve. So I think it is possible, but gee whiz, not probable. I'm going for Djokovic, probably in 4.
Steph?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Djokovic in 4, barring extraneous drama.
I'm hoping for drama tonight. Well, Steph and Sam, thanks so much for joining me on the Twilight Show. It's been an absolute pleasure. But we're now heading across to Rod Laver Arena for the men's singles final here on AO Radio.
Live around the grounds on 99.7 FM. Coming to you via the internet at ozopen.com. And in the palm of your hand with the official Australian Open smartphone app. Here's all the highlights from the Australian Open.
We've reached the final match of what's been a remarkable 2023 edition of the Australian Open, and the tournament is set to go out with a bang. Novak Djokovic is aiming to build on his enormous dynasty at Melbourne Park. There's been plenty of talk of injuries slowing him down. Djokovic has been brilliant, dropping just the one set en route to his 10th final here. He has 9 trophies in the cabinet already and will extend his lead at the top of the men's title winners list and his remarkable unbeaten streak at Melbourne, which stands at 27 if he manages to win tonight. Over the other side of the net is Stefanos Tsitsipas. The 24-year-old has a steely determination this year, dropping just the 3 sets en route to tonight's final. He's bidding to become the first Greek player in history to win a major title, but the stats are against him. Tsitsipas trails the head-to-head 10-2, and Djokovic has won his last 9 matches against him, including that Roland Garros decider. But Tsitsipas feels at home here, and he'll have plenty of support as he looks to solve the Djokovic riddle. Alongside the trophy tonight, the winner will also be the new world number 1, so plenty on the line. It's Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas in the 111th Australian men's singles final, and you won't miss a minute of the action live on AO Radio. Hello and welcome to Rod Laver Arena. Under the roof, the weather has closed in. A little bit of rain leading up to this match, and all is in readiness. The Sir Norman Brooks Trophy stands in the middle of the court, presented on court by Ken Rosewall. The players are backstage. They will be appearing shortly. It's a capacity crowd. It's going to be a fun match tonight. Plenty of Serbian fans, plenty of Greek fans, and plenty of neutrals just wanting to see an epic encounter between these two. It's AO Radio. We are live on 99.7 FM, ozopen.com/AO Radio, of course, via the smartphone app. We're also on ESPN Radio in the United States via Sirius XM. And, of course, Vision Australia Radio have been with us right from the start of the tournament, live across Australia tonight. Settle in and enjoy what promises to be an exciting final. Remember, you can get in touch with us as well. Kate Kearns will be reading your emails this evening, aoradio@tennis.com.au. That's the email address, aoradio@tennis.com.au, and ozopen.com/AO Radio, and fill out the Ask the Booth form. Well, despite what I was thinking there, the rain has stopped, so the roof is actually opening now at Rod Laver Arena. Interesting, just ahead of this one. The players are not too far away. And to get us going, I'm Peter Mercado. Great to be here again for another men's singles final, and I'm very excited to be alongside Jill Cravis. Hello, Jill.
Good evening. It's
Lovely
so
to be
great.
with you again.
Yeah, it's so great to be here. I mean, what a stage. I'm so excited for this final. It's going to be a really good one. I'm glad they're opening the roof too. It's they try and keep it open. It's supposed to be an outdoor tournament, so it's good to see that the weather has cooperated and they are opening the roof, so that's great news.
Absolutely. So it won't be too far away before we see the players arriving out on court, and special moments now. We were actually had the privilege of being out on Rod Laver Arena a little bit earlier this afternoon, and Novak Djokovic walked past us. He was hitting up here on the main court. Everyone had left the building, and it was just good to see him out there. He looked pretty relaxed. He looked pretty happy with the state of where things are, ready for another major final here at a court he calls his own.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably practiced a little bit earlier, but you always want to just come out and warm up a little bit more before the match. So after the women's doubles final got the opportunity to do that, Goran came out first with a couple hitting partners, and then Novak a little bit further behind, but didn't hit for very long, probably about 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, just to get the body warm, just to get the feel for the court again, even though he has a ton of experience on this particular court. But so he did. He looked very, very relaxed, yes.
Yeah, good to see. And Stefanos Tsitsipas, he warmed up on Margaret Court Arena a little bit earlier today. So, yeah, the players, they know what to do. They've been in this situation. Tsitsipas has been in this situation, but right from the start of the year playing United Cup, he's just, as I mentioned in the opener, had this steely determination to win this major title, and he feels that now it's his time.
I think so. I think this is the most ready that I've seen him. I know in that Roland Garros final, that one hurt him a little bit. It broke his heart being up 2-0 and then ended up losing to Djokovic. But the fact that that's already happened in a final, that he's faced Djokovic in a final, I know this is pretty much Djokovic's court, I guess you could call it, because this is his most successful slam. But I think the fact that Tsitsipas had that match against him, I think will give him a little bit more experience. But this is the most focused, I would say, I've seen Tsitsipas throughout an entire 2-week event, which is great to see. I think he's been very zoned in. He looks ready for this moment. So, I don't know. I feel like he has a chance, even though Djokovic is the favorite.
Well, the players backstage, they're still in the locker room, actually, so they'll get the call to court shortly. I know Wayne McEwen, the tournament referee, is here, and he's just looking at the watch and just glancing down and saying it's probably time that we have some players out here. Hopefully the weather holds, because, as I say, about an hour ago, we had a bit of a rain shower make its way across Melbourne. It should be okay from here, but we'll see how it all comes together and whether we do need to shut the roof. But good news is that it's open. We're sitting on 20 degrees Celsius at this stage, just a light breeze, 81% humidity. And according to the forecast, it's sitting at cloudy. Wind southerly, 15 to 20 kilometres per hour. And looking at the weather radar, it doesn't look like there's any further showers coming up after the one that we just had. So I think we're okay, and we will complete this match under the roof. Tsitsipas making his way through and getting ready. Right back of stage, the psychology of all of this, about what time they get out of the locker room and how they go about it. Djokovic is already out there. And just some last-minute encouragement from his team for Tsitsipas. Djokovic just trailing behind him. Tsitsipas will be the player to walk out first, and away they go. They make their way down the Walk of Champions. And there's always that intimidation factor too, Jill, because you will have to walk past Novak Djokovic and all of those titles that he's won.
That would be intimidating, but Tsitsipas doesn't look like he's looking at anything right now. He's just looking down as they're walking down the tunnel. Like you said, Tsitsipas going first, and Djokovic, just a little smile on his face as he was following Tsitsipas behind him. So, almost there.
Yep, and so he's got his head bowed, Stefanos Tsitsipas. The game face on. I think the memories... both players said that they forgot about the Roland Garros final. They didn't forget.
How can you forget about that?
Didn't happen. He's got a clear memory of it, and he wants to turn that around when he was 2 sets to love up and was getting the job done, but Djokovic managed to turn it around. The countdown is on. Let's bring the players out onto court for the men's singles final.
It's the men's singles final on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome Australian Open third seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas. And their opponent, Novak Djokovic.
Oh, you'd have to say the roar for Djokovic just slightly shading the one for Tsitsipas. Both strong, though, and it creates this cauldron atmosphere that we have on Rod Laver Arena tonight.
You think so? I thought it was pretty even.
It was even, but I thought Djokovic just the edge. Not much, like 51-49.
Why are we being competitive?
She got the game face on, Jill. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Let's not battle in here. But they'll make their way out onto courts. Oh, and the last of our hot shotters to toss the coin. Now, what's going on here? They're putting a plinth out. And again, Wayne McEwen is having to do bag duty for Novak Djokovic.
That's happened twice now, right? I feel like that seems like a superstition.
That's not his job. Now, what's going on here? The trophy is making its way back out to where it was positioned right on top of the net here on Rod Laver Arena. So I think that'll be part of the picture, the security with the gloves, of course. You can't handle it without the gloves unless you win the title. Anyway, Stefanos is there with... And here comes Novak. Let's have the toss of the coin and the final instructions.
Hello, how are you? Can we start with a photo this way, please? One with Novak and one without him. If you stand here. And then one with only you guys. You come with me. Thank you. So same conditions. Stefanos, you will be blue for the towel. Okay, you will be red for the towel. Red. Red? Sure. Okay. Any questions? Novak?
Oh, they've saved the best for last.
Sir?
Djokovic will win the toss and will serve. And he'll stay at our end of the court.
Sure.
What a toss of the coin, though. That hot shot, a magnificent elevation. One of the best that we've seen for the tournament. And now they've got to get the trophy out of the way because they've got to start the warm-up.
But Todd was running, sprinting off the court with a huge smile on his face. That was so cute.
Louise Azamar Engzel will be our chair umpire for tonight's match. Players getting into their warm-up. Oh, there's so much you can talk about with both of these players. It's so hard. Like, I've got my stats and facts and figures and everything in front of me, and I could rattle them off, but I'd be going halfway through the second set by the time I got through all of them. Look, basically it comes down for me that Djokovic 10-2 head-to-head record. They met 4 times last year. 3 out of the 4 were on hard courts, and he was only able to take 1 set along the way, Tsitsipas. That was in Paris, Purcell, the tournament at the end of the year indoors in the semi-final, and of course the epic final that Djokovic played against Olga Runa. 6-2, 3-6, 7-6 was that result. And then they played, of course, the Nito ATP finals, and it was Djokovic 6-4, 7-6 on that occasion. How does Tsitsipas solve the Djokovic puzzle tonight, Jill?
You know what was interesting about that head-to-head? I mean, I know it's huge in favor, 10-2, but they've played twice at a slam, Roland Garros, and both went 5 sets. So on the big stage, it went the distance, which I find kind of interesting. I know that was on clay, but I think that's a good sign for Tsitsipas to be able to push Djokovic even when it was in a slam, you know, because some of the other matchups were straight sets. But I think, you know, to answer your question, I think he's going to have to come into the net when he can a little bit more. That's something that he's been incorporating into his game more often in these 2 weeks. So I think that's going to be a good tactic if he's able to get there. I mean, the depth is going to be important, so then he can actually sneak in. I mean, it's no secret that he's going to have to serve exceptionally well, and I would even love to see him maybe try and throw in a few serves and volleys just to surprise Djokovic a little bit. But he's got to be willing to hang in to long rallies. We've said that about every single one of Djokovic's opponents because it is so important, because Djokovic is never going to go away. And then the longer the match gets, the more he gets locked in and gets consistent. So I think that variety and maybe looking to come forward for Tsitsipas is going to be important.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Djokovic, if he plays the way he did in the semi-final in that first set, then he's got a really good shot, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and he'll have belief that he can take sets off Djokovic. But if Djokovic plays the way he did in the quarterfinal, he will be very, very hard to stop. In terms of margin tonight, I'm predicting Djokovic. I'm not really going out on a limb there, but look, it's hard to see Tsitsipas winning 3 sets, but I can see there's a case for him winning 2. So on that basis, I'm saying 4 or 5 sets tonight.
Okay, but Djokovic in 4 or 5.
Correct.
Okay, I think if it's 5, you have to edge Djokovic. Obviously, he has the more experience in the 5 setters, but I'm one that always likes an upset, so I'm going to go Tsitsipas in 4.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if I'm actually feeling that, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Well, what do our listening audience right around the world think? aoradio@tennis.com.au. There's the roar for Djokovic here. Oh, It's a long, long introduction from James Sherry, the court announcer. It's a good one, though. AO Radio at tennis.com.au on the email, ausopen.com/AO Radio, and fill out the Ask the Booth form. Make sure you tell us where you're listening and who you are. Otherwise, Kate will make up a name for you. We'll get to Kate Kearns throughout the match this evening. But do let us know. It is our final night on air for Australian Open 2023. And it is a packed house. I don't think I see too many spare seats at the moment. People are running to get to their chairs. They don't want to miss any of the action tonight, Jill, which is great to see.
I don't see any. It's so packed in here, and you could see it well before the players walked out on the court. Everyone getting to their seats so early just to make sure they could see the players walk out into the court. You heard the huge cheers for each player. It's just absolutely, it's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere.
Yeah, it's been a great fortnight. I mentioned it before we were recording something else, Jill. You and I have been busy today. No wonder you're jumping on a plane tomorrow, sick of the sight of me. But I was saying that
that's not true, by the way.
The Australian Open is back. The Australian Open is back to what we saw prior to COVID. So the 2020 event, we're back to that. I mean, there'll be record crowd, no doubt about that tonight. I'm sure Jane Headley, the president of Tennis Australia, will mention how big the crowds have been. And it's had that atmosphere. It's had that party atmosphere. It's been restriction-free. And this is just a great way to top it all off.
Not only in Rod Laver Arena, but around the grounds as well. Just walking around the grounds, I made a point of doing that almost every day just to feel the buzz, and it was so lively and so energetic, and it was awesome. And this stadium has just been incredible. The energy, the atmosphere has just been great.
The time for talking is over between these two. Novak Djokovic will serve first in the 2023 Australian Open men's singles final. Enjoy it, folks. We'll be bringing it to you here on AO Radio. So, again, someone calling out. I think it's going to be that sort of night.
Yeah, I think so.
The opening point, Djokovic from our commentary end serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. But his first serve is false. Second serve. Tsitsipas just a metre or so from the baseline currently. He'll step in on this second ball. The serve onto the forehand of Tsitsipas, plays it up the line, but he's pushed that wide, and it's 15-love.
Being aggressive on that second serve, also something that you're going to see Tsitsipas try and put that pressure on right away. You want to try and get Novak on the move if you can from the very start.
Not a spare seat in the house on Rod Laver Arena. Not a spare seat to be had at Garden Square either. Serve here, the backhand of Tsitsipas. Forehand cross into the juice corner by Djokovic, and the forehand up the line goes wide. He was on the stretch there, Tsitsipas, and it's 30-love.
Well, that looks so easy for Novak. Just easily putting the forehand into the open court.
There's not a spare spot to be had on Grand Slam Oval. The grounds are jam-packed tonight. Not just here in Rod Laver Arena. As Djokovic serves out wide, an ace. First for the match, and he goes to 40-love in the opening game.
Already a huge roar for just a few points of the match already.
No, they've got to conserve energy. You know, this could be a long one tonight. As Djokovic prepares. And the serve comes in now. Down the tee, misses, long. Second serve. And we wait now for this serve to come in. The serve onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. That's cross court. Up the line goes Djokovic, but he played all off that. And it went wide and just sort of raised his eyebrows slightly. It's 40-15.
He didn't even know what happened on that backhand. He shocked himself, completely mistimed that. Got so late on that backhand.
You can hear the crowd divided as Djokovic, with 2 game points in the opening game of the match. 35 years of age, as we know. He'll go back to world number 1 if he wins. The serve here out wide, missing. 21 majors. He'll equal Rafael Nadal, the 22 mark, if he's able to win this evening. Second serve. And running around playing the forehand up the middle of the court is Tsitsipas. Cross forehand's a winner from Djokovic. No problems there. A little bit of short angle stuff. And he holds in the opening game of the match here on AO Radio.
It's so precise from the beginning, Djokovic, that forehand cross, already noticing going for the angle rather than the depth on those couple forehands, because Tsitsipas pretty far back in the court.
As the players, one of my bugbears about why the matches go long, deciding to have a drink as well. It's not a sit down, folks. Well,
just a little pause.
The win predictor, as you know, I love the win predictor. 79% for Djokovic, 21% for Tsitsipas.
Okay.
Based on the body of work, it's probably right.
The head-to-head, yeah.
Yeah.
10-2 for Novak.
So it'll be Stefanos Tsitsipas now, serving from our commentary end. As I mentioned right in the intro, bidding to become the first Greek player in history to win a major title. As he prepares now, does Stefanos, the serve down the tee, misses. It's interesting, the passage of time too, Jill. He's only 24, but it's one of those ones like, I feel good.
I do too.
Serve here, the backhand. And of Djokovic, find up the line from Tsitsipas. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas goes up the line of the juice court. Back up that line from Djokovic. Forehand to forehand they go. Blocked back by Djokovic. Tsitsipas in the ad court. Playing an off forehand now. Djokovic is there with a slice backhand defensive. Lands right in the corner of the court. Too much for Tsitsipas. Forehand goes up the line into the net. It's love 15.
I also feel like he's been around for a lot longer, because I remember seeing him in juniors. The first ever junior event was here. I saw him in Traralgon. That was the first time I ever saw him play, and that felt a long time ago. That's why I feel like he's been around for so long.
Junior world #1.
Yep.
Was destined for big things. Not everyone makes that transition, but certainly Stefanos has. As the serve here down the tee, missing from Tsitsipas. Second serve. Just adjacent to the baseline is Djokovic as he leans into a backhand cross-court. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Going the other way now is Djokovic. Forehand to forehand, both players. Now forehand up the line from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. They work the backhand now in the ad court. Good loop on that ball from Tsitsipas, and he's made a hash of that forehand. That's gone big, way big, and it's love 30.
I just completely mistimed that. Really big mishit from Tsitsipas on the forehand. That's the other thing Tsitsipas has been trying to do, is get that heaviness on that backhand side, trying to push Djokovic off the baseline. Djokovic took that last one so early, came back so quickly to Tsitsipas.
So he prepares, 5 minutes up on the Rolex clock. Hello, Rolex. As the serve coming in from Tsitsipas. Out wide's an ace. That's the outstretched racket of Novak Djokovic. It's 15-30. Good crowd tonight.
It's a really good crowd.
Sometimes the corporates snap them all up and you don't get this atmosphere, but they are in the house, the Greek fans and the Serbian fans. They're everywhere. As a serve from Tsitsipas onto the forehand of Djokovic. Into the ad court, up the line goes Tsitsipas. Back up that line from Djokovic. Cross-court backhand now. Plenty of loop from Tsitsipas. Now he hammers one cross-court. Backhand to backhand we go in the ad court. Good angle from Tsitsipas, matched by Djokovic. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. He went for it and he went long. Early break points for Djokovic. It's 15-40.
Djokovic just staying so steady on the backhand cross-court, almost tempting Tsitsipas to be the one to change direction, and he took the bait. He was set up actually pretty well to hit that backhand down line, just came off it slightly.
So the early pressure for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Second game of the match, facing break points. Tsitsipas serves, blocked back by Djokovic into the bottom of the net. It's 30-40.
He's going to have to mix up that serve quite a bit. Try to keep Djokovic guessing. Don't always go to the same spot.
So preparing again, Tsitsipas still facing break point. Serves down the tee. What a return from Djokovic on the forehand. Cross-court backhands, both players now in the ad court. Djokovic up the middle of the court. Tsitsipas with a cross forehand. Forehand cross two from Djokovic. We're in the juice court. Forehand to forehand, slugging it out. Too deep from Djokovic. Break point saved. We're at juice.
And that was an excellent return from Djokovic. I don't know how he got his racket on that ball and produced a really good deep return, but good job from Tsitsipas to be able to defend against that and get an offensive position in that point.
Settling to the task. As the serve from Tsitsipas out wide, misses. He has experience in big matches, does Stefanos, but imagine still be feeling the nerves a little bit early on. Big occasion for him. This serve, the backhand of Djokovic, up the middle of the court, cross-court forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand with angle from Djokovic, matched by Tsitsipas. Now going up the line is Djokovic, slice here defensive on the backhand from Tsitsipas. He'll lean into another one here in the 8 court. Backhand to backhand we go, and the backhand netted from Djokovic. Game point now for Tsitsipas at advantage.
That was another great serve, a big serve on a second serve from Tsitsipas. So important to not always give Djokovic the same pace, same look. Important, that variety is so important against someone that returns so well.
So Tsitsipas prepares. And this one, out wide, an ace! Saves the break points, holds serve, 1 game all in the opening set, and that is a triple zoomer. That serve, right in the junction on that sideline. 8 minutes in, 1 game all.
I mean, I know it's only the second game, but I think it was really important for Tsitsipas to hold there, just to keep the pressure on. You don't want to get down an early break against Djokovic. It can happen quickly, so it was really good that he got on the board right away.
Keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au. aoradio@tennis.com.au or ausopen.com/aoradio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. Kate Kearns will be getting to in a moment. Serve down the tee from Djokovic. The short reply from Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic with the forehand drive volley. A high lob now from Tsitsipas. Misses the baseline. And it's 15-love.
It was a right shot just to loft it up there, Tsitsipas. That's one area where Djokovic can sometimes be vulnerable, is on the overhead. So it's a good play to just loft it up when you see Djokovic coming forward.
Yep, takes that forehand drive volley. You know he's feeling confident as he prepares again from the far end. Djokovic serves down the tee. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Hooked it up the line, but it went wide, and it's 30-love.
That's a part of Djokovic's game that he's consistently worked on, is the placement of his serve. He's been hitting his spots so much better on that first serve in particular.
So he settles in again. Tsitsipas just a couple of metres from the baseline to receive this first ball from Djokovic, which is out wide, and the cross forehand well wide from Tsitsipas in reply. It's 40-love. In terms of time that they've spent on court during the Australian Open for 2023, 14 hours and 42 minutes for Djokovic, 15 hours and 12 minutes for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Not much to split him there. As the serve down the tee, forehand from Tsitsipas. Cross forehand from Djokovic. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Up that line for a winner goes Djokovic. And that's a statement right there. We're on serve in the opening set. It's 2-1 on AO Radio, live around the world.
It's just so difficult to tell where he's going to hit the ball, and Djokovic is just so good on both wings with that big shoulder turn. That's what helps disguise the shot, and he can just flick it any direction. That's what makes him even more difficult to play, is trying to guess where he's going to hit the ball.
Well, we're downstairs, upstairs, and having done a sterling job, a fantastic job on the Twilight Show each and every night here on AO Radio. Kate Kearns, our marathon woman, is in position. Folks, she runs marathons for fun, and she's going to be reading out your messages this evening. Hello, Kate.
Hey, Pete, we might be going a marathon tonight, I think.
Well, that's why we have you on board.
We hope so. We hope so. Well, the first email we've got through, and it's actually to Jill in the team.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark from Sydney says, thanks for making the Australian Open so much fun. I'm going for a Tsitsipas win. And Jill, it's great to know you got your block of Whittaker's Hokey Pokey chocolate. They're fantastic.
Well, it was great, and I love the suggestion. I'm so happy Mark wrote in again so I could tell him that I did actually find it. I was so excited. I got the last one on the shelf, so that's awesome. Thank you so much.
And Dan is listening from San Antonio. He said, finally have the overnight shift off. But Dan's one of our regulars, but still have a multitask. He's actually... he's watching Daytona on the big screen, listening to us, obviously in his ears, and he's got a lot going on at home, but he's going to miss all of us over the having done a wonderful job over the past 2 weeks.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you. And he's also going for Tsitsipas. There's a lot of love.
Okay, well,
Stefanos.
let's get the Norlay love happening. Right to Kate.
Sure, it's about to flow through.
Yes, we'll come back to you in a moment, Kate. Thank you for that. As Tsitsipas prepares at 1-2 in the opening set. The men's singles final on AO Radio. The first serve goes into the net. Second serve, And this one will go to the backhand of Djokovic. It's a deep ball, and Tsitsipas can't handle the backhand reply. Puts it into the net. Love 15.
Well, Djokovic flew through that return, really jumped up as it kicked up high on his shoulders. Did a good job of getting that ball in the strike zone.
Both of these players haven't lost yet in 2023. 11-0 for Djokovic, 10-0 for Tsitsipas. As Tsitsipas serves out wide and misses wide. Second serve. Djokovic really stepping in. He's on the baseline to take this ball as a backhand cross court. He unleashes a backhand there to Tsitsipas. Backhand to backhand. Up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross court forehand from Djokovic. Big forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand to point in the juice court. Now up the line goes Tsitsipas. Cross backhand from Djokovic. Backhand to backhand they go. As now he unleashes up the line Tsitsipas. Cross forehand from Djokovic. He slipped over. He's still back in that juice court playing a forehand. Now he gets one up the middle. He slices cross court with a backhand. And now he'll go big backhand cross court. We're in the 8 court. Longest rally of the match. Good angle from Tsitsipas. A high ball for Djokovic. Tsitsipas coming in playing the forehand drive volley. And not even Djokovic could get to that in the 8 court. An amazing point from Stefanos. It's 15-all. It was 25 shots.
That was an amazing point from both, really. I mean, the movement of Djokovic on the baseline. He did slip, was able to stay balanced and get back in that point, but smart for Tsitsipas to take that ball out of the air. He's going to have to do that when he gets those moments.
Yep. You mentioned it right off the top, Jill. And that was plan A. He was listening to you. As this first serve goes into the net from Tsitsipas. 15-all, 1-2 opening set. AO Radio tonight. Final night of broadcast for 2023. Don't worry, folks. We'll be back next year. The second serve of the forehand of Djokovic. Cross-court backhands now from both players as Tsitsipas unleashes on one. Djokovic goes up the line hard. Cross-court forehand is a shorter ball from Tsitsipas. Back that way from Djokovic. Again at the service line, he plays a cross backhand. Backhand to backhand, both players in the 8 court. Great angle from both. Slice there from Tsitsipas. Up the line goes Djokovic, and he can't handle that again, Tsitsipas. He flies the forehand well over the baseline. And it's 15-30.
Just a few shots in that rally that landed maybe just an inch or two past the service line. So just too short from Tsitsipas on a couple of those. You can tell that he was going to get in trouble. He trying to change it up with the slice, but that one landed too short as well.
I just feel the anticipation in the crowd as well. And again, Garden Square, if you're familiar with the site, there is not a seat to be had out there or on Grand Slam Oval, anywhere on the site. As the serve coming in. Tsitsipas out wide. That's a nice one. Djokovic, I think, got the tip of his racket to it, but there's no way he's going to do anything with that. It's 30-all.
That was a big serve from Tsitsipas. Djokovic, who returned so well, was actually late going to that. That's how quick it was. It was past him already by the time he made a move for it.
193-all for you. 120. Jill.
Thank you.
MPH. The serve here down the tee, missing. And for all our friends listening in the United States tonight via ESPN Radio, presented by SiriusXM, as the serve here onto the forehand of Djokovic, cross court, back that way from Tsitsipas. Djokovic resets, puts it deep into the juice corner, and that's a floating forehand. It drifts wide from Tsitsipas. Break point for Novak. 30-40.
Again, just good movement from Novak. Tsitsipas trying to go behind him in that rally, but Novak quick to get behind that forehand. Great depth.
Well, again, Tsitsipas under pressure. Had to stave off 2 break points in his opening service game. He's got another one here. He'd love another of those wide serves.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, Djokovic prepares for the Tsitsipas serve, which goes down the tee, and he misses long and wide. Second serve. Djokovic up near the baseline for this one. And this serve, it's a double fault. He's given the break to Djokovic. Early advantage for the 4 seed. It's 3-1 opening sets.
Well, it's not a good sign if Tsitsipas already feels like he has to go big on the second serve in his second service game.
Well, there you go. And now the Djokovic fans getting up and about. Not just here, but I'm suggesting at Garden Square as well. So, Djokovic prepares again with the early advantage now here in the men's singles final. to extend a 16-match winning streak against top 5 players at the Australian Open. I'm just going to drop random facts in because there's so many of them. Serve out wide here. Got back by Tsitsipas, but it's short. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas throws up the lob. Djokovic at the net. Easy overhead. Put into the open court for a winner. And it's 15-love.
Just so calm from Djokovic on that backhand. I mean, Tsitsipas was making a full sprint to try and cover the open court, and sometimes that can be distracting, and sometimes you can take your eye off the ball, but Djokovic so calm with that backhand.
As we know, he's 9-0 in Australian Open finals. The serve coming in. Djokovic out wide. Backhand cross-court from Tsitsipas. Up the middle of the court is Djokovic onto the forehand of Tsitsipas. Forehand to forehand they go now. As Djokovic up the middle of the court. Into the net goes Tsitsipas. And it is 30-love.
You can see Tsitsipas pressing a little bit on those forehands. He knows he has to increase the pace off the ground, so just making a couple errors on that side.
He's 35 years old and 252 days. And he'll become the third oldest man in the Open era to win the Australian Open title if he gets over the line tonight. Off backhand from Tsitsipas. A great return. Point up the line by Djokovic. Oh, he's made a hash of that backhand too. Pressing too much. Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
He's under pressure. It's 40-love, Jill.
Yeah, it feels like he has to produce such an exceptional shot right now. That's the feeling that you're getting. And he's just pressing slightly off the ground.
So, game points. Djokovic, 9 of 9. Points won on his first serve tonight so far. He serves, and he goes too big. He's getting 75% into play. In fact, he's only lost the 1 point on his serve anyway. It's on the second serve, 2 of 3. So here comes the second serve. Onto the backhand, Tsitsipas has ripped cross court. Up the line goes Djokovic. He's missed that. Missed it long. It's 40-15.
Actually got surprised that he missed it.
Well, it's not a bad miss, really.
No, it was a great miss. So I'm just surprised he missed it.
Well, the close call thing has come up around the stadium, and that's double zoomer.
Barely missed it.
Yeah, more your sort of single into double margin there. Just to explain, the Hawkeye camera zooms in. I go with that unit of measurement rather than millimetres because I don't have the information in front of me. As Djokovic serves out wide, forehand cross from Tsitsipas, a deep ball, and Djokovic can't handle it. His forehand goes long and wide. A little bit of pressure here. It's 40-30.
That was a great return. He was stretched on the forehand on that wide serve and got a little bit more margin on that particular forehand. More spin just to help it come down in the court, but nice depth.
So Djokovic, head bowed. Serve clock winds its way down to 5, 4, 3, 2, and he releases the Dunlop now to the forehand of Tsitsipas up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Djokovic. Up that line from Tsitsipas. Back up that line from Djokovic. Drop shot from Tsitsipas. Djokovic has read it. Put it cross court. Clean winner. That was telegraphed. We all saw it coming. And Djokovic has a 4-1 lead now in the opening set here on AO Radio, the men's singles final for 2023.
Wow, he really saw that drop shot coming. He got a full sprint as Tsitsipas was still in the middle of his stroke to hit that drop shot. He was so quick up to that ball.
Certainly was. Kate, what have you got message-wise?
Well, message-wise, Caden is listening from New Mexico in the US, enjoying the commentary and the match. Caden. And Debbie from Vancouver in Washington. No question, just enjoyed the televised match, but always listen to AO Radio.
We love that.
We allow that, don't we?
We absolutely do.
Next is getting my days and nights turned back around. Good luck with that, Debbie. Wish you well. And hearing Jay Cray in the final makes it amazing already. Best 2 weeks of the year comes to an end again. And that's got a little sad emoji face.
Oh,
that's from
thank
Jason
you.
From Tampa in Florida.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting sad too that this is going to be ending soon.
Yeah. Yes, but you've only got another couple of shifts with Pete. There's always a silver line.
Thanks, Kate.
Good on you, Kate. That's lovely.
We've got time for one more.
Yeah, let's get one more in.
Ducker is listening to us in Bangkok. It's outstanding coverage. Question about the court. Why don't the majors eliminate the doubles alley lines for the singles final? Seems redundant to play with the lines that mean nothing in a singles game.
Too hard to do. You can't paint and then paint and then paint. No, that wouldn't work, unfortunately. Interesting idea.
It could be interesting if it rained.
That's true. That's exactly. Yes. We got too much. We had a doubles earlier. Siniakova and Krejcikova winning the women's doubles earlier, so it'd be too hard to shift the court around. As Tsitsipas serving out wide. Thank you, Kate, for that. Off forehand from Tsitsipas coming in. Djokovic going cross with a backhand winner. Oh, it was lovely. Tsitsipas doing the right thing, getting forward. But Djokovic is in top form and looking very good. It's love 15.
How was that movement? I mean, you could hear the slide of his feet as he was going to that backhand. Incredible balance from Djokovic.
So Tsitsipas is under all sorts of pressure now in this opening set. The serve comes into the backhand of Djokovic. It's cross-court short. Tsitsipas goes up the line and leaches a backhand winner. And it's 15 all.
Nice, I like that. Tsitsipas didn't try and rush that backhand. He was so far into the doubles alley, so you sometimes feel like you want to press a little bit too much because the court is so far open. You're leaving that open, so he did a great job of staying within himself on that backhand.
So Tsitsipas prepares. The serve, the forehand cross from Djokovic up the line into the net from Tsitsipas. And just rush through that one. It's 15-30.
Yeah, but just watching, there's so much pressure on his serve because the way that Djokovic is returning. He's getting Tsitsipas on the move very early.
As the serve comes in now from Tsitsipas. The serve will go down the tee and ace. That is ace number 3 for the match for Tsitsipas to go to 30 all.
I don't think Tsitsipas was sure if that one was in or not. He had paused for a moment.
Well, it barely was. The tee junction just catching the edge. Tsitsipas wants to get on with it. The crowd settles. And the serve down the tee is missing. He missed it long. Second serve. A little bit of tension now for Tsitsipas as the second serve will go into the backhand of Djokovic. It sits up, big off point. He just got that over Tsitsipas. And up the line, the juice court. Into the net goes Djokovic, way back in the court. The forehand is netted. Game point Tsitsipas, 40-30.
Well, you can see Tsitsipas is still trying to keep that focus that he's had throughout this entire tournament so far. Just after every point that he wins, just a small fist pump, keeps his head down.
Now the Tsitsipas chant getting up. What an atmosphere on Rod Laver Arena. Tsitsipas, an ace out wide. This is what the Australian Open is all about. This sort of atmosphere on this sort of stage. It's 4-2 to Novak Djokovic. 25 minutes into the men's singles final on AO Radio.
Like that, Tsitsipas wasn't bothered by the crowd at all. It just started serving, and Djokovic was ready.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. They just kept playing. I think they realized that that's just going to be a part of the match today.
Yeah, they're not going to win that battle.
They're going to have to play through it.
No, absolutely. As Djokovic prepares. Taking plenty of time as usual. The serve here blocked back by Tsitsipas. It's up the line, it's wide, and it's 15 love. Well, yeah, you just wonder how settled Tsitsipas feels he is right now in this match. A lot to take in. It's a bit of a whirlwind to start off. Play a guy who's been here 9 times before. As we wait now for Djokovic, the serve clock winds its way to 8, and the serve out wide, missing.
I think that's the most quiet it's going to be right now.
Exactly. Second serve. And again, taking his time, Djokovic. The second serve onto the forehand of Tsitsipas. Off forehand, picked up by Djokovic. Tsitsipas goes to the Djokovic forehand. That's cross-court. And into the net goes Tsitsipas. He just played off that ball as well. It's 30 love.
And that was a tough one because Djokovic's ball barely cleared the net. So for a moment, you feel like maybe it's just going to hit the net. And I think that just distracted Tsitsipas.
By the way, that strapping that he's had on his leg has now become tape tonight.
Okay.
So just something, social notes, if you want to, injury notes, as Louise Azamar-Ingzel telling the crowd to be quiet because they're getting a little bit rowdy. And I think just Novak glared at her and said, look, make the announcement, let's get it done. Serve out wide from Djokovic, missing here at 30 love, 4-2 opening set. Second serve. Tsitsipas waits for this ball to come in. The ball bouncing. As you can hear on Darren's effects mics, the serve. Onto the backhand, off Tsitsipas. Find up the line for Djokovic, too deep. It's 30-15.
He just got a little ahead of himself, Djokovic, on that forehand. Caught it pretty early.
So Djokovic again prepares and just got to find a way into the Djokovic service games here, Tsitsipas. We saw against Tommy Paul that there were opportunities because the Djokovic level dropped slightly. Said he was feeling a little bit tight in that opening set before running away with it. As Djokovic serves the backhand here from Tsitsipas cross court. Backhand to backhand they go. And as Djokovic goes up the line, Tsitsipas covers off the forehand. It's a short ball. Djokovic with an off forehand. Tsitsipas is there with a back out the middle of the court. Back that way from Djokovic. Open court. And he cleaned it up for the winner. It's 40-15.
They just had so much time throughout that rally. Djokovic, Tsitsipas just not having enough in those last couple shots. Yeah, that should be good news for Tsitsipas if he heard that Djokovic got tight in that first set.
Yeah, but the thing is, Djokovic is going to the backhand more often than not for Tsitsipas, and he's staying away from that forehand. The pressure is on. 40-15, points for 5-2 in the opening set as the serve. Oh, he completely missed that, Tsitsipas. That went under his racket. It's 5-2 for Djokovic in this opening set here on AO Radio, the men's singles final. And hear the chanting while that's happening. Kate, let's go up to you with some more messages from around the world.
Thanks, Pete. Well, Red Sox Devil has written in from Perth. Kate, Mr. Mercado has given me an interesting idea. Instead of repossessing the Rolex clock and throwing it in the ute, I'm going to make one myself.
That's a good idea.
Yes, it doesn't look too hard to replicate. It would be a fantastic addition to the backyard at the farm.
That's a good idea. Have fun making your Folex.
Just on the tennis, Steph always looks at his best when he attacks. If Steph doesn't attack more, this will be over very quickly. Thanks to all the crew at AO Radio for a fun few weeks.
Oh, thank you, RSD. We love your work.
And Carly is listening to us from Auckland and doesn't think that we're going to be staying up until 3 a.m. like we did last year with the Rafa win.
Yeah, we thought that too.
Djokovic is looking very ominous.
We thought that when Daniel Medvedev was 2 sets up on Rafael Nadal this time last year too.
Well, Thomas is walking his dog in the forest in Dusseldorf in Germany on a pretty cold morning and enjoying the commentary. One question, has Djokovic significantly more spectators' support compared to former years? It's a good question.
That is a good question.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
I think so for sure.
We're just seeing shots of Garden Square and that's packed. You cannot get a spot out on Garden Square. It is just a sea of people and that appears to be more Djokovic support than Tsitsipas support. Thank you, Kate. We'll come to you at the next sit down or the end of the set, whichever comes first. So Tsitsipas now serving to stay in the opening set here on AO Radio, serving at 2-5. As he prepares now, the serve down the tee, misses. Second serve. Onto the backhand, Djokovic plays it up the line. Cross-court backhand from Tsitsipas. Up that line from Djokovic. Tsitsipas digs it out. A short ball back that way from Djokovic. Now cross forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. Up the line goes Djokovic. Slice backhand from Tsitsipas is a shorter ball. And that just, he couldn't get it back up. There, Djokovic with his backhand up the line. He put it into the Kia sign on the net. It's 15-love.
Djokovic is just not getting up to that ball. Just a couple steps too far back. I do feel like overall just watching that point, Tsitsipas' court position is a little bit far back, and I think it's going to be tough to win points if he keeps hanging back in that position.
As Tsitsipas prepares and will serve. Down the tee, big forehand from Djokovic. Dug out by Tsitsipas, and he's gone long. He's gone just beyond the baseline. It's 15-all. A heck of a return again from Djokovic, but do you expect nothing less?
But it's amazing he just keeps producing the depth over and over and over again. The way how he understands the length of the court, even when he's on the stretch in a vulnerable position. It's just amazing.
As we wait now for this serve to come in from Tsitsipas. Out wide, big up the line from Djokovic. He went all or nothing, came up with nothing. And it's 30-15.
Yeah, went huge on that return. I mean, he's been he's been serving so well in this first set, so feels the freedom to just unleash on a couple of these returns in this game.
As he prepares now, Tsitsipas and will serve. Out wide, an ace. And he'll go to 40-15. Important service game here for Tsitsipas. Even if he doesn't win the set, if Djokovic is able to hold, then he'll be serving first in the second set. He wants to build some sort of momentum here. As a serve, another one, another ace. It's down the middle this time. And it's ace number 6. And Djokovic now serving for the opening set at 5-3. Up to 33 minutes on the Rolex clock.
One of his best service games. Tsitsipas had the new ball, so flew through the air a little bit faster on those serves. And Tsitsipas going to change his rackets. He's going to change to just return some of the Djokovic's serve just for a little extra control.
Yep, and, well, he needs to just find inroads here because Djokovic has been rock solid. He's only lost 4 points on his serve tonight so far. High percentage of first serves into play too. He's missed just 6 first serves tonight in this opening set. As the serve from Djokovic now. Onto the backhand of Tsitsipas. Short ball. Djokovic could go either way. Decided to go into the open juice court. It's a clean winner, and it's 15-love.
He's so decisive at being able to just choose his shot with the short ball, not concerned about his opponent at all, just so confident when he's in that part of the court.
So Djokovic prepares again. Serve clock winds down to 8-7, and now Djokovic releases the ball down the tee. Big stretch on the forehand from Tsitsipas, lands in. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas is way back in the court. He puts that forehand into the net, and it's 30-love. Looking untroubled on serve at this stage, Novak Djokovic. Described it as a Djokovic riddle that Tsitsipas had to solve. You don't want to be getting into territory where you're having to rely on your opponent to let their guard down.
Level, yeah.
Yep. Not Novak anyway, as the serve goes into the net. Just that little overbalance. Not quite balanced as he lands there, Djokovic. A couple of times throughout the event. Second serve. At 5-3, 30-love. The second serve. Leaning into this off backhand is Tsitsipas, deep in the juice court corner. Good cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Now he's in the 8 court, playing a backhand to the Tsitsipas forehand. They go forehand to forehand in the middle of the court. Djokovic will put some angle. No, go up the line. Cross-court backhand now from Tsitsipas. Matched by Djokovic. Going the other way is Tsitsipas. He did well. Great depth. And the forehand goes into the net from Djokovic. And it's 30-15.
I think that was one of the best points, in my opinion, that Tsitsipas has played off the ground. It was much better ball striking. I don't feel like he's had a ton on his ball in so many of these occasions and so many of these rallies, and that was much better.
As Djokovic will prepare again. A couple of points away from the opening set. As he prepares, the serve clock winds its way to 2, and he serves to the backhand of Djokovic. He's taken way out, Tsitsipas, I should say, taken way out of court. And that looping backhand balloons long. 2-set points now for Novak Djokovic.
It's a good change up on the serve, going for that high, heavy kick and just threw Tsitsipas off balance.
So, 2-set points for Novak Djokovic at 5-3. He prepares. Set point Djokovic. The serve out wide. Big stretch. Cross-court forward. He goes long from Tsitsipas. The opening set goes the way of Novak Djokovic, the 9-time champion. He's taken it 6-3 here on AO Radio live around the world. Jill, I'll leave you with it. You can throw it up to Kate, and then Chris Bowers is going to come in for set number 2.
But I know you'll be back, yes, of course.
Always fun working with you too, Julie.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, great set from Djokovic. And Kate, do we have any messages?
Oh, we've got a lot of messages coming in from all over the world. But this one's from Tamworth here in Australia. Cricket tragic. I'm a cricket tragic. Well, we've picked that because that's your nickname. But the excitement with these, well, he's saying he's a cricket tragic, but the excitement with these two tennis giants creating history tonight can simply not be missed. So obviously Cricket Tragic is enjoying tonight's match. Sebastian, we've got our first road trip.
Okay.
On a Central Tassie road trip, listening to you guys on the car radio. Fingers crossed, Tsitsipas but he's a bit worried his backhand might let him down tonight.
There's a lot of Tsitsipas fans.
Yeah, what do you think about the backhand? How's it holding up, Jill?
You know what's funny is that I feel like Djokovic has been in control of this first set, and I actually don't even think Tsitsipas is playing that great. And I do think he's misfiring on the backhand quite a bit. He's making mistakes on the forehand as well. And so to me, it's amazing that it's only been one break of serve. Djokovic has been so solid, but Tsitsipas I don't really feel like has found his rhythm yet.
Yeah, Sheila is listening to us from, I'm not even sure, Michigan.
Okay.
Michigan snowbird in Florida, actually, is what she's saying. Does that make sense to you, Jill?
That makes total sense because it's freezing in Michigan right now.
So she's headed off to Florida for
warm
some
weather,
sun.
yes.
Okay, well, she said she wants to know what's happening with Djokovic's thighs. Is he wearing the tape or isn't he? And I think Pete mentioned that earlier.
He's wearing a small strip of tape, but a lot of the tape has come off, which is great news. So it's just a small strip now. So he had mentioned in his previous rounds that he was feeling a lot better. I think it was when he played Alex de Minaur's, the match that he felt like he was feeling 100% again. So it's just a small strip of tape, probably preventative reasons.
Yeah, he had the kinesio tape down hello, Jill. Had the kinesio tape down the back of his thigh underneath the strapping. The strapping's gone, but the kinesio tape is still there.
Thanks, Kate.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. And this is the second set of the last match of the Australian Open 2023. A good serve from Tsitsipas and the return goes long. As that was a 6-3 set, it means that the order of serving switches round. So Tsitsipas serving first in this one. And I agree with you, Jill. That
the form. I was going to ask you about that. What do you think about the form of both?
I think Djokovic has kept up his level and Tsitsipas hasn't got into the match yet. I think it was very important for Tsitsipas to make sure it was only one break of serve because it looked so like it could have been 2 or 3. Forehand Djokovic up the backhand wing of Tsitsipas. He goes cross-court. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas cross-court. Forehand Djokovic. The forehand of Tsitsipas. That's off the frame of Tsitsipas and wide.
I think the important thing mentally for Tsitsipas is to realize that it was only one break of serve, and he was actually in that first set.
Yeah.
With Djokovic playing well.
I mean,
it's hard to feel that way on the court, but
apart from the game where Tsitsipas held for 3-5, Tsitsipas was really struggling on his serve. Lost one and held 3, but 2 of the 3 he held were real struggles. He served out wide and the return has gone wide from Djokovic. But I just think the fact that it's only one break will give him encouragement that
I think so.
He's still in this. Sounds a silly thing to say at first game of the second set in a best of 5, but Djokovic, don't let him be the front runner. Backhand return, backhand Tsitsipas down the line is a clean winner.
Nice.
Now there the backhand worked.
Yeah, I like that response too. Well, that backhand, he was much more inside the court as well. I mean, he's been struggling on the one where he's been pushed back a little bit further behind the baseline where he's had to try and loft the ball, but that one he was well inside the court.
Yes, and he was going flat, even though it's over the high part of the net. Tsitsipas serves down the centre, backhand return, sits up for Tsitsipas to see off on this one, goes the forehand side, Djokovic goes the backhand, and therefore it's a clean winner. And Tsitsipas holds to 15. Very good start to the second set.
It's interesting watching Tsitsipas walk around the court because I know we've been discussing how he's looked more focused throughout these couple weeks, but I feel like he's trying so hard to not look at his team too much and to really try and stay focused. He's looking down the whole time. I like that he's had good body language so far, good demeanor even after losing that first set. So he's really trying to stay within himself, be present out there.
If we're worried about why matches are going long, the shot clock following the change of ends, where they're supposed to go straight through, has not yet. Now it's starting. 25, 24, 23. Surely, when both players get to the net, the shot clock should start.
I think after the first game, they've been a little lenient when they're switching sides after the first game.
But the whole point about the 2-minute break at the end of the set was that you go straight through after the first game. The rule change at the end of 1999. Serve from Djokovic, forehand return is long from Tsitsipas. I mean, you know, it's a Grand Slam final. Let's not get into too much small detail. But one of the talking points of this Australian Open has been length of matches.
Right.
And the stats have come out suggest that the length of time the ball's in play is no longer. So therefore, it's the time between points that's longer. And that's one area where I think they really could come down on it. Djokovic, a good serve down the tee, and the return goes long.
I have noticed since the shot clock came into being that a lot of players look at it quite a bit just to see how much time they have. Because it is funny how sometimes you don't realize how much time you're taking, or even if you're rushing. Sometimes you don't realize, okay, I've only taken 3 seconds. I can take a little longer now to
good point.
get myself in the right frame of mind.
Ace from Djokovic. It looks effortless. It's such a fluent serve.
Yeah. He's serving very well so far in this match.
He served so well throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Because if you think in the first 2 or 3 rounds, we weren't sure about his mobility. And the serve really kept him in that. He serves now down the centre, forehand return, forehand from Djokovic. Easy forehand winner down the backhand wing of Tsitsipas.
I mean, it's great news as well, because not only does he have less tape on his leg, but when he serves, he finishes on that left leg too. So to constantly have to come down and have that pressure on that leg, he's been able to sustain that. And he's mentioned his team has done a phenomenal job every single day of trying to get that leg in good form. And it's good news that it's gotten better and better as the tournament has gone on.
Tsitsipas, 1-1, second set. Serves out wide, forehand return into the net from Djokovic. Djokovic wearing the white shirt, or the predominantly white shirt. I sort of think of it as the Bavarian shirt. If you know the Bavarian emblem, the sort of light blue chevrons on a white background.
Yeah. Blue and a little orange.
There's a little bit of orange towards the bottom, with the blue shorts, white socks, blue shoes. Forehand return, forehand Tsitsipas to the forehand of Djokovic. Onto the baseline, forehand from Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Good angle from Tsitsipas, but Djokovic is there. Tsitsipas goes down the backhand wing. Djokovic with a defensive backhand, that's going to drift wide.
That was better. Oh, now he's getting the crowd going a little bit.
Well, he's giving them something to feed off.
Oh, I was wondering if he was going to start getting a little animated, trying to get the crowd involved. But it was good. It was a positive movement from Tsitsipas. I think that gives you an indication that that particular point felt better to him too with that response.
Tsitsipas at 30 love, serving down the centre, missed it, just wide. Second serve from the number 3 seed. Backhand return, forehand from Tsitsipas up the backhand wing of Djokovic. Tsitsipas runs around his backhand, but goes up the centre of the court. Now plays a forehand, good angle. Djokovic stretches for that forehand and gets it just wide. I thought that was going to drift in, but it just landed wide.
It's getting better and better. I think Tsitsipas starting to unleash a little more. He is hitting a few more forehands in this particular game, but he's starting to approach the ball a little bit better with some more confidence.
40 love. 3 points for 2-1, second set. Serves down the middle, forehand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas, backhand Djokovic, a full stretch. Forehand Tsitsipas, Djokovic chops the forehand. A lot of air. Tsitsipas waits for it, plays the drop shot. Djokovic will get there. Goes cross court, but nets. He had time for that, Djokovic. Well, is there a little bit of momentum shift? Tsitsipas is fine at the moment. He's holding serve, but he's got to make something of this. Kate, any more messages for us?
Absolutely. Maria Martin is listening to us from Wood End in Victoria. Hi, commentary team. Thanks for the wonderful fortnight. Question, what will happen to Novak's ranking if he wins, as I expect he will?
He goes to number 1. In fact, this is a straight eliminator for tomorrow's number 1 ranking. If Tsitsipas wins, he becomes number 1 for the first time. If Djokovic wins, he becomes number 1 for the 370-something week.
Oh, my God.
He's way ahead of Federer in second place in the number of weeks he's been number 1.
And John, after a day skiing, I'm enjoying your company and a Japanese beer in my Nagano hotel room.
Oh, cool.
Nagano? So in Japan?
In Japan.
Japan, yeah.
Very good.
Cool.
And Skip from Sydney, thanks to the team for the broadcast for the 2 weeks. You're all angels. That's so not true, Skip. That is just not right.
Skip, it's more true than we want it to be. We've been very well behaved over this fortnight.
And Howard's listening to us from Milwaukee. It's very cold, -6. 20 centimetres of fresh snow today.
Oh, I love snow.
Oh, do you? Do you like that much?
Well, that is kind of a lot.
That's a lot.
I do love snow.
I love what it does to the landscape.
It's beautiful.
I mean, I'm straight out with my camera after it snowed. We had a week's snow, well, we had a day's snow, but it stayed for a week in early December. And I was out taking all these photographs.
Yeah. Well, sometimes with that much snow, you can't really leave the house.
Well, yes, exactly. That much you probably can't.
But it's
and Howard's not. He's got a cup of coffee and a small glass of bourbon to go with it.
Oh, nice. Great.
That sounds great. We'll maybe join you in the bourbon later, Howard, but not until this match is over. Djokovic serving at 1-2, second set. But he's a set to the good. He serves now out wide. Forehand return is deep and long from Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas in his white shirt, white T-shirt, black bandana, and sort of multicoloured shorts on a theme of black, red, pink, purple, and a little bit of...
I like it. It's kind of like a watercolor sort of thing.
Yeah, free art. As white socks and multicoloured shoes as well. Backhand from Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic. That's way long from Djokovic. That flew off his racket, landed about a metre beyond Tsitsipas's baseline.
Yeah, if Tsitsipas can start connecting with a few more of Djokovic's serves, because he's getting better in the rallies, starting to find that range, starting to find the depth. It's just about being able to read the Djokovic serve a little bit better.
15 all. Djokovic, you can hear the ball being bounced. He tends to bounce it a lot more times on a big point. Now he serves. Just too long. Second serve. It's the bouncing. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and he's ready to serve. Don't think there's any reason to it. Just how many he feels he needs to hit to bounce. Backhand from Djokovic is missed. He was trying to move Tsitsipas wide to his backhand, and just a glimmer of light for Tsitsipas here, 15-30.
And better movement as well from Tsitsipas. He's starting to get in better position on some of these ground strokes.
And the crowd sensing that here is an opening. It's all very well playing well, but you've got to actually make it count. And it's in these Djokovic service games that Tsitsipas will or won't make it count. Djokovic from the Yarra end. Serving down the centre, missing it just wide and a bit long as well. Second serve. Djokovic just waiting for everyone to get quiet. Plays it on his terms. Second serve now. To the, well, I was going to the backhand, but Tsitsipas takes on the forehand. Big forehand from Djokovic. A slice backhand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas is there. Backhand Djokovic cross court. Tsitsipas with a slice. Pushing Djokovic wide. He goes into out with his forehand. Backhand Tsitsipas off the frame. Sits up short for Djokovic. Tsitsipas throws up a lob. Djokovic will smash this one. Goes back to Tsitsipas, who can't get it. Again, not massively convincing from Djokovic on the smash.
And he's very careful on the smash. He never tries to hit it that hard, just tries to place it. So you always feel like you may have another play on that shot, but he bounced that one up pretty high. So it was dealt with that one well. A few shots in that rally from Tsitsipas, just a little too short in the court.
Yes, Djokovic was falling off that smash a bit. Just looked at the replay. He was coming down as he hit it, but he got the angle right. 30 all. Djokovic serving down the centre. Backhand chipped, brings Djokovic into the net. He goes cross court. Tsitsipas throws up a lob. Djokovic does a smash, but Tsitsipas will get that. Oh, he's framed the forehand and it's gone long. Good move by Tsitsipas, but then when it came to, maybe it's like that big visual appetite. Oh, I've got a forehand and he's out of position.
Well, I think you get so excited the ball actually came right back to you, and then you just rush it a bit. I think that's what happened. He was like, oh my gosh, it's right on my racket.
Djokovic at 40-30. Point for 2 all in the second set. Ready to serve now. And out wide. Is that an ace? It is an ace. Djokovic drops the loose ball, looks up into the high part of the stands. Looks up to the daylight. There is still a little bit of daylight left. It's leaving us now. Half an hour before this match started, I thought it'd be played under a closed roof, but we've had a fair bit of drizzle. It seemed to dry up just at the start of the final, so they started with the open roof. Tsitsipas Serving at 2-all. Serving out wide, missing the first serve. Second serve. Is down the centre, backhand return, backhand Tsitsipas up the middle, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, he's cooked that wide.
Well, just when I feel like he's starting to settle, just rush that forehand. It's good pressure from Djokovic because he took that immediate shot, just got Tsitsipas on the run.
Tsitsipas. Love 15, serving out wide. No, he's missed his first serve. That's going to put the pressure on him. His first serve percentage is currently 65%, or a bit lower now. 23 out of 36. Backhand from Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic makes good ground to his forehand. Now backhand Tsitsipas, who comes into the net, but won't have to play the volley because Djokovic's defensive backhand is wide.
Nice. That was a really good backhand from Tsitsipas. Love when he's able to get that height and that depth. It just bounces up on Djokovic. That's the shot that could be really effective. It's so hard to keep hitting that high backhand over and over again to be able to hit an effective shot.
Yes, in our little sheet of pros and cons of the single-handed and double-handed backhand, if you get your single-handed technique right, you can get more topspin on your backhand. Serves down the middle, Tsitsipas. Now goes into out, but he's overhit that forehand. And he's struggling again at 15-30. Just gesturing to himself, calm down. Interesting move, Jill.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if that was calm down or stay down, because you don't want to lift up on the ball either. That's where sometimes he's losing control, where the ball's just flying off his racket. Could be both. I mean, he's been pretty calm, I feel like.
He serves out wide, backhand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas into out. Djokovic slices this one up the line. Tsitsipas goes cross court. Djokovic is there, goes up the line. Forehand Tsitsipas tries the wrong foot. Djokovic. Djokovic is there, but misses his forehand. Oh, Tsitsipas had to be on top of his game in that point.
And what a good response, too. Just screaming out to himself, come on, in a good, positive way, looking over at his box. I love that response from Tsitsipas.
All. Umpire just asking people to calm down. Tsitsipas serves out wide, does onto the sideline. Djokovic's return is long. Really good serve. Short angled, but with a decent pace as well. Point for 3-2. This would be a good game for Tsitsipas to win, having been love 15 and 15-30. He's missed his first serve. Needs to keep up a decent percentage. Really mustn't be anything less than about 66%. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic as a double fault from Tsitsipas.
I like that he was trying to go into the body on that second serve, though. Djokovic inching forward to take that return early. It was the right shot. Just overhit it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good double fault, if there's such a thing, in the sense that it was going for a decent serve. His first serve percentage, 65 at the moment, 26 out of 40. Make that 26 out of 41. Can't get lower than that, otherwise Tsitsipas will struggle. Second serve at deuce. Tsitsipas goes into the body. Backhand from Djokovic is netted. That is a cheap point for Tsitsipas.
That was the body serve again, though. He put a little bit more slice on that. I think that's the one he was trying to go for on the previous point when he missed that one, but that was good that he kept going, still chose that serve. I think that's a good body. That's a good body to go into that for the second serve, I think.
40-30, Tsitsipas serves, no advantage Tsitsipas. Forehand Tsitsipas up the line, backhand Djokovic cross court. Backhand Tsitsipas down the line, Djokovic is there. Backhand Tsitsipas cross court, Djokovic is there with his two-hander. Forehand Tsitsipas up the forehand wing, Djokovic making a lot of ground, but his defending is excellent. Then a big forehand from Tsitsipas, wins the point, wins the game. He puts his arm up to the crowd. He wants to make the most of all these Greek supporters. There are plenty of Serbian flags, but they're outnumbered by the Greek flags, and Tsitsipas leads by 3-2.
Oh, it was a really good couple games because both players had some pressure on their serve and really had to fight through Djokovic on the previous game. Tsitsipas played great, aggressive to be able to close out that game.
Kate, any more communications from around the world?
Sure is, Chris. Henrik is listening to us from Denmark. He says, I would like to see the serve clock gradually reduced from 25 to 20 seconds over 5 years. Would that be realistic in your opinion, Chris? And also, make the players change ends at the opposite side of the net after the first game, like Serena Williams always did. Umpires could then allow a drink if the first game was a very long one. Just a couple of suggestions from Henrik.
I like the idea of enforcing serving, changing on the far side. Well, it does seem a little bit officious, but it might work. That's interesting. Our colleague Candy Reid did an interview with Craig Tiley, which was on the our overnight loop last night, which is also going to be on the ATP podcast this week, where Craig Tiley suggests, you know, maybe we can go down from 25 seconds to 20 seconds. Part of the problem is when you've got big arenas like this, it's a long way to the towels.
That is, it's challenging.
Do you allow one
many
towel per game or something?
So many of these stadiums are getting so big because so many players stand so far back for the return, so they've had to get bigger. I don't know what the solution to that is. I don't mind the reduction to 20 seconds. I don't mind that, but it takes a while to get to the towel. But in humid conditions, I don't think you can tell them how many times to go get the towel.
No, I think that's right. Players used to have little towels attached to the band of their shorts, didn't they? To dry the grip of
Did they really?
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember that from... We're going back to the 70s now, when I was a kid, but... yeah, no, it certainly happened. So that they had the towel with them. Someone's probably done some ergonomic work and says, oh, well, that uses extra effort to carry the extra few grams. Deep from Tsitsipas on the forehand to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, backhand Djokovic. Now they play with an advantage. Tsitsipas goes cross-court. Djokovic back to the forehand. Forehand to forehand. Now Djokovic to the backhand. Drop shot Tsitsipas off the top of the net, and that beats Djokovic. That was the perfect shot. Djokovic would have got there without the net cord.
Well, that was much better disguised from Tsitsipas. He held his racket face until the last second, then changed it up. He got a little bit of luck with the let court because I think that helped it bounce really low, made it more of a difficult shot for Djokovic.
Yeah, I think he would have got there otherwise, or the ball would have gone into the net. I mean, the flight was what it was. Djokovic just mouthing something slightly sarcastic to his team. Problem is with Djokovic, when he starts making sort of sarcastic comments to his team, his level often goes up. He serves, backhand return, forehand from Djokovic, backhand from Tsitsipas is very high. Djokovic steps in and smashes off the run and puts it away nicely.
I feel like his level tends to go up regardless of if he's chattering away or not.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Djokovic then in front of the president's box. Rod Laver is in it, as is Ken Rosewall, who brought the Norman Brooks trophy out onto court before this match began. Djokovic serves down the middle, backhand return is not going to go back over the net. Also sitting in the president's box, John Newcombe won the title here. Well, not here at this venue, but here in Melbourne, 73 and 75. And was beaten in the 76 final by Mark Edmondson, who's the last Australian man to win the singles here. Ash Barty won it last year. Djokovic serving off the top of the net. 30-15. Djokovic is set up, trailing 2-3 in the second. 61 minutes on the match clock. Djokovic serves out wide. That's a great serve. Wasn't an ace because Tsitsipas got a racket to it, but
That was a big serve. Yeah, 197 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Big serve out wide.
Djokovic bouncing the ball, waiting for the crowd to go quiet. Now he's serving. And he goes out wide, forehand return to the backhand of Djokovic. Tries to wrong foot Tsitsipas, but Tsitsipas is there. Backhand Djokovic to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas over the middle of the net. Backhand Tsitsipas down the line. Forehand Djokovic cross court. Forehand Tsitsipas down the line. That's wide from Tsitsipas. Djokovic holds 2-15.
That's great rallying. It's the right shot for Tsitsipas to go for, just to try and change up the rhythm. Went for the higher forehand. Didn't miss it by much. So solid from Djokovic.
And the Serbian flags are out in force. Three all, second set. You feel that Tsitsipas has to win this set. If he goes 2 sets down, well, he'll keep fighting, but it's hard to see him coming back. Forehand from Djokovic, the forehand of Tsitsipas. Djokovic goes on the backhand wing. Tsitsipas, wrong foot Djokovic. Lovely shot down the line from Tsitsipas, and he punches the air, and that gets the Greek fans going.
I think he's trying to get himself going a little bit more. We didn't see that much fire from him in that first set, just trying to stay composed, but I love that he's showing that positive energy more in the second. I think it's helping him. I think it's helping him raise his level.
Tsitsipas serving just too long. I thought he'd overrun that backhand, actually, when I first saw him getting to it, but it was quite deliberate so that he could steer it down the line. Second serve, forehand return from Djokovic is a clean winner. And that in itself is a statement. It's saying to Tsitsipas, you don't get your first serve in, you never know what will happen to your second.
So far inside the baseline on that. Took it so early, Djokovic.
Well, that's why the serve into the body is such a good serve,
Yeah.
because he can't get the swing at the racket that he got at that one. 3 all, 15 all, second set. Tsitsipas serves out wide, forehand return. Forehand Tsitsipas down the backhand wing, but he's put it wide. And quite a way wide as well. It opened up the court exactly the way he wanted to.
Again, it was the right shot to go for. But you feel like it has to be so good with how well Djokovic moves on the baseline.
$15.30 on the Tsitsipas serve. The pressure is always there. Tsitsipas could do with the first serve here. And he gets one. Oh, he doesn't get one. I thought it was good. Very tight call. We don't get the close call on that one because the second serve is coming. And that one is to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas to the backhand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic defensive forehand. Backhand Tsitsipas. Djokovic with his two-hander. Forehand from Tsitsipas down the line. Djokovic will go lofted. Backhand Tsitsipas. Almost a half volley. Now he hits the forehand cross court, but Djokovic is there. Backhand from Tsitsipas cross court. Djokovic with a two-hander into the net, and Djokovic has fallen. I think he's okay. I think he just stumbled. But he will take his time here. Yeah, he's up on his feet, and he's fine. I think he just stumbled as he went over.
I think his foot just got stuck. He's walking fine already, walking around the court.
He's going to his towel. Tsitsipas, often when a player falls, the opponent just goes up and says, "Are you okay?" There's none of that from Tsitsipas at the moment. Just went back to his towel. Mind you, did you see Tsitsipas at the start of the match? When he came out of the locker room, straight into the corridor, did not want to have any eye contact.
I saw that, yeah.
With Djokovic.
Most of them don't, though.
No, but that was particularly noticeable. Drive volley from Tsitsipas, a lob from Djokovic. Smash Tsitsipas, puts the ball away. Djokovic has now dropped his racket and he's shaking his wrist out. I wonder if he's just scraped a bit of skin off his hand. He hasn't asked the umpire to see the trainer. It's 40-30 at 3 all. Tsitsipas. Serving. Out wide. Caught the top of the net. No, sorry, didn't. It missed it. I thought it was a net cord. Second serve. At 40-30. Heavily kicked, backhand return. Backhand Tsitsipas up the forehand wing. Chopped back by Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas into out. Djokovic throws up the lob. Tsitsipas waits for this one. Will smash it. Djokovic has anticipated this well. Volley from Tsitsipas has put wide. Oh dear. He didn't put the smash away, but he'd read the backhand off the smash from Djokovic. but was a little bit late on the backhand volley, and it just went the wrong side of the sideline.
It was unbelievable defense from Djokovic. A couple of the forehands he got back just sliced back into the court and somehow read the overhead well and hit it so well into the angle. Tsitsipas had to play on that volley. He almost had it. He closed the net well, but just sideswiped it a little bit.
Yeah, he had too much of an open racket face, really. 3-all deuce. How important could that point prove to be? Tsitsipas serves, backhand return, forehand Tsitsipas. Djokovic chops to the forehand. Tsitsipas is in with a drive volley. Missed it. He's missed it. Or has he?
No, I think he made it.
Did he make that one?
Yeah. I mean, it looks tricky because he hesitated coming forward. Yeah, it's right on the line. Saw Djokovic on the defense, and I think he hesitated a little bit. He ended up hitting a much more difficult shot than it needed to be, but
It was dropping.
it was good hands, yeah.
The drive volley, ball dropping. Advantage Tsitsipas. He was ready to serve, but people shouting out. Second attempt now from Tsitsipas. Forehand return. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas will hit backhand cross court. Djokovic is there with his two-hander. Sliced by Tsitsipas with a lot of air. Forehand Djokovic goes back to the backhand. Tsitsipas defensive backhand. A lot of air. Forehand from Djokovic. Tsitsipas reads this. Low volley from Djokovic is going wide. And Tsitsipas holds. And he punches the air. And he looks up to the Greek fans and says, come on, we're in this together. And as long as Tsitsipas stays ahead in this second set, we've got a match.
I love it. Such a great atmosphere. What a fight through that game from Tsitsipas. And Djokovic chattering away to his team. I don't even know how he can hear anything. It's so loud. No one can hear anything.
It's almost like he's asking for something. He seemed to be sort of asking for something to come round. I don't know. He hasn't spoken to the umpire. I think that was just a stumble.
Yeah,
I don't
definitely.
think there's
I think
any
he was
damage.
fine. I mean, it didn't look like it affected his movement or anything in the last couple of points.
And our lesson from past finals is, unless you see actually Djokovic on crutches, his movement is probably...
Even then.
Even then. I mean, Murray made that mistake. He thought Djokovic was injured in one of the finals and let it go. Kate, come in.
Chris, we've got a listener from Geneva, in Switzerland, and it's Robert Marinelli. And he said, I'm going to miss not just the AO radio, but Midnight Madness. And I know, Chris, you're not going to miss Midnight Madness.
Well, I mean...
Midnight Madness is fine.
A little bit of low-key fun is fine. It just... it happens when we're all absolutely exhausted.
Cass is listening to us from Madrid and said, thank God for AO Radio. Loving the passionate commentary. Thanks, team. Thanks, Cass. And Fiona from, is it Crowborough in East Sussex, Chris?
Yes, it's only about 14 miles from my home, that.
Do you think Tsitsipas should try to get to the net more and utilise his all-round game? Can't see him winning by just trading blows with Djokovic at the baseline.
I do, and I think he's trying to do that. I think the fact that the second set he's hitting the ball better with more pace and depth, I think is giving him a few more opportunities. So I think he's trying to do that. We've seen him come in definitely more in this second set, so it's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, he can't just go in on anything.
Right.
Because Djokovic has got the best passing shots in tennis, but if he can get in, he should. And in fact, he's been trying to do that. Thank you, Fiona. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Forehand from Djokovic is wide. Love 15 on the Djokovic serve. You get the feeling that Tsitsipas has got to strike fairly soon. He might have a chance. He's yet to have a break point in this match. If he has one, he's got to take it. Because if he doesn't, the pressure will go right on his next service game. Djokovic at love 15. Serves down the centre, an ace.
I must have just hit the back of the line. Tsitsipas taking a long look at that serve.
15 all. 4-3 or 3-4, given that it's Djokovic serving. Djokovic just set up. He serves. Out wide, forehand return. Forehand from Djokovic, the backhand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas has read this well. A lot of topspin. Djokovic frames that.
I don't see that very often.
No, that came off the well, the outside of the frame.
It's been a lot of topspin on that backhand from Tsitsipas to cause Djokovic to mistime that ball.
Umpire Louise Engsel trying to calm people down. Djokovic at 15:30. Serves too long. Chance for Tsitsipas here. Second serve at 15:30. These are tiny opportunities, but he's got to seize whatever he can. Djokovic serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas, deep to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court, backhand from Djokovic, off the top of the net, brings Tsitsipas in with a slice. Djokovic, oh, Tsitsipas has gone long with the sliced approach, and he just sags on his knees, goes down as if to say, how did I miss that one?
I know those shots are more difficult than you expect. I mean, he had to really run forward. He ended up running into the ball, so which made it difficult for him to control that shot.
Could he have played a drop shot?
Potentially, but it happened so quick. I think he was trying to get the depth on that shot to hopefully create an easy volley.
3-4, 30 all. Djokovic at the Yarra end. Tsitsipas crouching in front of us. Djokovic serves off the top of the net and over. So he gets a retaken first serve. That's another rule I'd like to see changed. Let the serve.
Let the let serve happen.
Yeah.
It counts.
Won't have people standing 4 meters behind the baseline then to return. Djokovic serves, forehand return. Forehand from Djokovic into out. Backhand Tsitsipas, lofted to the backhand of Djokovic. Tsitsipas tees off on his backhand. That's a flatter one, but more angle. Djokovic is there. Forehand Tsitsipas down the forehand wing. Djokovic cross court. Tsitsipas has the line open, but Djokovic has covered it. Goes cross court. Tsitsipas nets his volley. In fairness, Tsitsipas didn't get that approach shot close enough to the line. That gave Djokovic a bit longer to hit the backhand.
I mean, that was a very well played point. What can you do? He had the volley. Djokovic kept it nice and low. It was only a couple inches over the net, the flight of that ball. I mean, it was a good point.
It was. I mean, this is good tennis. Quality of tennis is better in the second set than it was in the first. Hour and 15 minutes played. Djokovic with a point for 4-all in the second set. He serves. Backhand return is chipped. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Aggressive backhand, but it's wide. And Djokovic holds. And the Serbian flags come out. And the chant of Nole, Nole. Wow. This is a vociferous
like
crowd. It is like a Davis Cup match. But who's the home player? See, I thought Tsitsipas would be. There's a bigger Greek community than Serbian community in Melbourne, but there are quite a lot of both. Tsitsipas serving. Oh, into the net. Have you read any of the Greek Melbourne writers?
Have I what?
Read any of the novels by Greek Melbourne writers?
Maybe.
Christoph Solkas, he's probably the best known of them. Backhand from Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, Djokovic, cross court, forehand from Tsitsipas, forehand to forehand at the moment. Someone's going to go up the line. It's Tsitsipas with a winner.
That was very nice. Just watching from, we're now behind Tsitsipas, just watching from this angle, I mean, that was so smooth. It was good footwork to get in really good position from Tsitsipas.
Now, I read one of Solkas's novels a couple of years ago.
I don't think I've read any.
Well, his best known one is The Slap.
Okay.
But it's set in the Greek community in Melbourne, and it sort of gives you very good insight. He's from Tsitsipas down the centre. Almost like of a national community within a
That'd be
city.
interesting.
Yeah, it is. No, it is interesting. And... you know, I remember Baghdatis getting to the final here, and
right.
what a massive occasion that was. And so yeah, I was just motivated to read it. Interesting. Serve down the centre from Tsitsipas, another ace. He's moved to 40 love. This is a good game.
Yeah, it's a pretty good service game right now. so far. Even at 40 love, you never know with the Djokovic return if you're going to get out easily.
Tsitsipas, 40 love. Serves into the net. Second serve. From Tsitsipas is to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas is... Ooh, he's hooked it wide. He was on his way to his chair. They thought that was good. Louise Angsel is on her telephone. Didn't see anybody asking for...
I didn't either.
Maybe she's ordering her dinner. Tsitsipas, 40-15, forehand return. That's a great return from Djokovic. Tsitsipas is there. Backhand Djokovic. Tsitsipas across the court, but nets his backhand. And 40 love becomes 40-30.
That was an unbelievable return from Djokovic. Did not hold back on that forehand.
He does choose the right moments to go for his big shots, doesn't he? There's a bit of pressure on this serve from Tsitsipas. He'd love an ace. Will he try one down the centre? It's more likely to open up the court if he goes to the backhand. He goes down the centre, but Djokovic is there with a deep return. Forehand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic is long. That's a gift for Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas holds, and Djokovic will be serving to stay in the second set at 4-5. Just keeping an eye out for any officials, any trainers. No, there aren't
Doesn't
any.
seem that. Yeah, it doesn't even seem that players are waiting for anything from the umpire. So
okay, so
all is in good order.
Call in Kate.
Well, David is listening to us from California and says, as always, I've enjoyed everyone's commentary. Thanks so much. It will take me about 1 week to not wake up early in the morning and try to resume back to sort of normal sleep schedule. I think everyone's a little worried about that, and I'm very worried about what work's going to look like for me tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Sorry, Kate, what's normal sleep?
I don't know. I mean, Chris,
none of us know.
If you get more than 2 hours, I think that's what is normal, isn't it?
It's felt like that over the past 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah. And Helio is listening to us from Brazil. The other down under land. Stefanos is... He thinks Stefanos is now at par level, and he's hoping for a long match. And he said, thanks for the impeccable narration and commentary.
I think Tsitsipas has to win this set.
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, I did say last year, if Nadal loses the second set, I don't see him winning it. And he did lose it, and he came back to win in 5. But Tsitsipas is up against an absolute legend. And that legend walks towards us. Takes 3 balls, dismisses one of them. Takes a 4th ball from the other side, dismisses one of them. Takes a 5th ball. So he's had 5 of the 6 balls in play at the moment. All part of the routine, all to get himself ready. He's waiting for the umpire to ask everybody to calm down. Now he starts the bouncing. 3, 4, 5, get to at least 9, 9, 10, 11. Now he serves down the centre, too long. Djokovic serving to stay in the second set. He will take his time. Rod Laver Arena is packed. It goes quiet. Now Djokovic serves to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Backhand from Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas, cross court to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic. Tsitsipas with his forehand into the net.
These are those situations where Djokovic will not make a mistake. He's going to force Tsitsipas to be the one to put it on his racket, to have him try and close out, to try and break for this set. But Djokovic is going to be rock solid.
He can go into that sort of mode, can't he? That
where he doesn't miss a ball.
Doesn't miss anything.
I know, it's amazing.
It is. And that's one of the biggest characteristics of Djokovic. He serves off the top of the net and long. Second serve for Tsitsipas to face. Djokovic at the president's box end. Still in the white shirt. Probably at some stage changed to the blue shirt. He has in every match he's played so far. Second serve to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic is long.
That was surprising. It's that high one again. If Tsitsipas can get a ton of rotation on that ball, Djokovic can sometimes miss that one long.
Unforced errors, 14 from Djokovic, 9 on the backhand, 5 on the forehand. What we don't have is which shot from Tsitsipas they come off. Tsitsipas 19 unforced errors, but he's got more winners, 19 to 17. Djokovic, 15 all, serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. A slice by Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, lofted deep to the forehand of Djokovic. That's going long. And Tsitsipas is 2 points from the set.
That was excellent depth from Tsitsipas. He took the shot. He got a lot of pace on that forehand.
Listen to the crowd. This is a Grand Slam men's singles final. It should be atmospheric, and it is. 15-30 on the Djokovic serve. Bouncing the ball, I didn't count that many, but it felt about 15 times. Serves down the middle, forehand return is pushed. Backhand Djokovic, backhand Tsitsipas, he's got a chance here. Forehand Djokovic, a slice from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic goes to the forehand of Tsitsipas, lofted by Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic, forehand Tsitsipas, off the frame and wide. And I have to say the previous 2 from Tsitsipas dropped very short.
Yeah, I was actually surprised Djokovic didn't do more with that last forehand.
So was I.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas, maybe that's why he shanked it. That's why he missed it. He was expecting a bigger shot from Djokovic. He was way ahead of it, just watching the slow motion. He was so far in front.
30 all. Tsitsipas, though, is still 2 points from the set. 4-5, 30 all. Second set. Djokovic serving down the middle. Backhand return. Djokovic will go down the line. He's missed it. Tsitsipas was racing to his backhand. Djokovic had the down the line open, but he put it a ball's width wide. Now this is the chance that Tsitsipas has waited for. That last first serve from Djokovic was 201 kilometers. He's cranking it up. Set point, Tsitsipas. Now Djokovic just walking back from the baseline. A few people booing him, but I think he was quite right. He was ready to serve and the crowd hadn't settled. And until we get to a situation like basketball or football where you don't respect silence, then I think he was right to walk back there. Set point, Tsitsipas. Djokovic bouncing the ball. The moment the last bounce is done, he's into his service motion. He serves now. Back, oh, it's long. And the umpire asking people to calm down. Technically, the time between first and second serve is part of the point. That's why it is wrong for people to call out. But we're talking about a crowd on a highly dramatic, highly charged occasion. Tsitsipas with set point. Second serve from Djokovic. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Up the middle. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand from Tsitsipas. Lofted deep to the forehand of Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas up the middle. Forehand Djokovic into out. Backhand Tsitsipas up the line. Forehand Djokovic to the forehand of Tsitsipas. Both playing a little conservatively. Backhand Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas is lofted. Forehand Djokovic down the forehand wing is a winner.
Well, it was a very, very smart point from Djokovic. He got so much margin on every single ground stroke. Very high over the net, a lot of spin. Just a smart point to play on set point down.
Well, that's why he's the champion he is. The forehand winner on the 15th stroke of the rally. Hard to pinpoint a shot where Tsitsipas might have done more, though.
No.
Djokovic at deuce, serves, backhand return. Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas lofts this one. Forehand Djokovic flattened out. Forehand Tsitsipas tries the wrong foot Djokovic. Djokovic adjusts with the two-hander. Backhand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Tsitsipas up the line as long. And Djokovic suddenly punches the air. He was so calm after he saved the set point. But after winning that one, he's suddenly showing emotion. And he's got that look in his eye. It's the warrior. It's that same look when he ripped his shirt off after beating Nadal in 5 hours, 53 minutes.
That's right. Oh, my goodness.
He's looked up at Louise Engsel and said, please calm the crowd down. She's doing her best. Djokovic, it's very quiet now. You can hear the ball bouncing. Point for 5-all. He serves into the net. Missed a serve. Slightly hobbled after that, but I think that's just a lack of balance. I don't think he's got any problem. Bouncing the ball on his racket strings. Now he starts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's often an odd number, I've noticed. Serves to the backhand of Tsitsipas. Onto the baseline. Forehand Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic is sliced. Tsitsipas runs around his backhand, goes into out. Two-hander from Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas is flat but wide. And Djokovic looks up and mutters something to his bench. And there's a couple of big Serbian flags just to the side of his bench. Whether they're friends of his, I don't know, but having saved a set point, that's big. And there'll be pressure on this next Tsitsipas service game.
I would love to know what he's saying, because, I mean, it was such a positive response. He played so well after being down set point, but there's a part of him to me that doesn't look happy.
No, I think it was in Serbian. Tsitsipas serving at 5-all. Missed his first serve. Second serve. From the Greek, out wide, forehand return, forehand by Tsitsipas. Djokovic getting a... Oh, he's throwing up a high lob. That's going to go long, though. Just the fact that he got there after having to reach so far wide to receive the serve out wide.
That was such a good second serve.
Tsitsipas is having to play absolutely at his best just to hold the Djokovic.
He's playing well. He's playing really well. I don't think he's playing out of his comfort zone, though, Tsitsipas.
So he's got an extra gear to go up to. Tsitsipas serves too long.
I mean, I don't know about extra gear, but I think he can sustain this level, is what I'm saying.
Okay. That'd be good if you could, because it's a great final. Backhand return from Djokovic, forehand from Tsitsipas. Forehand Djokovic is too long. And now he spreads his arms as if to say, what was I doing wrong? Now that I dislike, because that was a really good forehand from Tsitsipas. And there comes a moment where you just got to say, okay, my opponent was a bit better.
Well, I think Djokovic, I just get this sense, and he gets it in his head, that he feels like he's going to break. And if it's not happening, I feel like he gets a little flustered or shows frustration. Huge ace down the tee from Tsitsipas.
He's got to be careful, Djokovic.
What happened? I missed it.
There was a serve from Tsitsipas. The ball went past Djokovic, and it bounced off the back wall. And as Djokovic was walking to the advantage court, he flicked with his racket at the ball just as the ball girl came. Now, if he'd connected, and that had hit the ball girl... I'm not going to complete the sentence because Tsitsipas serves an ace. We all know what happened at the US Open in 2020. And Djokovic it's fine to be hyped up, but he's got to keep a lid on it. Lessons from the past. Shapovalov had to learn them, Djokovic had to learn them. Nalbandian happened to him in a final.
Yeah, I know. It's tough because you have to be aware of that, but sometimes it's not intentional, obviously. None of them did it intentionally. You just get so emotional and frustrating. I don't think he actually saw the ball girl.
No, but when the ball is bouncing behind him, and he's walking across, and he's frustrated because he had the aggressive gesture after, you know, when he went 30 love down. The ace goes past him for 40 love. He swaps his racket at the ball.
Right.
If he'd connected...
I know, you never know. I know.
That would have been... I mean, certainly the umpire had to call the referee for that.
Well, the instances that you mentioned, obviously they were accidents.
Yeah.
No one intentionally does it. I know, you just get so... You have to be aware, even with your emotions.
Kate, quickly.
We've got Stephanie listening to us from Adelaide in South Australia. Thank you so much for the excellent match calling and the overnight show. It's kept me connected to the AO while I've been feeding my 6-month-old.
Oh, nice.
In the middle of the night. Keep up the excellent work and look forward to listening to you again next year.
Thank you. Congratulations, Stephanie, on the birth. I know we're 6 months late, but we weren't on air at that time. Well, now Djokovic serving to stay in the set for the second time. Let's take it into the tie-break. Again, Louise Engsel asking for quiet. I mean, yes, there's the etiquette of tennis. There's the, you know, we have to create fair conditions for both players. But this is sporting theatre. This is a spectacle. That's what we want. It's what people want to hear around the world, watch around the world, and the 15,000 in this arena want to see. Djokovic, 5-6. Second set. Set to the good. He's missed his first serve. Second serve. From the Yarra end. Into the body. Taken on the forehand by Tsitsipas. Backhand Djokovic. Forehand Tsitsipas. That's long from Tsitsipas. His return was good. Good depth. But the second one was just too long.
It was pretty ambitious to try and get around that, to take as a forehand from Tsitsipas. Djokovic had quite a bit of angle on that backhand.
I mean, I feel that Tsitsipas isn't playing quite as well as he played against Khachanov, but he's getting a very different ball from Djokovic. And he's playing the reputation. Let's not forget that.
That's right.
Djokovic at 15 love, serves out wide, chipped return with a lot of air. Forehand Djokovic down the forehand wings. Tsitsipas has missed his forehand. He was there in good time, went up the line, but just into the tram lines.
He's doing a better job of being able to get some of these returns back and play, opting to chip some of them just to get himself in the point. So he is getting some more serves back from Djokovic.
30 love. Djokovic 2 points away from taking this second set into the tiebreak. He serves out wide, just too long.